Chapter 1 Let's Get Married. Late at night. Inside the dimly lit room, on the messy king-sized bed, the two figures were extremely entwined. Afternoon of the second day. Lai Yanyan felt sore and uncomfortable, as if she had been in a fight all last night. Her body was about to fall apart. She opened her eyes with great difficulty and saw a handsome man with sword brows and starry eyes and a perfect silhouette, wearing an ink-colored shirt, sitting on the edge of the bed and smiling at her. She slowly hooked up the corner of her mouth and closed her eyes again. Such a handsome man actually appeared in her dream. She can eat really well in her dreams. Yan Man's gentle and magnetic voice hovered above her head. Wasn't it a dream? How come the voice is so real? She slowly opened her eyes again, only to see that the man was actually still there. The man's face was doting. Seeing her eyes open, his long and slender fingers gently stroked the top of her head. Awake? The handsome man leaned forward, his waist slightly bent, looking at her with a smile. Li Yanyan screamed, "Bad, this is not a dream." Immediately awake to sit up, only to realize that he was actually naked, grabbed the quilt around his body, surprised to look at the man. The brain is blank. Only to see the man's smile reach the bottom of his eyes, looking at her gentle doting. How? Scared? The voice is gentle and seductive. Who are you? How did I get here? Last night, what happened? Li Yanyan's hand tightly gripped the quilt, her heart panicked. She panicked and looked around. This room was lavishly decorated, a bit like the layout of a hotel. What the hell happened? How could she be in a hotel with a man? She was still naked, especially a certain part of her body was hot and painful. Could it be that last night she and this man had a relationship? The man frowned slightly, his body slightly closer to her. Yan, have you forgotten? Li Yanyan body backward. How do you know my name? The man laughed softly. Last night, when we were lingering, I asked you, you said. Li Yanyan only felt a black eye. She has always been very conservative. How could she and a strange man lingering? Last night in the end what happened? Trying to calm herself, slowly recalled yesterday's memories. Yesterday, Tang Chunan left the country. As his best friend, she and her girlfriend Jiang Cheng went to the airport to say goodbye. After Tang Chunan on the plane, Tang Chunan's mother asked them to eat, while Jiang Cheng went to the restroom, and then alone with her to say some words. Yan, Auntie has something to say to you. I'll be straight to the point. I want to let you and Nan break up, because you are simply not good enough for him. When he comes back from abroad, he will take over the company and will marry a girl from the right family to be his wife, and you, think about what kind of family you are from. Your father used to be the driver of our family, and with that kind of family background, do you think you deserve him? I do thank you for helping him in these years, but to be his wife, you are far from worthy. You have nothing to offer him in the future. When Li Yanyan heard her words, she bit her lower lip tightly. She didn't expect that Auntie Tang, who had always been very kind to her, would actually look down on her so much and degrade her so much. Li Yanyan clenched her hand into a fist, and her face calmly replied back, Auntie Tang, Tang Chunan and I aren't seeing each other, so don't worry, I won't be seeing him in the future either. I am relieved to have your words. Zhang Huilan said these words and then left. Li Yanyan recalled the past. She did not expect always gentle to her Auntie Tang, actually will be so looked down on her. 10 years ago, my father worked as a driver for the Tang family, and because of that, he met Tang Chunan. They were of similar age and had similar personalities, so they quickly played together. Auntie Tang saw her good grades, let her tutor Tang Chunan homework. Because of her tutoring, Tang Chunan grades improved very quickly, so Auntie Tang has been good to her. In the past few years, she, Jiang Cheng and Tang Chunan studied and grew up together, and became very good friends. Before graduating from university, Tang Auntie let Tang Chunan study abroad. Tang Chunan originally did not want to go, but Tang Auntie insisted. He had to listen to his mother. The day before leaving the country, Tang Chunan told her that he could not leave and wanted her to study abroad with him. He was willing to bear all the costs of her abroad. She refused. The day before she left the country, Tang Chunan told her that he wanted her to study abroad with him, and he was willing to pay for all her expenses abroad, but she refused. At the airport, Tang Chunan said to her, Yan, I'm going to be thousands of miles away from you. Zhang Huilan hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. Nan, time is not early, hurry to board the plane. There is something to say on the phone with Yan said. Tang Chunan looked helpless. Mom, you do not mess up. Zhang Huilan glanced at Li Yanyan and said in a conspiratorial manner, now my son has grown up, his wings are hard, and he actually speaks to his mother in this way. My mother is really chilled. Mom, I am sorry. Tang Chunan heard his mother say this, also have some guilt, just now the voice is a little louder. Next to the flight attendants are also urging. Tang Chunan had to go on the boarding gate. While walking back, Mom, help me take care of Yan. Zhang Huilan slightly red eyes towards him waved. No, you can rest assured to go. Li Yanyan paused, looked at him and waved his hand. Goodbye. Tang Chunan was a little deflated, and then returned to his smile, shouting at her, Yanyan, wait for me to come back, must wait for me to come back. Said he disappeared around the corner. After saying goodbye to Tang Chunan, Auntie Tang said that she invited her to dinner. In fact, it is to let her not to climb up to her son. Oh, the original Auntie Tang has always looked down on her then so many years to her so good, just a disguise? She cannot have to be so demeaning to her, well said to let her give up Tang Chunan, she will give up. But she used the most hurtful words, that language is like a sword stuck in her chest. Even if she liked Tang Chunan more, she wouldn't dwell on it. Yan, has Auntie Tang left? Zhang Qing sat beside her and asked. Li Yan nodded her head. Seeing that her face did not look right, Zhang Qing took her hand and asked, what's wrong? Tang Chunan left, you were so sad then he asked you to go abroad with him, why don't you go? Li Yan turned her head to look at Zhang Qing and pulled out a smile. Zhang Qing has always been her best friend, the two have known each other for 10 years, they are girlfriends without words, so she told her all of Auntie Tang's words. After hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately slapped the table in indignation. What? Auntie Tang actually said such things to you? If that's the case, why did she let you tutor her son in the first place? Has she forgotten how bad her son's grades were? If it wasn't for your help, would he have gotten into the first middle school? Would he have gotten into one of the top universities in the capital? Would he have the chance to study abroad? What an ungrateful person! Li Yan was silent. Zhang Qing took her hand. Yan, don't be sad, what's so great about her? She's just got a few bucks. It's as if her family doesn't have any money. Li Yan forced a smile. Thank you, Qing Cheng. Do we need to say thank you? We grew up in the same pants. Zhang Qing held her in her arms. Auntie Tang does not like you, then you and Tang Chunan are impossible, I am with him. Li Yan has a firm face. Even though his mom is bad, it's not like his mom has anything to do with what you're doing. How can it be irrelevant? Auntie Tang is his real mother, this is no matter how can not change, no matter how much I like him, I will not again I always do not like to see the face of people. But you so many years feelings. Just the love of friends. Hey Zhang Qing sighed deeply, Tang Chunan also let his mother take good care of you when he left, I did not expect to humiliate you in this way. Yan, in fact, today I am not in a good mood, in the morning I quarreled with my stepmother. Why did you quarrel again? Li Yan asked with concern. His son took my room, saying that my room is facing south, led me and her son to change the room, I do not agree and she argued, I know that she is a wolf in ambition, the heart wants to drive me away from the family not to mention, Yan, I am not in a good mood, the two of us to go to drink to relieve the boredom of it. Li Yan is not interested, I want to go home. Why go home? I want to go home. What for? Li Yan was forced into the bar restaurant by Zhang Qing. The two of them ordered a few dishes and 2 bottles of red wine, and Zhang Qing ate while spitting. Thinking of her parents, Li Yan also filled a lot of wine, slowly the wine went to the head, after which the memory was gone. Yan man's voice pulled her back to reality. Ah? Li Yan blinked her big confused eyes at him, the man was too handsome, she was a little embarrassed and turned her head. Thinking about it? The man got closer to her again. No, Li Yan bit her lip, then asked softly, why am I here? What happened to us last night and, who are you? The man smiled gently, sorry Yan, introduce myself, my name is Yuanzhou, this year 28 years old, so far single. Last night, we had sex, in that case, I will be responsible for you, Yan, marry me. Chapter 2 must be responsible for you. Ah? Li Yan opened her eyes wide and looked at the man incredulously. The two eyes collided, Li Yan's heart thumped, then shook her head vigorously, what marriage? What are you talking about? How come this strange man mentioned marriage to her? What happened last night after she got drunk? How did she meet this man and have sex with him? Yuanzhou arched his eyebrows and stared at her fragrant shoulders that were exposed due to her excitement. Li Yan noticed the man's line of sight and immediately pulled the quilt, wrapping herself more tightly. Yuanzhou lowered his eyebrows and smiled lightly, his voice was extremely gentle, last night we already have the reality of husband and wife, I naturally have to be responsible for you, Yan, I'm not a scum who will not recognize what he has done. Li Yan. Yuanzhou slowly got up, walked not far from the sofa, bent down to take the clothes, gently placed on the bed, softly said to her, Yan, you wear good clothes, we will talk again, last night your clothes have been torn and cannot be worn, I let people in accordance with your size to prepare a set for you. Li Yanyan looked at the clothes sent by the man, the top is underwear and panties, face a burst of red. This man took the girl or intimate clothing actually so calm. It seems that he did not do this kind of thing less, must be a love scene veteran. Oh, her Li Yanyan, how to be this man to the ruined innocence ah. Li Yanyan face unconsciously again red a little, glanced at him asked, you know my size? The man laughed lightly, of course, last night we were extremely lingering, how could I not know your size? Li Yanyan. What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? Yan, why don't you change? Yuanzhou saw that the girl did not respond, so he asked. How can I change while you're here? You go out. The girl looked at him with a sad face. Yuanzhou moved closer to her, the corner of his mouth hooked up. Yan is shy? Last night we were intimate, where on your body have I not touched or kissed? Li Yanyan only felt that her head was about to explode. Stop it. Last night's events, she gradually recalled some of them, the two of them hugged and kissed, together in this big bed flopping around, and later seemed to be in the bathroom bathtub flopping around. She did not dare to reminisce, last night that was not her, must not be her. I'm sorry, Yan. I'll wait for you outside. The bathroom is on your left, so let's talk about it after you clean up. Yuanzhou turned around and left the room, gently taking the door with him. Yuanzhou sat on the sofa, inwardly joyful, but also a little afraid. Will Yan hate him so much? Was he too impulsive last night? Shouldn't he have pursued her first? Last night, Yan fell into his arms unexpectedly, and hooked her neck to kiss him, so he didn't hold back. He has never been a gentleman, he can't do that. Inside the room, Li Yan quickly put on her clothes, ignoring the dense traces on her body. We're good. After standing in front of the full body mirror to take a picture, he prepared a red floral dress, skirt length in her knees, very fit, appear Li Yan the whole person playful and beautiful. Seeing his cell phone in the nightstand, put it into the skirt pocket and went to the restroom. Wash your face, which slowly walked out of the room. Her legs are very soft, her lower body hurts, she has been holding back. The man's legs were folded, sitting on the sofa, seeing her go out, his eyes lit up. The girl was wearing a long red floral dress slowly walking towards him, she seemed to be glowing. Yuanzhou gazed at her, stood up. Yan, sit down, let's talk about it. Li Yan hand tightly pinched the corner of the skirt, voice soft. What do we have to talk about? The man greedily looked at her. Does Yan think, last night you put me to sleep, this thing is so forgettable? This matter is originally a girl is more disadvantaged, okay? Li Yan retorted. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yuanzhou nodded his head in agreement. Yan said yes, this kind of thing is the girl is more disadvantaged. Then Yan, I am willing to be responsible for you, we get married, okay? Who wants you to be responsible? What marriage? I don't even know you. Li Yan resisted. Who wants to marry a man you met for the first time and had a one-night stand with? Slowly we will get to know each other. If you think it's too soon to get married, we'll just go out first, huh? Li Yan pursed her lips and hung her head, her voice was low. Can you tell me what happened last night? How did I get here? The man slowly and methodically opened his mouth. Last night, in the bar restroom, you crashed into my arms, and also hugged me tightly, saying that I look good. Li Yan opened her eyes wide, with a face of disbelief. Really? Li Yan opened her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Yan slowly raised her eyes and looked at the man. He is really good looking, and his voice is gentle, no wonder she is drunk will also mouth crazy words. The man continued, you hold me tightly, break cannot break, and then you are unconscious, I cannot ask your home address, I would like to give you a room I left, I did not expect you to vomit on me. I threw up? Well, last night you kept saying that I was good looking, and said that you like me, and asked me if I had a girlfriend. Yuanzhou's ear tips were slightly red, mentioning last night's encounter, he seemed to be a little bit unfulfilled. Li Yan. She didn't believe that person last night was her, and didn't believe that she would hug a strange man and say that he was handsome. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Last night, I carried you back to bed, I didn't realize that you suddenly wrapped your arms around my neck and refused to let me go, and you kissed me. I have no experience in this area, and I've never been in love before, so I didn't hold back and stayed. Yan, I'll take full responsibility for what happened last night, so are you willing to marry me? Li Yan closed her eyes. I didn't realize that she was the one who took the initiative last night. Hey, why is she like this? Alcohol really can't be touched, just like a different person. Li Yan slowly raised her head to look at him. The man has a perfect silhouette, delicate features, more handsome than the male models on TV, the point where you have to fall after looking at him. He is really handsome, no wonder she praised him for his good looks when she was drunk. But I threw up last night, you can also go down? The man smiled lightly, his sharp eyes looking at her. So what? Facts prove that you are delicious. Li Yan. She was silent. Yan, why don't you say anything again? The man voiced a reminder and continued, you can take your time to consider the matter of marriage, I can wait, this is after all a lifelong event. Li Yan shook her head vigorously, last night's incident is my fault, you can pretend that all this did not happen, I am sorry, last night caused you trouble. No, last night's incident I have to be responsible for, my family taught me from childhood to respect the girl, do things have to be responsible? Yan, I have prepared the account book, now we go to get a license, okay? The man said, pulling out the account book and his ID card from his suit pocket. He was really serious. He's really going to get a license to marry her? Help! Li Yan waved her hand, panicked, it's just an accident, there's no need for you to prepare for marriage, right? Marriage is a major life event, it must be considered carefully, the two of us have only just gotten to know each other, would it be too impulsive for you to do this? Chapter 3 From the moment you kissed me, I decided to marry you. Yuanzhou eyes stared at her, seriously, last night, from the moment you kissed me, I have already thought I want to marry you. Li Yan. This gentleman seems to be so pure. God, how did she provoke such a pure man? She can only bow her head and say guiltily, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have provoked you last night, but marriage is after all a big deal, it can't be decided so simply, right, or why don't you go back and ask your parents and see what they say? I can make my own decisions. Although you can make your own decisions, but I cannot. I just graduated from college this year, such a big thing, or to go back to talk to their parents, well, or I will go first, when I discuss with my parents and then contact you. Li Yan did not wait for the man to answer, quickly walked toward the door, opened the door to escape, and straight toward the elevator. The man followed. Yan, are you leaving? Pressing the elevator, Li Yan nodded, yes. The man in front of her a little uneasy, why don't we find a place to eat, and then talk about our marriage? Li Yan perfunctorily said, that, I first go back to ask the parents, and so get their consent and good, after all, marriage is a big deal. Yuanzhou nodded, good, then I will wait for your news. The elevator arrived, Li Yan quickly went in, the man also followed in, standing beside her. I will send you home. Yuanzhou said gently. No, this is not far from my home, I will go back by myself, you also go back to ask your parents' opinion, we will contact each other by phone at that time. She now only wanted to escape, what ask her parents' opinion is even more impossible. Closed the elevator door, pressed 1, and the elevator door closed. Yuanzhou insisted, I want to send you. Really no need, I can go home by myself. Li Yan now only wanted to quickly leave this man. The man approached her, lowered his head parallel to hers, looked at her small face, his eyebrows curved, Yan, you are beautiful. Li Yan avoided his line of sight, blinked, her face was again indisputably red. Within the confined space, there are only two people, Li Yan looks uneasy. Soon arrived at the first floor, Li Yan cannot wait to go out of the elevator, but the man pulled her wrist, Yan, my car in the negative floor. I really don't want you to send. Then shook off his hand, striding toward the door. Outside, the sunlight is strong, Li Yan blocked the sun with her hand, looking at the direction of the sun, it should already be afternoon. Seeing the man following out behind her, Li Yan immediately swept a shared bicycle, just unlocked it, ready to board, the slender hand suddenly grabbed the faucet. Yan, are you leaving here? The man's eyes seemed to be lost. The sun is really shaky, the temperature is very high, she only felt irritable, said casually, yes, not to go back and parents to discuss it, you let go of your hand, I'll go first. Yuanzhou slowly let go of his hand, looked at the girl and said gently, Yan, I will wait for your call. I'll be waiting for your call. Li Yan pulled out a smile and quickly rode away. Yuanzhou looked at the back of her departure, and in his heart there was a feeling that she had escaped. Li Yan rode her bike quickly, turned 2 intersections before glancing back and realizing that there was no figure of a man before putting her heart down. In waiting for the traffic light took out the cell phone, after turning on the phone, only to realize that it is now 4:30 p.m., and then more than a dozen missed calls and more than a dozen unread messages popped up. Before I had time to look at it, the light was green, so I just put my cell phone in my pocket and went home to look at it again. 20 minutes later, Li Yan arrived at the neighborhood where she lives, parked the car and locked it, looking at the phone while walking home. WeChat 3 people sent her messages, is Jiang Qing, Tang Chunan and Mother Chen Yue. Click on the top Jiang Qing, she sent 5 voice, click on the voice, only to hear her voice came, Yan, where are you? Last night we were all drunk, my brother saw me in the bar and brought me home, now it's 2 o'clock and I just woke up, are you okay? Why don't you answer my messages? Why didn't you answer my messages? Why did you turn off your cell phone when I called you? What's wrong with you? Yan, where have you been? I came to your house and didn't see you. Yan, don't scare me. Where have you been? Just finished listening. Jiang Qing's voice phone call over. Li Yan picked up, the other side excited. Yan, you finally answered the phone. Where are you? Do you know I've been worried sick about you? I'll be home soon. I'm in the elevator now. Where are you? I'm at your house. I'll open the door for you right away. I'll open the door for you right away. After the other party hung up, Li Yan clicked on Tang Chuanan's WeChat. He made 2 voice calls and sent a voice, clicked on him and said, Yan, I'm in the United States. Call your phone. How do you also do not answer? The cell phone is also turned off? Yan, I just arrived in the United States. I miss you. I want to go back to the country. I want to be by your side. Lai Yan sighed heavily, and then returned to click on her mother Chen Yue's WeChat. She sent a message to say, if you are not busy recently, go home and have a meal. Lai Yan read it and ignored it. She is not on good terms with her family, summarized in one sentence: cold real father, hypocritical stepmother, and her brother who has always asked for favors from her. The elevator reaches the 8th floor, the door just opens and she sees Jiang Qing standing in the doorway. Qing, why are you waiting for me here? Jiang Qing took her hand. Are you okay? Worried to death, your phone is off again. WeChat does not reply. I'm fine, let's go home, it's hot outside. The two arm in hand together into the home. In the entrance door to change shoes, Jiang Qing looked at her and said, Yan, last night I'm sorry, I do not mean to leave you alone there. Last night I drank a little dizzy, I went out to get some air, did not expect to run into my damned brother. He saw me a little confused and unclear to bring me home. To the home I fell asleep until 2 o'clock this afternoon before waking up. Behind you, how is it? Li Yan gazed stagnation, paused for a few seconds, remembered the chaotic night last night, pulled out a smile. Last night I went to the hotel to live, all right. Fortunately, you are fine. Jiang Qing hugged her again. Li Yan was exhausted. Qing, I'm a little tired. I still want to go back to my room to sleep a little more. Do you want to join me? I want to go back to my room and sleep for a while. Do you want to join me? The two went back to the room. Li Yan was trying to lie down and felt uncomfortable, took the housecoat to the bathroom to take a shower. Stripped naked, this only to measure themselves, the body is covered with a variety of traces, especially the upper half of the collarbone and chest. Green piece of purple piece is very horrible. Seeing these marks, Li Yan felt shame. Last night she actually had a one-night stand with a strange man. The memory fragments of last night hit her. He was so crazy, asking for it over and over again, turning her over and over, even though she was already exhausted. The hot water washed over her body and it made her feel better. Let last night's events pass him by like this, she would act as if nothing had happened. It was just that she and Tang Chunan would never be able to. Take a shower and go out, Jiang Qing said. Yan, just now Tang Chunan called you. Did you answer it? No, I don't pick up his phone. His mom treats you like that. Say, Yan, do you really forget about him? Well, it's impossible for me to be with him anymore. In fact, I think you so many years of feelings give up a real pity. I really did not expect his mother how to do that to you. Before looking at the strange good it, the original has been in the play. Li Yan to the bed a lie, whatever it, tube them acting or not acting. I'm tired, I'll sleep first, help me to turn my cell phone muted. Okay, I'll sleep with you. After the phone was muted, Jiang Qing also lay down and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Wake up again, it is already the next morning. Li Yan's stomach growling, yesterday did not eat a day hungry panic. Just sat up, the door was opened. Jiang Qing smiled and came over to open the curtains. The sunlight penetrated, she said. You finally woke up, you slept like a piggy yesterday, you slept so well. Dinner I made you do not get up to eat, cold cannot wake up. Yan, I went downstairs to buy buns, bought porridge, hungry, get up and eat breakfast. I'm hungry, so get up and have breakfast. Li Yan looked at her best friend who was thinking about her, her heart was touched. They have known each other for 10 years, from elementary school on a class, junior high school, college or in a school, has always been the best friend. Recently it is so hot, the weather forecast said that next week reached 40, so hot days, I do not want to stay in the capital, I want to go out on vacation. Jiang Qing said. Suddenly, Jiang Qing put his arm around her waist. Yan, the capital is too hot, or let's go to Yunnan on vacation. I heard that there is a water festival in Yunnan recently, and it's not hot there at all because it's like spring in all seasons, so let's go and play for a while and then come back, okay? Li Yan also felt a little chaotic heart, also want to go out to relax a little, so nodded. Chapter 4 Could it be pregnancy? A day later, the two boarded a plane to Yunnan. Yunnan has a pleasant climate, beautiful scenery, and more food. The two found a bed and breakfast near the water. Originally wanted to live for a week. I did not expect this is a month to live. This month, the two traveled to play in the mountains. A variety of food festivals, music festivals, water festivals have gone to play all over. At night, the two sat on the recliner, looking at the stars in the sky. Zhang Cheng said, "Unknowingly we have been here for a month." "Yes, actually come a month, time flies." Li Yan was in a relaxed mood. "The starry sky is really beautiful. Unlike the capital, you can only see a few stars at night." "I don't want to go, or Yan, we will settle here, okay?" Zhang Qing looked at her and said. Li Yan nodded. Zhang Qing sighed, "How can we settle here? If I do settle here, my stepmother will be the most pleased. She will feel that she has won and finally kick me out." "I was kicked out of that home a long time ago." Li Yan smiled blandly. She had never met her real mother. Her own mother had been Xin Yue for as long as she could remember, and her father had never even put her in his eyes. Zhang Qing got up, sat beside her, pulled her hand. Yan, we left that home better, right? Don't think about those heartless people, it's not worth it. Life is all about looking forward." "I know. I always tell myself not to think about it, but my heart still remembers the grievances I suffered in that family, and it's really hard to let go of my family of origin." "Jiang, Yan, are you asleep? Tomorrow there will be a water festival in the south of the city. Are you going to go?" A female voice rang out from another courtyard. "She is the owner of the BB, Sister Chen. She is friendly. What activities in the neighborhood will tell them, a month down, and her relationship is quite good." Zhang Qing shouted back, "Of course we have to go, Sister Chen. How can this kind of activity be without us?" "Sister Chen, good, then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, let's go together." Zhang Qing, "Okay, Sister Chen." The next morning, Li Yan was woken up by Zhang Qing. I can't go to the water festival today, nasty. How come my vacation came? It's really bad luck." Li Yan slowly woke up, sat up and rubbed her eyes. Recently, the quality of her sleep is really good. Maybe the air here is good and she is free from stress, so she always sleeps until she wakes up naturally. Yan, I can't go today, I have my period." Zhang Qing came over and sat on the edge of her bed, looking at her with a sad face. Li Yan felt her body was still a little soft, and she went behind her. "If you're on your period, you can rest at home, it's just that I still want to sleep." "Why do you always want to sleep lately? By the way, we have been playing together for a month, why hasn't your period come yet?" "I'm always a few days late." Li Yan said offhandedly. "I remember, didn't you get your period on the 8th of last month? Today is the 22nd, how long have you been late?" Li Yan snapped her eyes open. Yes, the period did not come for a long time, and then remembered a month ago and that man chaotic night. This month she played too high, did not remember the period of things. The original period should be in 810 or so to come, but now it is already the 22nd. She will not be pregnant, right? How can that be? It's only been one night and she's pregnant? But the period was so late, it had never happened before. Zhang Qing changed her clothes and said, "If we can't go to the water festival, why don't we go to the mountains to collect mushrooms? I can't stay at home anyway, I can't stay." Li Yan slowly sat up and gently touched her flat belly. Bell-ringing cell phone rang. Li Yan picked up the phone, saw the screen as Chen Yue call. She picked it up without expression, and the opposite end said, Yan, are you still playing outside? You're not coming back yet? I've been playing for so long. Is there something wrong? She responded indifferently. Of course there is something. Your brother did not get into a major university. We want to invite the teacher appreciation banquet. You as Xiaoshan's sister, you have to come back. I don't want to go. You don't want to go? You have to be back in 3 days. You've been playing around, haven't you? You've grown up. You've grown up. Don't you even listen to your mom and dad? Li Jianhua shouted. Li Yan didn't want to listen and hung up the phone with a snap. The family is crazy. What are your parents looking for you for? Jiang Cheng asked. Li Yan put the phone down and looked at her back, said Li Zeshan got into a major university, thank you banquet, let me go back to eat. Cut. Jiang Cheng rolled her eyes, go back for dinner? Ha, do you believe it? Must be trying to squeeze you. Even if I were in the capital, I wouldn't go. That said, why haven't you broken up with your family yet, or maybe you guys should just break up? If I had a father like you, I would definitely sever ties with him and never see him again for the rest of my life. Who would lock their daughter in a room and not let her fill out the application in the days when she fills out the application? If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Chunan and I couldn't get in touch with you, and we went to your house to release you, and submitted the application at the last minute, you wouldn't have been able to go to the university. Jiang Qing still remembers the day 4 years ago when she and Tang Chunan climbed the window and released Yan Yan. She never thought that a real father would lock her up in a room with no food or water on the days she filled out her volunteer in order to keep his daughter from going to college. If she was treated like that by her father, she immediately severed her father-daughter relationship with him. Li Yanyan recalled 4 years ago, after the college entrance examination score came out, checking the score 701 points, that excited mood. I've been waiting for the day to fill out the application, but I didn't expect to be Li Jianhua tricked home and locked up. He also said, girls read so many books for what? High school graduation is already highly educated, really cannot go to a college in the local, go to the capital, do not even think about it. He ruthlessly closed the door and sealed the windows and doors. Li Yanyan was loudly begging, let her out, he was not moved. After making a lot of noise and begging for a long time, it didn't work. Later, she forced herself to calm down. How to escape from here, carefully observed. The room is only 5 square meters, there is nothing inside, indicating that Li Jianhua has long wanted to lock her up. During those 3 days, she couldn't figure out why her father didn't love her since she was a child and treated her so badly. Her grandmother had paid for her high school tuition, so what was in his way? Why didn't he let her go to college? Is it possible that she is not his biological child? When I was a child, I had been living with my grandmother, and when I was in junior high school, I stayed at his house, and he never looked at her, and he would always sneer at her, and he would punish her for kneeling down if she did something wrong. The stepmother to her general, home chores will let her do, cooking, washing clothes, mopping the floor almost every day will do. Half-brother Li Zeshan also never called her sister, but called her by her first name. After high school, you live in school, at home once in a while back, Li Zeshan will say, you come to my house for what? She has been studying hard, is hoping that she has enough ability to get rid of the original family. She started earning money in her senior year of high school, and she also studied while working part-time for 4 years in college, and now she has saved a lot of money. It's a pity that her grandmother, the only one who loved her, passed away 2 years ago. Grandma, I miss you again. I wonder if you are good in heaven? Chapter 5. Congratulations, you're pregnant. After Yan Yan and Jiang Qing ate their meal, they were ready to go to the mountains to pick up mushrooms, but they didn't expect Jiang Qing to suddenly say that her stomach hurt, so she went back to bed to lie down. Yan Yan, I'm in pain. Jiang Qing's face is slowly turning white, and her voice is breathless. Li Yan Yan poured a cup of hot water for her. Qing, drink some hot water, it will be better. After Jiang Qing drank the hot water, she was still lying on the bed, covering her stomach, and cold sweat was coming out. Li Yan Yan was distressed. Qing, why do you hurt so much this time? You didn't hurt this much before. I don't know, it just hurts. It feels like there is a knife scraping my stomach. I don't have the strength to talk. I will go to get a hot water bag, put it on my stomach and cover it, it should be better. A few minutes later, a hot water bag was placed on Jiang Qing's abdomen. Slowly, it did get better, but it still hurt. It hurts so much that I want to die. Jiang Qing was in a cold sweat. How can it hurt so much? Should we go to the hospital? I can't go, my stomach hurts. Why don't you go to the drugstore and buy some painkillers for me, Yan Yan? Li Yan Yan looked at her best friend so difficult, so she got up. Good, then you wait for me. Not far from the opposite side there is a drugstore. I will go to buy some painkillers. I will be back soon. Jiang Qing nodded helplessly. Li Yan Yan took the cell phone and went out quickly, soon arrived at a drugstore, eagerly bought the menstrual painkillers. After drooping her eyes, she turned back to take a pregnancy test, and paid for it together before leaving quickly. On the way back, someone called out to her. It was the man who lives in the BB next door. His name is Chang Qingfeng, he's an online writer. Yan Yan, you didn't go to the water splashing festival in the south of the city today? Chang Qingfeng looked at her with a smile. Mr. Chang Qingfeng looked at her with a smile on his face. Li Yan Yan nodded her head. Didn't you and your friends go to any event? Why don't you go today? My friend is not feeling well, so I won't go today. I'll go back first. My friend is still waiting for me. Li Yan Yan smiled faintly, then turned around and left. Chang Qingfeng looked at her slender back, the corners of his lips curved. After feeding Jiang Qing the painkillers, it soon didn't hurt much, and not many minutes later, Jiang Qing fell asleep. Only then did Li Yan Yan slowly take out the pregnancy test stick and walk towards the bathroom. Read the instructions and follow them again. Next, wait 3 minutes for the results. In less than a minute, the pregnancy test stick showed 2 red bars. It was positive, she was having it. She was pregnant. Her mind went blank for a few seconds, and when she reacted, she touched her belly and then laughed a few times. She was really pregnant, just that one night, she was pregnant. Thinking about that night, and the man's words the next day, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to face the outcome. She is just a fresh graduate college student, has not been in love, not to mention that she has not thought about being a mother. Ringing cell phone ringing, Li Yanyan slowly opened, caller ID Tang Chunan. Tang Chunan. Once thought, will be with him, but the reality of the obstacles of the two separated, and now it is even more impossible to ever be together. Press the answer button, the voice came from the other side. Yan Yan, you finally answered the phone, you have been so cold to me recently, is it not that I do something wrong? Li Yanyan pursed her lips, slowly spoke, Tang Chunan, in the future we have less contact, you are over there to study well. Why? Yan Yan, why are you suddenly saying this? Tang Chunan raised his voice and asked. I just feel that there is a huge difference between us. What difference? We grew up together. What's the difference? Yan Yan, do you know how much I like you? I have liked you since junior high school, because you said you wanted to go to number 1 middle school. I studied hard to follow your footsteps, because you had good grades to go to Qing University. I tutored every day in high school, and it was not easy to go to college in the same city as you, and for so many years, we have grown up together. Don't say it. Li Yanyan instantly red eyes, he confessed to her only now. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Yan Yan, did someone say something to you? Or did something happen to you? Nothing. Nothing? How could you say such a cruel thing to me? I can't stay here any longer. I'll book the earliest flight back. I want to talk to you. Tang Chunan, don't be capricious. Study hard over there. I have a life and a job too. Yan Yan, what's wrong with you? Li Yanyan sighed, anyway, that's it, I don't like you, I've always treated you as a friend, the same as Qing Qing, I wish you all the best over there. Then hung up the phone, and pulled all his contact information into the blacklist, including Alipay. Looking back at the 2 red pregnancy tests, he sighed softly. In fact, it is okay to give birth. If she gives birth, this child is the only family she has in the world, and she will definitely give all her love to her child. She is now completely self-reliant, and raising a child should not be a problem. The man that night was very tall, she was 171 just up to his neck, he was about 1 meter 9, he was also very handsome and talked well, the child should be very beautiful. Why don't we just have the baby? But the child is incomplete without the father, it's not fair to the child. What should I do? What's wrong with you? It's none of my business. Jiang Qing shouted from the bedroom. Li Yanyan hurriedly threw away the pregnancy test, and washed her hands slowly out of the bathroom. Only to see Jiang Qing sat on the bed and said loudly, you do not know it, your mother really is the surface of a set behind a set, you just got on the plane is not pretending, she said that Yan Yan cannot match you, so that she away from you, but also said that you go abroad to study back to find a woman and you match, so to blame your mother to go, to blame our Yan Yan to pull you black what? Our Yan Yan is the one who was aggrieved, hang up. Jiang Qing angrily hung up the phone, raised his eyes and saw Yan Yan. Did you black out all of Tang Chuanan's contact information? Aha! No wonder you called me. Jiang Qing looked at Yan Yan's eyes, you really, and he counted? Yes, I did. It's a shame, after all these years. Yan Yan, are you sad? A little. After all these years. The two were silent for a few seconds. Li Yanyan changed her smile, sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand. Xing, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, it's much better after a nap. That's good, let's go back to the capital in the next 2 days. We still have to work hard and earn more money, we still have to live well in the future. Jiang Cheng nodded, good, to earn more money to do. 2 days later, the two took the airplane back to the capital. Back home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yanyan put the luggage after a little hungry, opened the refrigerator empty, in addition to a few eggs nothing. Li Yanyan took her cell phone, lying on the living room sofa, and touched her flat belly. The vacation has been delayed for more than 2 weeks, there is absolutely no sign of coming, the pregnancy test stick also detected a pregnancy. No, go to the hospital to check it out. 1 hour later. Li Yanyan asked the doctor sitting opposite with an expectant face, Doctor, what is the result? The doctor was probably in her 40s. She pushed up her glasses, looked at her report and nodded her head. Congratulations, you are pregnant. According to the projection of your last menstrual period, it's almost more than 6 weeks. Although she was already prepared for it, hearing the doctor's confirmation gave her a jolt. The doctor saw the look in the young girl's eyes and realized that perhaps she was unmarried and pregnant. She sighed. The boyfriend doesn't know? Li Yanyan pursed her lips and shook her head. Such a big thing, it is better to talk to the boyfriend or parents. When you go back, pay attention to your diet, rest more in early pregnancy, and supplement folic acid. Thank you, doctor. Chapter 6. The man is looking for it. After coming back from the hospital, Li Yanyan lay on the living room sofa, looking at the ceiling and thinking a lot. The baby in her belly, what should be done? In fact, she moved the idea of abortion. After all, she is just 20 years old. But it was just a thought. Now she has more than 800,000 yuan of savings, and more than 30,000 yuan of income every month. Stable work, raising a child should not be a problem. But I heard that it is difficult to raise a child, it is painful to give birth to a child, and there is still no father. Ringing cell phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up the phone to see, it is Li Zeshan. Face expressionless, picked up, the opposite side said, back? I don't know what to do. Of course there is something. Tomorrow Shanglong Hotel, I thank teacher banquet, you remember to come. I don't want to come. Li Yanyan, you come, you are my sister. And again, I got into a book, you have not sent me a gift, I will soon go to college, you buy me a computer, I see a computer to go to school to use, the cost is not high on the 18,000 more than you give me, a transfer it. Li Yanyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, this brother of hers can be really calculating, let her go to his thank you banquet tomorrow just to let her buy a computer? Ding-dong, doorbell rang. Li Yanyan impatiently pressed the speakerphone, while walking towards the door ready to open the door. She disliked back, 18,000 more is not much. You don't even consider money as money? If you want me to buy you a computer, don't even think about it. Why don't you ask your parents? Your parents have so much money, they can't even buy you a computer if you want one? The opposite end softened, sister, you are my own sister, please buy it for me. Li Yanyan at this time has come to the door, reached out and opened the door, continued to dislike, I cannot possibly buy it for you. The door was opened, only to see a tall and handsome man standing outside the door. He was wearing a decent suit. Li Yanyan just a glance and froze. This man is not exactly that night a month ago and her one night spring, that man? How did he find her home? The cell phone also came out. Li Zeshan's voice, sister, please, I also look for my mother to buy me. She said that the family was originally a few million, a few days ago to save a fixed term, and now 10,000 yuan cannot come out, so she asked me to look for you to buy me a computer. The money is I borrowed from you, okay? When I graduate from college and work, I will pay you back. Li Yanyan subconsciously closed the door and hung up the phone again. Her mind was confused. How did this man find her? How did he know she lived here? What did he come to find her for? A few seconds later, there was a knock on the door and his voice, Yanyan, open the door. Li Yanyan sighed lightly, knowing that she could not escape, and slowly opened the door. Only to see a man with a sad face looking at her. The two were silent for a few seconds. He opened, Yanyan, can I come in? Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Yuanzhou entered the door, looked around, the house is small, but very cozy, and smoothly closed the door again. Change your shoes? The man asked. Li Yanyan looked at the clean leather shoes on the man's feet and slightly shook her head. How do you know I live here? Li Yanyan asked in a low voice. The man stared at her, his voice a little sad. Yanyan, this month I have been waiting for your call. I've been waiting for your call for the past month. Li Yanyan voice even lower. You said you want to go back and tell your parents about our marriage, how could you forget? Li Yanyan was weak and her head was low. Yuanzhou looked at the girl's appearance and instantly lost all his anger. That day, after Yanyan left, he has been waiting for Yanyan's phone, waiting for 2 days she did not call, so he called, but how can not get through? She set up an unfamiliar number blocking, so all the unfamiliar number cannot call. The first time I saw her was when I was in the hospital, and she was in the hospital, and she was in the hospital. He let the assistant to check her information, found her address, that night to come here to find her, pressed the doorbell for a few minutes, did not respond, or next door to the old lady told her that she and her friends went out to travel to go. He had no choice but to leave. During the period has been waiting for Yanyan phone, but also every day to come here to press the doorbell to wait for her to go home, did not expect a whole month she did not come back. He was anxious, thinking Yanyan not come back. He went to Yunnan to find her. Just this afternoon, the assistant told him, Yanyan back to the capital. He put down his work, immediately looked over, he would like to see, Yanyan is really forget him. He wanted to see if Yan Yan had really forgotten him. The day she said she would go home and tell her parents about their marriage, she was also lying to him. Little liar. The man hooked his lips and stared at her and said, where am I a liar? Li Yan Yan looked up at him and moved her eyes away again. Deceiving my feelings, and lying to me that you would call me. I haven't waited for your call for over a month, and I can't get through to you when I call you. I don't have your number, my cell phone is set up to block unfamiliar numbers and I thought that day was in the past. After all, we are both adults. Who told you it was in the past? You slept with me. You don't want to be responsible for me? You don't want to be responsible for me? Did you tell your parents we were getting married? Li Yan Yan shook her head. Still saying you're not a liar? You clearly said you'd go back and tell your parents that day. I can make my own decisions about my own affairs. In that case, the Civil Affairs Bureau is not yet closed, let's go and get the license. Yuanzhou stood up. Li Yan Yan looked at the tall man in dismay. The man moved closer towards her, reached out and pulled her wrist, pulling her up. Let's go. I am not going. Li Yan Yan shook off his hand. Marriage is a major life event, how can it be so hasty? Yan Yan, the moment you kissed me that night, I decided to marry you. Don't you want to be responsible? I didn't know anything about you that night. I didn't even know your name. How could I marry a stranger? Yan Yan, you still don't know my name? Yuanzhou held his forehead, he had told her. Li Yan Yan shook her head. Yuanzhou had no choice but to introduce himself again. My name is Yuanzhou, I'm 28 years old, I've never had a girlfriend, my parents are in good health, I have a brother, my family is harmonious, my work is stable, I have regular physical checkups every year, my body is very healthy, I don't have any bad hobbies, I'll respect and love you after we get married, you'll still be the same as you are right now, you'll do whatever you want to do. Li Yan Yan bit her lip, looking at his appearance, so sincere look, then glanced at the flat belly. She was pregnant with this man as child. But she didn't want to get married. She had witnessed too many unhappy marriages. I don't want to get married. Yuanzhou looked at the girl's face, sadness, a soft heart, gentle whisper, now mention marriage is indeed too sudden, so at Yan Yan, or we first dating, first slowly cultivate feelings. Li Yan Yan looked at the man's eyes, he is tall and handsome, good body, physical strength, exudes the charm of a mature man, that night she has experienced. Be my girlfriend, okay? The man asked again. Li Yan Yan got up, walked towards the balcony, her back to him, silent. Yuanzhou's eyes flashed a trace of strangeness. Yan Yan resisted him so much, was it because of Tang Chunan? When investigating Yan Yan, he knew Tang Chunan, and Yan Yan grew up together, from the North City together to the capital city to study, childhood sweethearts. At that moment, he was mad with jealousy. But luckily, that kid is now 1,000,000 miles away. Yan Yan, think about it. Li Yan Yan turned around and looked at the man's gaze. You are the one who has to think about it, we have only met twice, Mr. Gu, you really don't have to be like this, and that kind of thing is ultimately a girl who suffers, and you don't have anything to lose. The child in the belly is the child that was left behind that night, so it is only the woman who bears the consequences. That night was my first time, so it's not a loss? Yuanzhou looked at her with a smile. Li Yan Yan wanted to say something inside, since you want to marry me, do you like me? Chapter 7 Yes. I am pregnant. Yes, I like you, Yan Yan, you are bright and beautiful, confident and sunny. Once I thought that I would be alone for the rest of my life, since I saw you that day, I decided to take you as my wife. He spoke frankly and openly, but Li Yan Yan paused. She really has no hope for marriage, she has seen too much, marriage after a few years are all a chicken feather, people who love each other passionate past, but also cursed the world's most difficult words, can whitehead a very few. We've only met twice. So what? I have been thinking about you every day for the past month. Li Yan Yan's heart was pounding, and this man had been playing straight ball. He looks non-rich, the suit on him looks expensive, his every word and move is gentlemanly, his family must be rich. He's in such a hurry to get married, could there be some hidden agenda? He also said he has never had a girlfriend, he is 28 years old and has not been in love once? How could such a rich, handsome, tall and handsome man not have a woman? Could it be that he likes guys, so? Drip 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 drip, someone outside pressed the code, and then the door was opened. Yan Yan, I want to sleep with you tonight. Jiang Qing saw Yan Yan and a man standing in the living room as soon as she entered the door, and when they heard her open the door, both of them turned to look at her. Li Yan Yan took a few steps forward and was a little surprised. Qing, why are you here? Jiang Qing saw the unfamiliar man standing in the living room, her eyes looked from top to bottom, then she looked at Li Yanyan and revealed a bad smile. Who is this? Li Yanyan pursed her lips, a little difficult, stammered, he is. You stuttered? Jiang Qing looked back and forth at the sight of the two men. Gu Yuanzhou just glanced at Jiang Qing, after which his gentle eyes kept looking at Li Yanyan, not moving away from her for half a moment. Gu Yuanzhou revealed a polite smile. Hello, I am Yanyan's fiancé, my name is Gu Yuanzhou. My name is Gu Yuanzhou. Fiancé. Jiang Qing's eyes widened in surprise and her voice raised in decibels. Li Yanyan immediately retorted, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Qing held her arm tightly and asked with a gossipy face, what's the situation? We are only separated for 2 hours, you have a fiancé? Ah? How can it be he is talking nonsense. Li Yanyan explained. Look at his appearance, does not look like nonsense. Look, you two must have what? Isn't it? Why don't you tell us the truth? We really don't have anything. It's only our second meeting. Then how did he say he's your fiancé? It's hard to say. Li Yanyan glared at the man in dissatisfaction. Jiang Qing looked at the man and asked with a smile, are you really Yanyan's fiancé? No, no. Li Yanyan resisted in a small voice. Yes. Gu Yuanzhou had a smile on his face. Did I miss anything? Yanyan, haven't the two of us always been together? Since when do you have a fiancé? Jiang Qing was puzzled, looking at Yanyan, something must have happened between her and this man. He is not. Li Yanyan looked at Gu Yuanzhou, only to see that he had been looking at her with a big smile. Then she looked at Jiang Qing beside her, and her eyes were full of doubt. Qing, come with me to the room, I have something to tell you. Li Yanyan pulled up Jiang Qing's arm and headed for the room. Arriving at the bedroom door, she turned her head to look at the man and said, you wait for us first, we have something to say. Gu Yuanzhou nodded with a smile, good. After arriving at the bedroom, Li Yanyan closed the door and Jiang Qing couldn't wait to ask, what is the situation? How did he say he is your fiancé? Li Yanyan lowered her head and sighed, slowly sitting on the sofa. Jiang Qing was anxious, sat beside her and grabbed her arm, quickly say when behind my back met such a handsome man? I met him more than a month ago, the day Tang Chunan left the country. After that, you pulled me to the bar restaurant, I remember I drank a little drunk, I went to the restroom, accidentally ran into him, I don't know how it happened, I hugged him and said that he was handsome, and a heart to his arms, he said to break all the brakes can't be opened to me, and brought me into the hotel night. Yanyan briefly said. Jiang Qing stared wide-eyed, the hotel. He took you to the hotel? Then what happened after that? Li Yanyan bit her lip, recalling that chaotic night. Jiang Qing had a bad feeling in her heart and asked tentatively, you were bullied by him? Li Yanyan lowered her eyes and nodded gently with a slightly red face. Jiang Qing fell back to sit on the sofa, a face of guilt said, this is all my fault, Yanyan. How can I blame you? I remember that night to go to the bar was encouraged by me. If I did not pull you to go to the bar, how could you? It is not your fault, Qing, you do not blame yourself. Yanyan, this is my fault, if it is not because of me. Li Yanyan embraced her, comforted, Qing, how could you predict what would happen to me that night? So I really don't blame you, and I think Gu Yuanzhou is quite handsome, even if I had sex with him, I didn't lose out, and what? You're in love with him? Jiang Qing asked. No, I'm pregnant, and I'm planning to give birth to this child. Li Yanyan touched her flat belly. Jiang Qing was shocked again, you are pregnant? You're going to have a baby? Keep your voice down, Qing, I'm only telling you this matter, no one else knows about it, so you have to keep it a secret for me, don't mention it in front of anyone. Yanyan, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Can you tell me all at once? I've told you everything. I have no more secrets. You're really good at keeping secrets. We were in Yunnan for so long, and you didn't say a word. I didn't think I'd get pregnant. I thought I'd never see Gu Yuanzhou again, but he found me right after I got back and asked me to marry him. Did you promise him? I don't know, we've only met twice, and I don't know what kind of person he is, so how could I dare to say yes to him so easily? I think he's a gentleman and a good man. The key is that you're pregnant with his child. Yanyan, do you really want to give birth to this child? I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I've decided to have the baby. I don't have any relatives in this world, and this child is my only relative. I must give birth to him and give him lots and lots of love. Good, after the child is born, I will be his godmother, I will buy him a lot of delicious food, a lot of toys, and we will both be good to him together. The living room. Yuanzhou walked towards the balcony, only to see several pots of flowers placed on the balcony, all blooming brightly. He picked up the kettle next to him and watered the potted plants. For Yan Yan, he is determined to win, he must marry her as his wife. That night, the first time he saw her, her smile was imprinted in his heart, lingering. As fate would have it, he met her again a few days later at the bar, so of course he had to hold on to her and wouldn't let her leave him. After watering the house and putting down the kettle, Yuanzhou went back to the living room and looked around. He felt that this house was too small, there was no nanny's room. Would Yan Yan be too constrained to live here? The bedroom door was opened, and Jiang Qing's voice rang out. Yan Yan, I'm so hungry, let's go out to eat. Well, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with whatever I want. What do you want to eat? You're different now. I'll go with your taste. Qing, don't talk nonsense. Li Yan shook her head. I almost blurted it out. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Coming to the living room, only to see the man also walking towards them, he gently said, Yan, you guys are going to dinner? I'll treat you. Chapter 8 Yan fiancé. Li Yan shook her head. No, you go back first. As for that thing you said, I will think about it and consider giving you a reply. Yuanzhou's deep eyebrows flashed for a moment of loss, then the corners of his lips curved, and he tenderly said, Yan, I would like to invite you to dinner, and in the meantime, get to know each other a little better, okay? Li Yan grabbed the arm of Jiang Qing beside her, and pretended to be difficult, but tonight I want to have dinner with Qing Qing. Jiang Qing's eyes have been sizing up the two men, and then said, Am I here as a light bulb? Or should I just go home and leave you two alone? Qing, aren't we going to dinner? Li Yan was a bit annoyed. Or you can eat with your fiancé, so you two can get to know each other well and cultivate your feelings? Qing. Li Yan's face turned red. Yuanzhou was satisfied that Yan's friend recognized him as Yan's fiancé, and he couldn't hide his smile. Jiang Qing saw that Yan was really angry, and immediately said, I'm just kidding, Yan, don't be angry, let's go eat, I'm starving. I'm not going to be angry, Yan, don't be angry, let's go eat. Then looked up at the man and said, You go back. Yuanzhou smiled and said, Yan, let me treat you and your friends to dinner today, okay? Li Yan saw the man was very sincere. Jiang Qing also whispered in her ear, Let him please, by the way, to understand the child father. Li Yan felt that Qing had a point. After all, he was the father of the baby in her belly, so she nodded. Jiang Chang looked at Yuanzhou and said, Then it will be a waste of money later. Yuanzhou looked at Yan, My pleasure. Then the three of them went out together and took the elevator. In the elevator, Yuanzhou asked, Yan, what do you want to eat? Li Yan rolled her eyes and couldn't decide. She asked Jiang Qing beside her, Qing, what do you want to eat? Jiang Qing revealed her big white teeth. I'm casual, Yan, we'd better wait for your fiancé to arrange it. We'll eat whatever he invites us to eat. Li Yan gently pinched her arm and retorted in a small voice, Don't talk nonsense. Yuanzhou's lips hooked up, full of satisfaction. After leaving the elevator and arriving at the parking lot, Yuanzhou opened the passenger door and gently said to Li Yan, get in the car. Jiang Qing stared wide-eyed at the luxury car in front of her and whispered in Li Yan's ear, Oh my god, this car is a Maybach, it seems to be $5 or $6 million, it seems that your fiancé is quite rich. Li Yan also knows that Maybach is a top luxury car, many people with status will drive such a luxury car. Suddenly, Jiang Qing's cell phone rang, took out the phone to see the caller, frowned and connected, What is it? Good, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qing said to Li Yan, I can't accompany you to dinner tonight, my dad has something to let me go home. My dad wants me to go home. Didn't you just come out of your home, and you want to go back again? Qing, you don't go, I don't want to eat alone with him. Well, it's very important, I'll come to your home tomorrow to talk to you in detail, I'm leaving first. I will leave first. Then he waved his hand towards Yuanzhou, Yan fiancé, you have to take good care of her, you cannot bully her. Well, I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Yuanzhou nodded his head. Jiang Qing quickly mounted her small donkey, showing her big white teeth, and waved bye-bye to her. Qing, put your helmet on. Li Yan reminded. It's nighttime, there's no traffic police checking, you two go on your date, bye. After saying that, Jiang Qing quickly disappeared around the corner on her little donkey. Yuanzhou looked at the girl's back and said softly, Yan, get in the car, go to dinner. Li Yan bit her lip, she wanted to say sit in the back, but felt it was not right. He would not feel that he took him as a driver? After a few seconds of hesitation, she still got into the passenger side and fastened her seatbelt. Yuanzhou arched his eyebrows, gently closed the car door, and returned to the driver's seat, started the car and lightly stepped on the gas. Li Yanyan was very restrained, looking ahead, both hands tightly grasping her bag. Yanyan, what kind of food do you like to eat, Sichuan, Cantonese or Anhui? Yuanzhou turned his head to look at her while driving. I'll do whatever I want. Then let's go to a quieter Western restaurant? Also good. As night fell and the street lights came on, Li Yanyan only felt uncomfortable. Yanyan, did you have fun in Yunnan this month? The man asked. Li Yanyan looked at him in surprise. How do you know I went to Yunnan this month? And how do you know which neighborhood I live in, how many buildings, how many rooms you know? Yuanzhou's face did not change color back. That night I not only asked your name, but also asked you where you live, you told me, so I went to your home to find you. About you going to Yunnan thing, is next door to the old lady told me. So that's how it is. But did she tell him where she lived that night? She can hug a strange man and say he is handsome, what else can't she say? Li Yanyan sighed at the thought. What's wrong, Yanyan? Why are you suddenly sighing? It's nothing. Li Yanyan took out her cell phone, clicked on the workgroup. She has not worked for a month, from tomorrow onwards, have to work hard, to earn more money to support the child. She also wants to buy a house, but unfortunately her savings in the capital, 10 square feet cannot afford to buy. Yanyan, let's add a friend, and save my phone, or strange numbers cannot call in. Yuanzhou handed his cell phone to her. Li Yanyan looked at the man, a moment to see frozen. The man's side face is also very good looking, eyelashes are very long, dark pupils, perfect outline, thick eyebrows. Only to see the man suddenly turned his head, looked at her and smiled. Yanyan, why have you been looking at me? Li Yanyan blushed and retracted the line of sight. No, I still do not take your cell phone, this is after all your privacy. In front of Yanyan, I have no privacy, password 40, open WeChat plus friends. That's good. After unlocking Yuanzhou's cell phone, he found WeChat, then swept the business card, successfully added friends, and saved his number in her cell phone, which returned his cell phone to him. When she arrived at the Western restaurant, Yuanzhou thoughtfully pulled the chair for her and waited for her to sit down before he took his seat. The waiter at the side handed over 2 menus and politely asked, "May I ask what you would like to order, ma'am, sir?" Yuanzhou did not look at the menu and asked the girl beside him, "Yanyan, you order." Li Yanyan looked at the menu, the price gave her a shock. Casually a dish are 4 figures, a glass of juice are 3 figures. It's not that you can't afford it, it's just that this meal will cost her a month's salary, and she can't afford it. I'd rather you order it. Li Yanyan looked up at the man. Yuanyan looked up at the man. Yuanzhou turned over the menu, said to the waiter, filet mignon, lobster spaghetti, foie gras truffle, caviar seafood platter, dessert on tiramisu, these are 2, and then a bottle of Romane Conti. Then, asked the girl beside her, Yanyan, you see what else you need to order? These are enough. Li Yanyan waved her hand. In her heart, she calculated the price. Yuanzhou ordered these, to 7 or 8,000, right? It should be more than that. That bottle of red wine would cost tens of thousands. The waiter took away the menu. Li Yanyan looked at the man, bit her lip and said, then later, when the bill is settled, let's go AA. Yuanzhou froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Yanyan, you want to AA with me? No one had ever proposed AA with him, Yanyan was the first. Chapter 9 Yanyan, let's get married. Well, I think it's better for us to go AA. Yuanzhou was all smiles, let's talk about it after dinner. Not long after, rich Western food was served on the table, and although the portion was not large, the plating was quite beautiful. Yanyan, eat, it's already past 7, you must be hungry. Yuanzhou glanced at his wristwatch and said. Li Yanyan ate a few bites of spaghetti, the flavor was indeed not bad. Suddenly, the man handed over the plate and placed it in front of her, only to see that on the plate was his cut steak, a whole piece that he had cut into a small piece. Eat, the steak is cut. Looking at his gentle face, Li Yanyan said thanks. At this time, the waiter came over with the red wine and said, Ms., the red wine has already woken up, I will pour the wine for the 2 of you. Li Yanyan immediately waved her hand, thank you, I will not drink. Yuanzhou said, I will pour it myself, you go and get busy. Waiter, okay, please call me if you need anything. Yuanzhou poured himself a cup and was about to drink it when Li Yanyan looked at him and asked, do you want to drink? Don't you have to drive later? Gu Yuanzhou pushed away the red wine. Gu Yuanzhou pushed away the red wine glass. She ate the food in front of her, but her mind was still obsessed with the AA system. Gu Yuanzhou, on the other hand, looked at Li Yanyan from time to time, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting. After eating her fill, Li Yanyan wiped her mouth with a paper towel. Her stomach was a bit uncomfortable, so she said to the man, "I want to go to the restroom." Gu Yuanzhou looked at her and nodded. "Well, do you want me to go with you?" Gu Yuanzhou looked at her and nodded. "Well, do you want me to accompany you?" Li Yanyan got up and went to the restroom behind her. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her figure and arched his eyebrows. He also ate about the same amount of food, called the waiter to pay the bill. "See, Yanyan has not come back. Take her bag in front of the restroom waiting for her." Buzz. Is the bag? Yanyan's cell phone rang. Gu Yuanzhou chose to ignore, thinking that Yanyan is almost out, a moment to let her call back. Buzz. Buzz. The opposite side seemed to be in a hurry, ringing 3 times. Gu Yuanzhou was curious, wanting to know who was calling Yanyan all the time, so he opened her bag and took out his cell phone, which showed Li Zeshan. Just as he took out his cell phone, a piece of paper was ripped out of him and fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, took it in his hand and looked at it, and instantly stared at it with his eyes wide open. When Li Yanyan came out of the restroom, she looked up and saw the man. He was smiling and looking at her, and in his hand, he was still holding her examination report. Li Yanyan was a little annoyed. "How do you touch my things? How do you touch my things?" The man couldn't hide his smile from the corners of his eyes. "What is there to talk about? What is there to talk about?" Manlo laughed. "If I am not mistaken, this list is a pregnancy test report. Yanyan, you have a child, is my." Li Yanyan pursed her lips, wanted to retort, looked at the man, or silent. Parking lot, car. "Yanyan, where to go? Why don't we go to my house and talk about it?" The man turned his head and looked at the passenger girl and said, "Do not go to your home." Li Yanyan shook her head. "Then where? Your house? What do you want to talk about?" Li Yanyan felt very uneasy. She didn't expect Gu Yuanzhou to have seen the pregnancy test report. She had wanted to raise the child alone, but now that he knew, what should she do? "Yanyan, why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" "Why would I tell you if I was pregnant? I'm the father of the child, you should have told me, and I should be responsible for you. If I hadn't accidentally seen this report today, were you planning to keep it from me?" Li Yanyan was weak and whispered, "Don't you be responsible." Gu Yuanzhou laughed lowly. "Don't want me to be responsible? But I am the father of the child, how can I not be responsible? I can support the baby alone, I have savings, I have a job. Then the child was born without a father, is it fair to him?" Li Yanyan wanted to retort, but she glanced at the man and then bowed her head. "Yes, it is not fair for the baby to be born without a father. She was brought up by her grandmother from a young age, without a mother, and her father did not look good to her. She knows this feeling well. Looking at her peers pampering their mothers and fathers, she also longs for a happy family. I will love him very much, and treat him very well and very kindly, and I will give all the love to him." Gu Yuanzhou held her slender wrist, looked at her face and said seriously, "Then why don't we be good to him together? Yanyan, marry me, let me be good to you and the child. I will be a husband who respects you and loves you, and I will be a loving father who protects the child." Li Yanyan drew back her wrist and sighed softly. "I know what you are worried about, although we have not known each other for a long time, and you don't know me very well, but we can slowly get to know each other. You are pregnant now. Pregnant women are all very hard. In the days to come, let me take care of you, okay? I will be a qualified husband, everything to you first, love you, protect you. After we get married, you can do whatever you want to do, and I will completely respect any opinion you have. Yanyan, marry me, okay?" Gu Yuanzhou's face was sincere, and he was slowly raiding her psychological defenses. Li Yanyan did also moved, listening to his words, looking at his dark pupils, subconsciously nodded her head. The man saw that she nodded, excitedly grabbed her arm, a face of disbelief. He thought that Yanyan would think about it, did not expect her to directly agree. "Yanyan, you agreed to marry me?" Gu Yuanzhou felt that this moment was the most thrilled, excited, and happy moment in his 28 years. Li Yanyan was flustered. I don't know. You don't want to back out, you just promised," you nodded your head. Li Yanyan didn't know why she just ghostly nodded her head, she was actually in hesitation. It only felt that the man was sincere, a gentleman, rich, and handsome, and that he would be a good father. "Yanyan, let's go get the license now." Gu Yuanzhou withdrew his hand and prepared to start the car. Li Yanyan looked at her wristwatch. "It's now 9 p.m. going to get a license?" I'll make a call to the Civil Affairs Bureau and ask them to add a shift. Yuanzhou took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Li Yan reached out to intercept. So late, too much trouble, and the matter of the license, I still want to reconsider. Yan, you do not want to back out, you have agreed to marry me. Yuanzhou was afraid that the night is long, afraid of Yan regret, or dialed the number, said a few words to the phone, start the car, directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 10 Arrival of 100 million yuan. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau was brightly lit and seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Yuanzhou unbuckled his seatbelt and took the household registration ID card. Seeing the girl's eyes confused, he grabbed her wrist. Yan, it's here, let's get off. Li Yan came back to her senses. In fact, her heart was torn. She does not know whether to get a license with this man. She also does not know how to live with him after getting a license. Getting a license means getting married to him and forming a family, which is a major event in life. Perhaps it should be reconsidered? Yan, what's wrong? Yuanzhou asked her when he saw her fidgeting. I don't have my household registration, so I can't get a license. Why don't we wait a little longer? I'm not going to give her a chance to hesitate. First coax the little girl home and then say. You can open a household registration certificate, just bring your ID card, come down. Yuanzhou opened the door and got out of the car, went around to the passenger side, opened the door and stared at her with eyes like torches. Li Yan sighed deeply and got out of the car. Yuanzhou gently closed the car door and reached out his palm again, holding the girl's hand. Li Yan trembled, only to hear the man say, let's go. She was a little uncomfortable and drew out her hand. I am not used to it. I am sorry, it is me who is too anxious. The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau together side by side. Just as they entered, a staff member, probably in her 30s, received them at the door, and with a smile, she said, Mr. Gu, you are here. Yuanzhou nodded to her. What happened next was smooth, filling out the form, taking pictures, and signing. Soon, 2 marriage certificates were placed in front of the two of them, and the staff said to them, congratulations to both of you, happy wedding. Li Yan looked at the marriage license and whispered back, thank you. Yuanzhou turned over the marriage certificate, looked at the 2 people in the photo with a smile, then closed it and put it in his pocket. 10 minutes later, I will donate $100 million to your charity department. The Civil Affairs Bureau staff stared wide-eyed for a few seconds before nodding heavily. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for giving to charity. I wish you and your wife a long and loving life. Li Yan on the side was shocked. If she just heard correctly, Yuanzhou he donated $100 million? Is he that rich? He just donated $100 million? Yan, let's go home. With a smile, the man reached out and held her hand. Li Yan was not used to it, but thinking that she was married, and it was just a matter of holding her hand, she didn't break away. After getting into the car, Yuanzhou made a phone call. He said, Assistant Song, you immediately to the Civil Affairs Bureau Charity Department to play $1 billion. He then hung up the phone and turned his head to look at the girl. Li Yan blinked and looked at him several times. The man hooked his lips. Yan, what do you have to say to me? You just donated $100 million? Did you? Li Yan asked tentatively. 100 million ah. What kind of concept is that? Did they not use the same currency? She only earns $20,000 to $30,000 a month and has only saved $800,000 over the years. He casually donated $100 million. Well, I'm happy to finally marry you today, and I'm also bothering the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau, who came back after work to do the license for us, so I donated a little bit of money. Your family, what does your family do? Li Yan asked in a low voice. Yuanzhou let out a light laugh. There is a company, the profit is not bad, both domestic and foreign business. That must be a very big company, right? It's not bad. Yuanzhou took out his cell phone again and tapped it a few times. A few seconds later, Yan's cell phone vibrated twice. Yan, look at the cell phone. Li Yan puzzled unlocked the phone, only to see the Alipay arrived a long string of numbers. She carefully counted the back of the 0, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. Yuanzhou transferred $100 million to her. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Li Yan's heart was pounding and her hands were shaking a little. She couldn't believe her Alipay balance. I've only seen such a long string of numbers online before. If you put this much money in your balance, how much will you earn in a day? You are my wife, naturally I want to transfer money to you. If it is not a limit, I would like to transfer some more to you. And WeChat also transferred 200,000, just how the wife spends it, and wait until tomorrow to transfer it to you. Li Yanyan hastily shook her head. You do not turn to me so much money, how to spend cannot spend it. Wife do not save money for me, the wife will spend, the husband will earn. Li Yanyan blushed. This just got the license, he called her wife? He changed his mind really fast. Suddenly there is so much more money, the heart is so excited. Can she use this money as she pleases? Can she really use it as she pleases? Yan, it's already 10 o'clock. It's time to go home and rest. Will you go home with me? Or should I go home with you? Yuanzhou asked. Let's go to my house. Good. The car slowly started. Li Yanyan glanced at him from time to time. He was really handsome, with a perfect silhouette, delicate features, a straight nose, and dark eyelashes. Wife. Yuanzhou looked at her and smiled. Ah, is something wrong? Li Yanyan felt crispy and her sweat hairs stood up. This wife sounded really strange. Just now, a man named Li Zesheng called you many times. Do you want to return a call? Hearing this name, Li Yanyan's face was expressionless. Do not return. What's wrong? He has the same last name as you. Is he some kind of relative of yours? Sort of a brother. Yan, can you tell me about yourself? Now that you're my wife, I want to know all about you. Li Zesheng is my half-brother. He called just to ask me to buy him a computer. I've already refused him. I won't buy him one. Well, if the wife says no, then no. I asked Assistant Song to check on Yan earlier and found out that she doesn't have a good relationship with her family. A girl who lives alone in a rented room outside, while Li Jianwan and his family live in a villa. He knew that Yan's life must be bad. He had to be doubly good to Yan. 20 minutes later, arrived at the BJ Garden neighborhood. The car was parked downstairs and the two went home side by side. Li Yan pressed the fingerprints, entered the door, changed into slippers, and took out a pair of men's slippers from the cabinet, put them on the floor, and said to Yuanzhou, you wear these slippers? Why is there a pair of men's slippers in Yan's house? Yuanzhou asked. Yuanzhou asked. Yuanzhou asked. She looked at the black slippers on the man's feet and thought back to Tang Chunan. Yuanzhou asked. Yan, will we live here after marriage? Or will you move in with me? Ah, are we going to live together? Yuanzhou laughed out loud and moved closer to her. He said gently, of course couples have to live together. Now that you have a child, do you want to live separately from me? Chapter 11 Happy Newlywed, Whiteheads to Old Age. Li Yan only felt that the man's oppressive feeling was too strong, and backed up a few steps. I think this place is quite good. I'm used to living here, and it would be inconvenient for you to live here. There are a total of 3 bedrooms. One is reserved for Qing, that is, my friend, Jiang Qing. One is for me to live in, and there is one that is for me to live in the recording studio. So there is no room for you to live in here, or else you would live in your house, and I would live in my house. No way. Yuanzhou refused. How can a husband and wife live separately? But there's no room for you here. Yuanzhou continued to move closer to her, and Li Yan stepped back until she was pressed against the wall, unable to retreat. Who said there is no room for me? My wife's room is my room. You want to sleep with me? Of course I do. I can't. Li Yan pushed him away. Yuanzhou saw that the girl was a bit resistant, so his voice softened. Yan, just now I was joking with you. Tonight I will sleep on the living room sofa. Li Yan glanced at the living room sofa. Lying down for a while to rest is okay, but sleeping all night and getting up, back pain is not comfortable. Why don't you sleep in the guest room? Isn't the guest room your friend's room? I'll sleep in the living room. The guest room is empty. You go to sleep. I'm sleepy, I'm going to rest. You go to bed early. Li Yan finished, opened the door and entered the master bedroom, closing the door again. Returning to her room and sitting on the bed, she took out the marriage license and turned it over. She looked at it again and again. She was married to a man she didn't know well. It felt like he was quite nice, a gentleman and polite. His looks were even more impeccable. He was rich, and he was so generous to her. She now wanted to tell her best friend the news. So she dialed Jiang Qing's phone, and after 3 rings, the other party answered. Yan, I was about to call you. How's your date with your fiancé going? We got a license to get married. What? What? You got a license? Jiang Qing asked loudly in surprise. Yan Yan held her cell phone away from her. Well, he saw my pregnancy test report and talked to me, so I agreed to get a license with him. Anyway, she said. You're so fast, Yan Yan. You didn't think twice about getting married? Yesterday we were in Yunnan, and today you're pregnant and married. My God, I'm so confused. I'm confused too. It's like a dream, you know? He transferred a lot of money to me after we got the license. He said he wanted me to spend it on myself, and I counted it, and it was $100 million, and he transferred $100 million to me. Are you kidding? Is 100 million renminbi? Ching ching, it's true, I can't believe it either. I counted it several times. I'm going to put the money into balance trust. I wonder how much I'll earn in a day. Will I have nothing to worry about for the rest of my life? I don't believe it. Unless you send me a screenshot of it. Okay, wait for me a minute, I'll send you a screenshot. Li Yanyan opened Alipay and sent a screenshot to Jiang Cheng. Ching ching, you see it, I sent it on your WeChat, look at the picture. Crouching, crouching, crouching. It really is $100 million. Seriously, I've seen these numbers on plutonium, I didn't expect it. How come your husband is so rich? I don't know, I asked him. He said that he opened a company, both domestic and foreign are involved. The company should be quite big, and after we received the license, he gave the Civil Affairs Bureau's charitable department donated 100 million. Today he spent 200 million. Jiang Qing sighed. Originally I was quite happy today. My father called me home at night to give me 500,000, said let me go to buy a car, but compared to your 100 million, it is not enough. 500,000 is a lot of money. What kind of car are you going to buy? I'm going to buy a BMW Mini. Yan Yan, congratulations on your marriage. Your husband gave you so much money, that means he cares about you and likes you very much. I wish you a happy wedding. Thanks for your blessing, Ching Ching. When your baby is born, I want to be his godmother. Of course. Oh, by the way, Yan Yan, didn't I ride home on a battery-operated scooter today? I wasn't wearing a helmet, so the traffic police stopped me and fined me $20. Oing oing, that little brother of the traffic police is so handsome, I really want to tease him, but unfortunately I don't dare. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Li Yanyan put down her cell phone and went to the bathroom to take a shower. And the living room of Gu Yuanzhou also called the assistant. After the pass said, Assistant Song, 100 million donated? I don't know why you have to donate so late at night. Tomorrow can also be donated. Song assistant, full of hostility, would have been off work, and was called to the company by the president of a phone call, and now have played the money but also to write materials. I got married, I'm happy tonight. Gu Yuanzhou hooked up the corner of his mouth. Assistant Song subconsciously said, how can it be? Gu Yuanzhou, huh? Assistant Song hurriedly looked for a compliment. I'm not saying I don't trust the president, but I think it's too soon. You and Ms. Li aren't familiar with each other yet. Is she willing to marry you? Gu Yuanzhou didn't want to explain. He said, you now get me my 2 sets of change of clothes, to 601, Building 8, Bijia Garden. I'm going to live in my wife's house during this period of time. Bring it over right away, and then buy me a bouquet of roses. I'm going to give it to my wife. Gu Yuanzhou hung up the phone after saying that, the corner of his mouth unconsciously rising. Song Minghua immediately got up, went to the bedroom of the president's office, packed a few sets of clothes, and drove to buy Gu Yuan, passing by the florist to buy another large bouquet of roses. The president got married. The president finally had someone. He has been working beside the president for more than 6 years. The president has never been in love, and he doesn't even look at women, so there are rumors in the outside world that the president likes men, because the assistants, secretaries, and drivers around him are all men. It also said that he and assistant Zhang, secretary Li, wine driver are the president's male favorites. How to explain? The outside world will not listen. The more rumors, the more evil. So much so that he and a bunch of assistant secretaries could not find a date. Now well, the president is now married. This rumor is finally going to be unbreakable. He and the men in the company can find a date. 40 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Gu Yuanzhou got up and opened the door. Outside the door was Assistant Song, who was holding a large bouquet of flowers. President, congratulations on your marriage. I wish you and your wife a long life and an early birth. Assistant Song said while looking inside. He had only seen Miss Knight's photo during the investigation. He hadn't seen her in person yet. Looking at the photo, he thought Miss Knight was beautiful. He didn't know if there was a big difference between the person and the photo. Unfortunately, he didn't see her in person. Gu Yuanzhou took the flowers and clothes, said, good job, this month's bonus tripled, base salary increased by 50%. Assistant Song was ecstatic. Thank you, President. I wish you a happy wedding. Well, go back. Gu Yuanzhou closed the door to the room, and just then, the bedroom door opened and the girl walked over in her pajamas. She saw the large bouquet of flowers in the man's hand and blinked. I just heard someone ring the doorbell, who is it? Gu Yuanzhou slowly approached towards her holding the flowers. It was my assistant. I asked him to bring me a change of clothes. Yan, today is the first day of our marriage. I think I should send you something, send you a bouquet of flowers, don't mind. Chapter 12 Kissing Her. Lai Yan took the flowers and smiled and thanked her, thank you. A large bouquet of flowers hugged her arms. Gu Yuanzhou saw such a lovely girl, the corner of his lips curved. Honey, sending a bouquet of flowers and still saying thank you? Lai Yan's face slowly turned red. Can I put these flowers in an arrangement? Of course you can. Then you help hold them, I'll go get the vase. Li Yan shoved the flowers to Gu Yuanzhou and went to the kitchen cabinet to take out a glass vase. One vase couldn't fit, so she took another one out, filled it with some water, and was ready to take it to the living room, only to see that the man was standing in the doorway with the flowers in his arms, his eyes moving with her. Honey, let me help you. Li Yan pursed her lips, a little bit of urgency. Then you spread this flower, I will bring the scissors over, trim it, and then put it in the vase. Good. After Gu Yuanzhou spread out the flowers, Li Yan took the scissors, repaired the leaves and then cut them, and then put them into the vase. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her and opened her mouth. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her and spoke. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Li Yan replied as she repaired it. The conditions here are limited, the place is smaller, there is a professional chef over there, the place is bigger, and there are people to take care of food, drink, housing, and transportation, so it is more convenient. I don't think my place is small, and I don't need someone to take care of me, I can cook by myself, as well as the equipment I work with is all here, I don't want to move. You're pregnant now, don't do anything, I have a special cook and nanny over there, move over with me, I'll have the cook prepare maternity meals to ensure you and the baby are nourished. I am not that delicate. Gu Yuanzhou slowly came behind her, stretched out his hand, and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. I want my wife to be light and relaxed, and to be happy every day after marrying me. Li Yan trembled, her body a little stiff. What are you doing so close to me? Just wanna hug my wife. His gentle and magnetic voice sounded above his head. His body was pressed against her back, and the two of them were close to each other. You let go of me, I am still cutting flowers. Gu Yuanzhou obviously saw that the tip of the girl's ear was red, and her cheeks were also red, so that she was even more tantalizing. I want to hold you. Gu Yuanzhou. You scoundrel. Li Yan amplified her voice, she was really anxious. Where is a husband holding his wife a scoundrel? I still want to kiss you and sleep with you. If you don't let go of me, I'll get angry. Don't be angry, wife, I'll just let go. Gu Yuanzhou slowly loosened his hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and gently kissed her on the cheek. Li Yan directly froze, and her hand stopped moving. She didn't expect that Gu Yuanzhou would actually kiss her. Honey, your strawberry pajamas are so pretty, do you like strawberries? Before, your intimate underwear was also strawberry. How do you kiss me? Li Yan stared at him with a pair of big sad eyes. You're my wife, why can't I kiss you? The man bends down, parallel to her. I'm ignoring you. Li Yan dropped the scissors and flowers, turned around and left, quickly returning to the bedroom and closing the door. Gu Yuanzhou chased after her. Yan, are you angry? I'm sorry, I just wanted to kiss you, I didn't think about your feelings. Next time before I kiss, I will definitely ask you for your opinion. Yan, don't be angry, it was my fault just now. Li Yan's heart was pounding, her body was against the door of the room, and she said to the man outside, I'll leave the flowers in the kitchen to you, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Then wife, you are not angry, right? A little angry. Li Yan reached out and touched his kissed cheek. I'm sorry, I'm not disrespecting you, I just couldn't help it. Wife, I like you a lot. Okay, I'm not angry, stop it. That's good, wife, in the future, if I do anything wrong, you must tell me, there can be no misunderstanding between husband and wife. Aha! Go to bed, I'll go to the kitchen to arrange flowers. Good night. Good night. Gu Yuanzhou turned around with a smile and went back to the kitchen, cutting and arranging flowers. Li Yan saw that there was no movement at the door, gently opened the bedroom door, and saw that the tall figure in the kitchen was busy. She also revealed a smile. And gently retreated 2 steps, closed the door, back to the bed, picked up the phone. Xingxing sent her WeChat. Yan, I just checked, 100 million in the balance treasure, a day's earnings of more than 5,000 to 6,000. You now wake up every day 5-6,000, you're rich, begging for adoption. Li Yan replied, no problem. That side is not replying. Suddenly, Li Zeshan's voice call came over. Li Yan frowned, why is he a ghost? He has called her more than 10 times today, it's 11 o'clock, and he still called her, his computer must be bought by her? I accidentally clicked on the connection, the voice immediately came, why don't you answer my call? Do you know how many I called? Li Yan rolled her eyes, bluntly, no money. Sister, I know you have money, don't you have $2 to $3 million a month now? Little brother, I only need 18,000, buy a computer, when little brother graduated from college, 10 times back to you. Why don't you go to your parents? Your parents got $10 million from the demolition of their house, and they can't even give it to you for just $18,000? They didn't get 10 million, they got 9.6 million. Later, my father bought a villa in the suburbs of Beijing, which cost several $1,000,000. Although my father made some money in business, we need to spend it tightly, and a few days ago, my mother deposited the remaining several $1,000,000 in a fixed-term deposit, which can't be withdrawn within 2 years. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Your parents didn't give me a penny of the 10 million your family got from the eviction. I went to college on my own part-time job, so how can you ask me for money? Then it's their fault, not mine. If that demolition money had gone to my account, I would have given you the money, but it didn't go to my account, it went to Dad's, and I have no right to give you the money. Besides, I am your brother, you should give me money to spend. Li Yan is simply speechless, their family is sick. Sister, I am looking for you to borrow money, but not looking for you to ask for money. I have promised to graduate will be 10 times back to you, 18,000 to return you 180,000. Oh. Li Yan our angry laugh. This way, tomorrow is my promotion banquet, I will go to your house to pick you up. I'm not going. I'm coming to pick you up, don't push your luck, you're not coming to your brother's promotion banquet, it's not like that, okay? I'm hanging up. Li Zeshan hung up the phone. Li Yan looked at the hung-up phone and smiled bitterly. Putting down the cell phone, Li Zeshan's words lingered in her ears, so angry that she could not sleep. Tossing and turning, she can't sleep. She remembered when she was a child, being scolded by her father, ignored by her stepmother, and disrespected by Li Zeshan. Deeply sighed, then touched her belly. Only then did she reveal a smile. Fortunately, she still had a child, her child. After birth, she would love him with all her heart and give him everything good. She would also be the baby's support. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl. Actually, she wanted a girl, fragrant and soft and sweet. What would be the name after birth? Is it too early? The baby is just over 6 weeks old. Is Yuanzhou sleeping now? How's the flower cutting going? His family is rich, so he shouldn't have done any work, right? Chapter 13. Want to hold her, want to kiss her. Yuanzhou took 2 vases, one put into the living room on the coffee table, the other wanted to put into Yan room, glanced at the wristwatch, already 11:30, she should have gone to bed. It's better not to disturb her, and put it in her room in the morning. It was getting late, he took the housecoat, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and returned to the living room. Picked up his cell phone and made a call. Soon the other end picked up and said, Mr. Gu, are you arriving home? Are you going to prepare dinner? Yuanzhou calmly said, recently are not back to live, Wang's sister-in-law, trouble you, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock to prepare some pregnant women to eat a nutritious breakfast, sent to the BJ Garden 8 Building 601. Pregnant women meal? Mr. Gu, what do you mean? I'm married and my wife is almost 7 weeks pregnant. Mrs. Wang on the other end of the phone was ecstatic, what? Mr. Gu, you got married, when did it happen? My wife is already 7 weeks pregnant? Well, I just got my license today. In that case, why don't you bring Mrs. back to live here? She said she's used to living in her own home, so I let her. Sister-in-law Wang, I'll have to trouble you from now on, and I may need you to bring meals here more often. No, it's no trouble at all. I'm more than happy. It's getting late, you should rest early. Yuanzhou hung up the phone, lying on the sofa, looking at the ceiling, wondering what else he could do for Yan. Wang's sister-in-law hung up the phone, excited, Mr. usually has been a person, Mrs. has been letting him find an object, he is reluctant. He has been asked to find a date, but he is reluctant to do so. When he was introduced to a date, he refused every time, and Mrs. Wang was so worried. Later, I heard that Mr. Like Man, song assistant is his boyfriend, Mrs. Angry, questioned him, he did not refute. Madame felt that the sky had collapsed and said she wanted to hang herself with a rope in front of the company. Luckily, the master comforted her and took Madame on a trip to the mountains. Now she wanted to tell the good news to Madame immediately. Madame would be very happy. Sister-in-law Wang immediately dialed the phone. Soon the other end was connected, and a lazy voice came. Sister-in-law Wang, not resting so late? It should be 12 o'clock in China, right? Madam, good news, good news. What good news? What good news? I don't want to know anything about that evil son. You must want to know. I dare say you'd be mad with joy if you did. Any news of that wicked son will not be good news. Hear me, madam. Monsieur, he is married. Ah. What? That evil son is married to Assistant Song? Aren't same-sex couples not allowed to get married in this country? Did they register abroad? That bastard, isn't he afraid I'll hang myself in front of the company? Madam, you've misunderstood. Mr. Gu married a girl, and the girl is already pregnant, almost 2 months. Sister-in-law Wang hurriedly explained. How can that be? He likes guys. How can that be? Lin Shangyun was puzzled and turned her head to look at her husband beside her. Gu Hanting touched her head and looked at her with a smile. Sister-in-law Wang continued to explain, Madam, it's true. Just now Mr. called me to tell me. He said that he just got his license today, and he even asked me to make a pregnant woman's meal. Sister-in-law Wang, you're not kidding, right? Of course it's not such a big deal. How could I be joking? He obviously likes men. Mr. Wang has never admitted that he likes men, madam, it's just you speculating. Then he hasn't refuted it either. Maybe Sir was pushed by you to get married, that's why he didn't refute it. After a few more words, Lin Shangyun hung up the phone and looked at her husband beside her. Hubby, your son got married. Lin Shangyun said excitedly. Gu Hanting wore a faint smile. The second one got married? No. It's not the second, it's the oldest. Registered abroad? Assistant Song? Not Assistant Song. Assistant Zhang? Secretary Li? Or Driver Wang? None of them, it's a girl. Hubby, our boss likes girls, and I heard that our daughter-in-law is pregnant. It's already been 2 months. Gu Hanting's brows stretched. Is that so? What kind of reaction is that? What kind of reaction should I have? Surprise, excitement, ecstasy. Gosh, I always thought he liked men. Last time I asked him, he didn't refute it, did he? How did Yuanzhou give me such a big surprise? My daughter-in-law is 2 months pregnant. I want to go back to China. I want to go back immediately. I want to see my daughter-in-law. Well, I'll have my assistant book a flight back. Lin Shangyun's tears of excitement fell. I want to be a grandmother, husband, my son likes girls, I want to be a grandmother. Gu Hanting took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, and said gently, yes, you want to be a grandmother, I want to be a grandfather. Gu Hanting, always calm, because he knows his son's sexual orientation is normal, just said those words just teased Xiangyun. In the past, the two of them had talked about his marriage, and Yuanzhou said that he had not met a girl he liked, so he would not meet the girl arranged by his mother to go on a blind date. If he meets a girl he likes, he will enter into marriage, so he asked him and his mother not to push him. He respected Yuanzhou's idea, so he started to take his wife on overseas trips often. The next day, when Li Yanyan woke up, it was already more than 8 o'clock. After washing up, she was picking clothes to wear in the closet when the door was knocked on. Yan, are you awake? Gu Yuanzhou's voice sounded outside the door. Li Yan froze for a moment before remembering that she had gotten married yesterday. She walked over to open the door and saw the man wearing a white shirt looking at her with a smile. Yan, morning, did you sleep well last night? I'm very happy. Why are you still in my house? You're not going to work? I'll go later. You're hungry, come and have breakfast. I'll change. Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Yan closed the door and hurriedly chose a set of clothes to put on. Today, she chose a lavender dress and tied her hair up high after she was dressed. After finishing, she opened the door and walked towards the living room, only to see that the man had already set up the dishes, and when he saw her coming, the man's eyes lit up. My wife is so beautiful, this long purple dress fits her so well, I want to hold her tight and kiss her. These are all made by you, ah? Li Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table. On the table were seafood porridge, sandwiches, a plate of xiaolongbao and a few donuts, and 2 cups of soy milk. No, I don't know how to cook, this is what Mrs. Wang at home made, and sent it over to us after it was done. When Mrs. Wang came at 7 in the morning, She said she wanted to see her wife for a while, and he said she was still sleeping and told her to go home. Mrs. Wang left with a disappointed look in her eyes. Wouldn't it be too much trouble for her, and we couldn't finish so much? She said she didn't know your taste, so she prepared a little more, and since you're pregnant now, you need to eat something nutritious, so I'll ask her to send 3 meals a day to this side from now on. I'll have her send 3 meals a day to this side. Yuanzhou pulled her wrist and made her sit down. Eat, seafood porridge is very nutritious. Yuanzhou touched her head and sat beside her with hooked lips. Li Yanyan only felt strange, almost no one has touched her head. But Tang Chunan had touched it, that was when they were still good friends. He used to come here often, bringing barbecue milk tea, beer and duck, Tang Chunan, Zhang Qing and her, the 3 of them watching a movie here together, talking and laughing. Chapter 14. Thanks to my wife for caring. How does it taste? Yuanzhou asked with anticipation. Yuanzhou asked with anticipation. Li Yanyan nodded her head with satisfaction. Well, it is delicious, you also eat As long as it suits your appetite, Yanyan, tell me what you like to eat or what you avoid, and I'll tell Mrs. Wang. I'm not picky. Good. What's Yanyan going to do today? I'm working. I haven't worked in over a month. I'm in a recording studio. See that? I'm a voice-over artist. Li Yanyan pointed to the bedroom on the far side and said. Yuanzhou got up early in the morning, and he opened that room to look at it, and it was indeed a set of very professional recording equipment. Yuanzhou got up early in the morning and went in to look at it. Yan is really good. What kind of dubbing is it, TV drama or movie? Or animated novels? I've dubbed 7 or 8 network TV dramas, all supporting roles, not much, a few movies, a few animations, and more than 100 novels. I've been dubbing since my junior year of high school, and I've been dubbing for 5 years now. Yan, you've worked hard. You're only 20 years old, and you've been working for 5 years. Aren't college students usually 22? How come you're only 20? Did you skip a grade when you were in school? I went to school early. I started first grade when I was less than 5 years old. Originally, my grandma wanted me to repeat a grade, but I got good grades and then I didn't, so I'm 1 or 2 years younger than everyone else in my class. Yan is great. Li Yanyan had a slightly red face and continued to eat her porridge. Then for your lunch at noon, I'll have Mrs. Wang send it over. No need, it's too much trouble for her. After I work for 2 hours, I'll go out and buy food to cook myself, otherwise it's boring to stay at home all the time. Dubbing is indeed a boring thing. If you're tired, don't do it and do something else. I quite like this job and don't want to change to something else. Well, liking it is the most important thing, it's just that you often use your voice, you must remember to protect it. Li Yanyan smiled at him and continued to eat the congee. This congee was so delicious, she had already eaten 2 bowls. After the man had eaten his fill, he sat beside her and looked at her with a smile on his face. Li Yanyan felt that his gaze was too hot and hurriedly finished the last few bites. I'm full, it's past 9 o'clock, aren't you going to work? I'm the boss, it's okay to be late. Yuanzhou stood up and started to clean up the dishes. What does your company do? Li Yanyan wanted to ask yesterday. If she was given $100 million, it must not be simple. Our company is involved in a wide range of industries, including food, toys, film and television, furniture, and real estate. Do you want to come to my office this afternoon? I won't go. Li Yanyan waved her hand. My office is quite large, there is a separate bedroom, you can rest in the bedroom to read books can be. Well, let's go when you have a chance. Yuanzhou cleaned up the chopsticks. Yuanzhou cleaned up the dishes and put the flowers in Yanyan's bedroom last night. I wanted to send them to your room yesterday, but I thought it was late and you should be asleep. Thank you. What kind of thanks are you saying between husband and wife? It's almost time. I'm off to work. Well, you should go now. Yuanzhou approached her, his deep eyes staring at her, and softly said, Yan, can I have a hug? Li Yanyan blinked, didn't agree or object. The man thought she defaulted, reached out his hand and put her into his arms, the girl's fragrance into the tip of his nose. He wanted to keep holding her like this, what to hell with going to work? You should go now. The girl reminded. Yuanzhou opened his eyes and rubbed the top of her head before slowly releasing her. Honey, call me if anything happens. Good. Li Yanyan gently nodded her head. At noon, I'll ask Mrs. Wang to send food over, so don't go out, it's been hot lately, don't get hot. Then don't let her bring me food. I need to go out for a walk, otherwise I'll be bored. That's good, remember to contact me if you need anything, say it on WeChat, call me or whatever. I'll go then. I'm off then. Okay, take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern. Finally he left. Li Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly there is an unfamiliar husband living in the house, it's really not very accustomed to it. Taking out her cell phone, she glanced at today's work. She has several, dubbing group, usually the seniors and sisters will ask her to help with the dubbing. When she was the main dubbing, she would also ask them to help her with the dubbing, they all helped each other. As soon as she said she would do it, Li Yanyan entered the dubbing room, tried a few tones, cleared her throat, and officially started. An hour later, the day's work was done before she took off her headphones and turned off her computer equipment. Taking her cell phone, she got up, ready to go out and relax, when she saw several missed calls on WeChat and several unread messages. She looked at them one by one, and Jiang Qing asked her what she was doing. She replied, just at work, now that you are busy, you have to come to me, then. Exit, Gu Yuanzhou sent 3. Wife, I arrived at the company. Just sat down, I miss you. The meeting is so boring, those people's voices like mosquitoes buzzing, wife, want to be with you. Li Yanyan laughed a little bit, did not reply, and then exited, and the following one is Li Zeshan. Sis, why do not you pick up the phone? I'm coming to your house to pick you up. Arrive in 20 minutes. Just after reading it, the sound of the doorbell rang. Ding dong ding dong. Li Yanyan frowned, could it be that Li Zeshan is here? Ding dong, the doorbell rang non-stop, and the cell phone also rang. The caller was none other than Li Zeshan. Li Yanyan walked towards the door with no expression on her face and opened the door, only to see a young man of about 9 years old standing outside the door. He was dressed in sportswear, revealing his big white teeth. Sis, you're at home, why don't you pick up my call? I'm at work, do you have something to do? Li Yanyan said expressionlessly. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I came to pick you up and take you to the Shanglong Hotel to have dinner. Did you? Li Yanyan sneered. Didn't you come here to ask me for money to buy you a computer? Buying a computer is not the main thing, inviting you to dinner is the main thing. I'm not going. Sister, you are my own sister, you don't even go to my promotion banquet, what's it like? Is it? I can't believe I didn't know that you still treat me as your own sister. When I was little, you didn't respect me, you kept calling me by my full name, and you said I wasn't your real sister, and you said your mom gave birth to only one of you. Have you forgotten all these things? Aya, that time is small and do not understand well, now I understand, Yuan is my real sister, my only real sister. Oh, you say these words is not to get a purpose? Want me to give you money to buy a computer, tell you, no way. Sister, even if you do not give me to buy a computer does not matter, after all, we are flesh and blood of the pro-sister and brother and I go to the hotel to eat it. Mom and dad also know, when you were small they are not good to you, they have been very guilty, with me to go, and mom and dad and make up. They also know that they treated me badly when I was a child, I thought they didn't know it, I don't want to forgive them, I don't want to blame them either, just don't interact with each other quite well, you don't want to come to my house in the future, I'm living quite well by myself. Chapter 15 She is quite individual, I like. So they want to ask for your forgiveness, you also know that the elders, it is impossible to say sorry to my juniors, we will eat a meal together as a reconciliation, after all, break the bones and even the tendons, you are the father's own this matter is no matter how cannot change. Things did not happen to you, so you can frankly say these words. I know that dad did very excessive things to you, do not allow you to go to college in the capital, in the days you fill in the application to lock you up, but you are not still on it? I know that he has not been good to you since you were a child, but he must have his reasons for doing that, so go over there and solve this misunderstanding with your father, and we will all be a family in the future. I couldn't understand him, and I didn't know what reason he had for doing that. All I knew was that at that time, he wanted to destroy me. How can there be a father who would destroy his daughter? That's not true. Didn't dad say that the whole family was forbidden to come to the capital? But you still came. Now you've graduated from college, and now our family has bought a house in the outskirts of the capital, and you won't go back to live there even though we asked you to. You also said that the house is your home, it's not appropriate for me to go and live there. Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you listen to what I've been telling you for so long? Why do you keep refuting me? Because you don't really empathize, you don't know how desperate I am for him, forget it, you grew up under the love and care of your parents, of course you won't understand me, go away, or your promotion banquet will be over. Li Zeshan pulled her wrist, sister, go with me, there is nothing that can't be said with your parents. They are your parents, not my parents, let go of me. Li Yanyan shook off his hand, then pushed him away and closed the door. In fact, when she was a child, she liked her younger brother very much. His hands were soft, small and cute, and he was always following her buttocks and calling her sister, and she even carried him, and when someone beat her brother, she would still give him air. Just don't know from when onwards, the younger brother does not respect her, said she is an outsider, said his mother only gave birth to him one, she is not his real sister. Probably because she was brought up by her grandmother and the two didn't grow up together. Ding dong, the doorbell rang endlessly. Sis, what are you closing the door for? I'm not going with you. You go. If you don't go, I'll just keep ringing the doorbell so you can stay at home. Are you sick of it? As long as you come with me, I won't bother you. Li Yanyan is helpless, open the door, if you continue to annoy me, I will call the police. The police don't care about a family. Why didn't I see that you were such a scoundrel before? Sister, why don't you come with me, just to have a meal? Li Yanyan thought about it, it's good to go and make it clear to Li Jianhua, so that we won't see each other again. Okay, I'll go with you. Li Yanyan took her bag and cell phone and went out the door. Li Zeshan is smiling, early to go with me is not finished? I don't want to pay attention to him. Li Yanyan didn't want to care about him and walked forward. Downstairs, Li Zeshan pulled open the back door of a Mercedes-Benz, he said with a smile, Sister, get in the car. Li Yanyan got into the car with no expression on her face, and Li Zeshan also got in. Lao Zhao, drive. Li Zeshan instructed the driver. Yes, young master. As soon as the car started, Li Zeshan said to her again, Sister, how are you and that Tang Xunan? Li Yanyan didn't want to pay attention to him and looked out the window. What's going on between you and him? Are you dating or? What does it matter to you? You have been together for so many years and not dating, then this man cannot be relied on. Sister, kicked him, you are so beautiful, what kind of man cannot find? Mind your own business. Aren't I concerned about your love life? In fact, I have a girlfriend too. You should find someone. Li Yanyan no longer cared about him, Li Zeshan also felt uninterested, so he didn't say anything. Half an hour later, the Shanglong Hotel. Pulled a large banner at the door, congratulations to my son, Li Zeshan, on his admission to the Capital Medical University. Li Yanyan looked at her heart as if it was still water. Sister, let's go. The second floor has been taken over by Mom and Dad. Night Zeshan said beside her. When she arrived at the second floor, she only saw Li Jianhua and Shen Yue, both of whom were dressed up and glamorous, entertaining guests. Li Jianhua saw her and walked towards her, then frowned, You still know to come out? I thought you had hardened your wings and didn't even come when I invited you. Shen Yue pushed him a bit, then smiled brightly and pulled her, Yan, don't listen to your father, he actually wants you to come, he is just a knife mouth and tofu heart, Yan, haven't seen you for so long, are you okay? Li Yanyan also said in a bad mood, because I want to come? Your son did not drag me here? Li Jianhua eyes fierce, you see us did not call Mom and Dad is just, you also gave me a beard and eyes, people do not know you are my daughter, thought it is my enemy. I'm not going to be able to get a good look at you, but I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. Do you want me to tell you everything? Shen Yue continued to round up, Yan, you do not talk to your father, he is this temper, we are a family, sit down to talk, have a meal is not good? Then she said to Li Jianhua, it's not that I'm talking about you, it's not easy to see your daughter, do you have to be like this? Can't you talk to her calmly? Li Jianhua, do you see her trying to talk to me? I am his old man, not her enemy. Chen Yue pushed him again and said less. Then she said to Li Zeshan, Xiaoshan, take your sister to sit over there, in a moment, when all the people are here, the table will be opened. Li Zeshan pulled her, Sister, I'll take you to sit down. Li Yanyan shook off his hand and went into the lobby to find a place to sit. Their family of 3 are entertaining guests, Li Yanyan was bored, so she took her cell phone and looked at it. Beauty, can you leave a WeChat? I don't know when, beside me, sat a young man. Li Yanyan looked up and shook her head. The young man laughed softly, all the people who come here are relatives of the Li family, what kind of relative are you of the Li family? How come I haven't seen you before? Sorry, I want to be alone for a while. Li Yanyan did not even look at him. The man let out a light laugh, beautiful women are just high-spirited, however, you do have the capital to be proud, you are very good-looking. Because of her looks, Li Yanyan often meets people who want contact information with her, and almost every time she will refuse. There are some who can't get it, even if There are some men will say that she is noble, pretending to be proud, not just look pretty. There are some people will ask her how much money a night. There are some more unqualified people said to adopt her, a month to give her 100,000 yuan enough. She is tired of these men, one by one, a man like a dog. The man did not leave, continued, introduce yourself, my name is Qin Haoyu, is the general manager of the Qin Group. Li Yan rolled her eyes, not even bothering to look at him. Qin Haoyu felt that this beauty is a bit interesting. Usually he accosted the girl. Once he heard him say that he is the general manager of Qin's, has long been the eyes of the flowers, eager to stick to him, and this girl, a face of indifference, really have personality, he likes. Beauty, I have introduced myself, should you not also introduce yourself? Li Yan was too lazy to care about him and continued to play with her cell phone. Mr. Qin, why are you here? Li Jianhua walked over with a flattering face. Qin Haoyu glanced at him. Mr. Li, congratulations, your son got into the medical university. It's not even close to you, you're the one who came back from studying in the United States. Li Jianhua pulled Yan Li up and said sternly, Yan, the guest is talking to you, why are you so rude? This is Mr. Qin, quickly say hello. Li Yan rolled her eyes and turned around. Li Jianhua frowned, stop right there. Li Yan didn't care about him and left directly. Li Jianhua had to grovel and smile. Mr. Qin is sorry, she may be in a bad mood. Qin Haoyu looked at the girl's back and hooked his lips. Mr. Li, she is? Li Jianhua smiled brightly. Mr. Qin, she is my daughter, he called Li Yan, just 20 years old this year, just graduated from college. She is your daughter? Quite a personality, I like it. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting girl. It's her honor that Mr. Qin likes his daughter, let her give you a toast later. Li Jianhua concurred. Chapter 16. That night, they fell in love at first sight. Huanyu Group President Office. Assistant Zhang took a bunch of documents for the president to sign. Listening to Assistant Song said that the president and a girl got a license yesterday. In fact, when he heard this news, he did not believe it, and he had always heard that the president liked men. So he specially cut his inch hair in case he was seen by the president. But when Assistant Song said that he would be single for life if he lied to him, he was a bit half-hearted. Just now at the meeting, the assistant manager said the wrong data. The president was not angry, but also calmly said that next time he must get it right. If it were usual, the assistant manager would have already packed his bags and left the office. There is also the smile of the president today if not. Usually almost no smile, today has been hanging a smile, but also strange oozing. Yuanzhou signed the document, looked up and looked at him. Assistant Zhang tried to say, President, I heard you got married? Mr. Zhang said, President, I heard you got married? Yuanzhou responded lightly. Congratulations to the president, I wish the president and his wife a happy wedding, 100 years of happiness, and an early birth. Assistant Zhang was really happy and sent his sincere wishes. Yuanzhou let out a light laugh and stared at him. If I remember correctly, Assistant Zhang has been with the company for more than 5 years, right? Assistant Zhang trembled. What did the president mean? Is it possible to fire him? No way, he has been working diligently, the president will not be so heartless, right? Starting from this month, the base salary will be increased by 20% and the bonus will be doubled. Assistant Zhang looked incredulous, the president actually gave him a raise. Thank you, President. I will definitely work harder. Go out and get busy. Yes, President. After Assistant Zhang went out, he immediately shared the news with Assistant Song. 10 minutes later, the news of the president's marriage was known to the entire company. I don't know who at the president in the group, saying happy wedding to the president, the group followed the trend, the screen was full of happy wedding to the president. As a result, the president directly sent more than a dozen 10,000 yuan red packets in the group was happy and crazy, they all grabbed the red packets. After Yuanzhou sent the red packets, he kept looking at Yan's WeChat. What is she busy with? Why doesn't she reply to his messages? Yuanzhou. A lazy voice rang out. In came a man who was wearing a flowery shirt, flowery shorts, and a pair of slippers on his feet, looking at him with a licentious smile, sitting straight on his sofa. Hey Mo Yanchen sighed. Yuanzhou looks at him, reveals a smile, and asks him, haven't you found her yet? I'm not sure if I can find her yet. You said that the capital is not big, why can't I find her? Mo Yanchen rubbed his forehead. Mo Yanchen was looking for a girl and had been looking for more than a month without finding her. More than a month ago, on the night of June 15th, it was the birthday of his good brother Ji Yulin. He drank a little too much, so Yuanzhou sent him back. The car drove to the outskirts of Beijing. He suddenly wanted to vomit. Let Gu Yuanzhou stop. He got off the car on the side of the vomit. Gu Yuanzhou stood next to him, with his hands in his pockets, watching him. He wanted to urinate again, and seeing no one around, and this is a desolate place, he unbuckled his belt and started to urinate. Unexpectedly, the back suddenly came a battery car on the two girls. He was in the middle of peeing, and couldn't stop immediately. He could only say to Gu Yuanzhou beside him, "Quickly help me to block it." As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a whistling sound, and the battery car girl actually whistled at him. Then her voice came, "Handsome, you're peeing so unqualified ashamed of people, ha ha ha." At that time, he was groundless, peeing also split, staring straight ahead at the girl on the bike. The battery car quickly disappeared in front of his eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist. He was actually molested. After putting on his pants, he said to Gu Yuanzhou, "I must find that girl, I will not let her go, she actually whistled at me, I grew up so big, the first time a girl whistled at me." Gu Yuanzhou's eyes, on the other hand, had been staring at the girl in the back seat of the battery car. That night, she was wearing a red dress, her hair was draped over her head, and as the wind blew her hair, the girl glanced towards them and even revealed a smile. This moment, she was glowing. As luck would have it, he was ecstatic when he encountered her again 5 days later in a bar, drunk, and made a point of approaching. Unexpectedly, the girl fell into his arms, said he was handsome, and asked if he had a girlfriend. He then took her to the hotel. He didn't want to bully her, but she was so provocative that night, he didn't have any control, and as if he was obsessed, he had skin-to-skin sex with her. Now, she was his wife. Back to God, Mo Yanchen is still continuing to say, "Do you think she will not be from the capital? Do I still have to go to the neighboring cities to look for her again?" Gu Yuanzhou's lips hooked up. He knew that the person Yanchen was looking for was Jiang Qing, but he wasn't going to tell him now. He asked, after finding her, "What are you going to do?" "I'm definitely going to take revenge. I'm going to followed by that." Mo Yanchen revealed a smile. "She actually molested me. I, Mo Yanchen, am 27 years old. For the first time a girl molested me. I will find her, I will make her look good." Gu Yuanzhou flashed his eyebrows, not knowing if he could. As far as he knew, this brother of his should have a crush on Jiang Qing, that's why he couldn't stop thinking about her. "Going fishing this weekend, huh?" Mo Yanchen said. "Do not go. Then go to the foot massage, go to the old place to drink?" "No." "Then you arrange it. Do you think I'm still a loner like you?" He wants to be with Yin Yan every day. He won't go to any of his buddies' parties. "What do you mean? Aren't you and I both loners? I'm really different from you. I'm married." "No way. You don't even have a girlfriend, how can you be married?" Gu Yuanzhou was silent, with a disinterested look on his face. "You can't fake it for real, you can't fake it for real." Mo Yanchen saw that Gu Yuanzhou didn't say anything and stood up. "You're really married?" "With whom?" "With my wife." "I still don't believe it. You don't even have a girlfriend, who are you marrying?" "I don't care if you believe me or not." Mo Yanchen moved closer to him and propped her hands on his desk. Gu Yuanzhou took out the marriage certificate from his suit pocket, shook it in front of his eyes for a moment, and then put it back in. Seeing the marriage certificate, Mo Yanchen opened his mouth wide. It took a few seconds to react. "You actually secretly fell in love and got married behind our backs. How did you hide such a big deal so well? Who is sister-in-law? Do we know each other?" Gu Yuanzhou raised his eyebrows. "No." "Then how did you meet her? When did you first fall in love? Why did you get a license so soon? If you're in love and don't tell the guys, are we still buddies? Do you have nothing to do in the company? Why do you keep coming here? Aren't you afraid of closing down?" Gu Yuanzhou changed the topic. "Mo Yanchen, don't talk to me about this, I'm asking about your sister-in-law. How come we don't know anything about it? You're hiding it really well. In a while, my wife and I will treat you to dinner. Don't be a while, just tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, it's the weekend. You're married, why are you still hiding it? Why don't you come out and show us your sister-in-law?" Gu Yuanzhou thought for a moment. "I'll go back and ask her opinion." Mo Yanchen laughed out loud. "Yuanzhou, CEO Gu, you're not a wife slave, are you? You have to ask your wife's opinion on this little matter?" Gu Yuanzhou glanced at him. "How can you, a loner, understand the matters between husband and wife?" Mo Yanchen only felt a pain in his chest. He seemed to have been insulted. He gave Yuanzhou a hard look. Some people can't even find someone, while others are already licensed and married. Unfair. It's so unfair. Chapter 17. What an interesting girl. Mo Yanchen was so angry that he left. Back to the Rolls-Royce car, picked up the phone to call the assistant. Louie said, "You assistant, still not found?" "Mr. Mo, it is really not good to find you provide the situation is too little, the battery car license plate or not, there is really no way to find up. If you can only check that piece of monitoring, you go to the company to find a computer powerful invasion of the monitoring along the road, be sure to find the person to me." "But this is illegal, right?" The assistant is in trouble. "Don't you know how to be more careful? If you can't find the person again, you will take the initiative to resign." Mo Yanchen hung up the phone. Thinking back to that night, her voice and her face floated before his eyes. Guess, in real life, she should be an interesting girl. President's office. Yuanzhou saw that it was already 11 o'clock and Yan had not returned the message. What is she doing now? "I can't help it, but I called her on the video phone." He sat up straight, cleared his throat, and looked straight ahead, the camera pointed at him. It rang for almost 30 seconds before the other side picked up the video. Her face appeared in the screen, the voiceover there seems to still be a little noisy. He couldn't wait to speak. Yan. Well. Li Yan picked up the video in the corner. "Where are you? Why is it so noisy?" "I'm at the Xianglong Hotel, this is my brother's promotion banquet." "Why didn't you tell me about my brother-in-law's promotion banquet?" "I'm coming over right now." "Don't come over, I'll leave right away." Chen Yue came over and took her by the arm. Yan, don't call, come and sit down to eat, it's time to eat." "I'm not eating. I'm going home." "Don't be in a hurry to go. Your father and I still have something to say to you, go to dinner first, dinner and then say." Chen Yue pulled her, the video was hung up. Arriving at the main table, Li Yan sat down. The main table had the 3 members of the Li family, as well as Li Zeshan's uncle, aunt, cousin, and the man who had just asked her for WeChat, seemingly called something like Qin Haoyu. Strangely enough, she was placed next to Qin Haoyu. Just sitting down, Qin Haoyu smiled at her and spoke to her. Yan, can I call you like this?" Li Yan looked bored and didn't want to pay attention to him. But people still continue to say, "Yan, where do you work? I heard that you are only 20 years old and you graduated from university? How come you are so good?" Li Yan took her chopsticks and feasted on her food. Since she was allowed to eat, fine, she focused on eating. Seeing his daughter ignoring Mr. Qin, Li Jianhua quickly rounded up the situation. "Mr. Qin, sorry, my daughter should be hungry." Qin Haoyu nodded slightly, looked at her and said, "So thin, is should eat more, eat fat a little better." Aunt by the side of the loud asked her, Yan, more than 2 years have not seen, the more beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't have a boyfriend, Auntie will introduce you to one. Li Yan just looked up at her and smiled, and continued to eat and drink. She didn't respond, Auntie was quite embarrassed. Li Zeshan said on the side, "Auntie, my sister doesn't have a boyfriend." Auntie was ecstatic, "Really? That's great, what do you think of your cousin Sun Chen? Do you want to have a relationship first?" Li Zeshan frowned, "Aunt, you are joking, Sun Chen is our cousin, how can they be together?" Qin Haoyu on the side frowned tightly, looking at Sun Chen on the opposite side. Chen Yue also chimed in, "Yes, sister-in-law, Sun Chen and Yan are cousins, how can they be together?" "Sister-in-law, you really know how to joke." Auntie laughed out loud, "They're not relatives, why can't they be together? I see the 2 men and women, very suitable." Sun Chen slapped his mother, "Mom, stop." Then embarrassed smile, "My mom joking, Yan, you do not mind." Li Yan did not raise her eyelids, and continued to eat the food. "I'm full, I'll leave first." Li Yan stood up, wiped her mouth, turned around and left. "What's your hurry? You stand still." Li Jianhua stood up. Li Yan didn't care about him, she left with quick steps. When she went down the stairs, she heard someone shouting at her, she just paused for a moment and continued walking. Sun Chen and Li Zeshan caught up with her, Li Zeshan pulled her arm, "Sister, are you angry?" Auntie was just joking. Sun Chen was apologetic, Yan is sorry, I apologize to you for my mother, she spoke out of turn, but she definitely didn't have any bad intentions. Don't pull me. Li Yan shook him off. Sister, come back with us, the meal is not yet finished, Dad still has something to say to you. There's definitely nothing good to say, so don't listen. He's Dad no matter what, you blew up at Dad as soon as you arrived today, that's why he's upset. Don't you know how to be gentle and soft in front of Dad? After all, he's Dad. You have to give him face. Are you done? I'm leaving. Li Yanyan walked away without any expression. Sun Chen followed her. Yanyan, I'll send you back, the sun is so big, it's not good to take a taxi outside. Just out of the hotel, a red Ferrari drove over from a distance and stopped in front of her. He opened the sunroof and smiled gently at Yanyan. Yanyan, where to go? I will send you. Li Zeshan marveled, wow, red Ferrari. This must be a few $1,000,000. Li Yanyan ignored a few people, walked out a dozen meters, used the phone to unlock a shared electric car, rode away. Li Zeshan and Sun Chen looked at each other. Xin Haoyu in the car also laughed out loud. He thought Yanyan could be too cute. No girl has ever been able to resist the temptation of his red Ferrari, and he didn't expect Yanyan to just look at him and go ride that little electric bike. That's interesting. Funny girl. Li Yanyan was riding on a non-motorized vehicle, only to see the red Ferrari following her on the left side of the motorway. His car was open, one hand gripping the steering wheel, with sunglasses, traveling at a low speed. His eyes looked at her from time to time, and did not speak, just looked at her and smiled. She felt really speechless. After 2 intersections, he also followed Li Yanyan into an alleyway. This alleyway cannot enter the car. Turn left and right, and back to the main road. Turn around behind the car did not. She only didn't feel at ease to ride home. When she got home, she drank a glass of warm water and sat down on the sofa to rest. Just sat down not even a minute ago, the door rang. Li Yanyan frowned. Could it be Li Zeshan again? She just arrived home, can't she get some comfort? Coming to her house again to annoy her. She got up and cat-eyed. It was actually Jiang Cheng. She immediately opened the door with a smile. Ching, why are you? I thought it was you who came to my house and directly pressed the password to come in. Why did you press the doorbell? Jiang Cheng changed her shoes and said, now that you're married, how can I just press the code and come in? I have to ring the doorbell first. Wouldn't it be bad if I saw you and your husband making out? Ching. This is for you. Jiang Cheng handed her 2 books in her hand. Li Yanyan took a look at the cover, The Complete Guide to 10 Months of Pregnancy, Pregnancy One Day at a Time. What are you giving me this for? Li Yanyan had a smile on her face. You are pregnant, of course you need to read these books, this is my wedding gift to you. Thank you. Ching, you're so thoughtful. That's right. I'm the godmother of the baby inside you, huh? Where's your husband? Where's the baby's father? He went to work. He went to work on the first day of your wedding. Didn't he know to stay home with you? Chapter 18 Double Door Refrigerator. After you get married, you have to go to work. Besides, I'm not used to him being at home, you know I don't know him very well, and it's quite awkward to get along with him. You have to get used to it slowly. He's so handsome and has money to spend, so it's really nice. Yan, you open Alipay to show me the balance, I want to see what 100 million looks like. Li Yanyan took out her cell phone, opened the Alipay, the balance of a long string of figures in the treasure or scared her. My god, the first time I saw such a long string. Is this still RMB? Yan, you don't have to work hard for the rest of your life, this is enough to last you a lifetime. Jiang Qing's eyes glowed. I don't know if I should use this money, he transferred so much to me at once. This is for you after marriage, why can't you use it? By the way, which company is he the owner of? How come he's so rich? I don't know, he didn't say, he just said that the company is quite big, and it is involved in various fields. Jiang Qing held her in a hug, a face of relief. Yan, I am so happy for you, I hope you are happy. Thank you Cheng, originally my mood was a little bad, but you came, I am happy. Why aren't you happy? I've just come back from Li Zeshan's promotion banquet. Didn't you say you wouldn't go? Why did you go anyway? Li Zeshan came to my house and asked me to go. If I didn't go, he kept bugging me, so I went. Then they bullied you. You didn't do anything, did you? No, I just had a few words with my dad. Now that I'm older, I won't be bullied by them. Well, you should be tough. They won't do anything to you when you're strong. Jiang Qing sighed loudly. Yan, I tell you, I did not wear a helmet today and was caught by that traffic police handsome guy last time. I was fined $20 again, and was also educated by him. Told you to wear a helmet, it is very dangerous not to wear a helmet. I know, I'll wear one next time. But I know the name of the little traffic cop, his name is Louie, he is really handsome, I want to fall in love with him, I haven't fallen in love for more than 2 years. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up and she seemed to be making a nymphomaniac. Li Yanyan smiled brightly, then you go after him. If I run into him next time, I will definitely ask for his WeChat. I wish you success. Li Yanyan was a little tired and wanted to take a nap. Zhang Qing said to join her. The two lay on the bed. Zhang Qing reached out and embraced her, gently touching her belly, tenderly said, Yan Yan, you actually have a baby in your stomach and the inside, amazing. Oh, do you have any feeling? Li Yanyan revealed a smile. I don't have any feeling, sometimes the stomach will have a little drop, anyway, okay. Do you want to have a boy or a girl baby? I like female babies. I also like female babies. You must have a female baby. Oh, I will buy her a lot of beautiful dresses, dress her up beautifully. I'll try my best. Zhang Qing moved closer to her and revealed a bad smile. Did you and your husband sleep together last night? No, I think he slept on the sofa yesterday. Li Yanyan said somewhat unnaturally. We are married, why don't we sleep together? Sleeping together is a good way to cultivate feelings. And your husband is so handsome, so tall, 1.9 meters, the legs are so long, the shoulders are so wide, like a double-door refrigerator, the body should also be good. Do you have 8-pack abs? Li Yanyan's face is slowly turning red. Qingqing, can you say something serious? I'm being serious. Does your husband have an 8-pack or not? There is a bar. What do you mean there is a bar? You have slept with him. I didn't pay much attention that night. I remember that night he was so strong. He kept kissing her deeply, and after a few times on the bed, and then in the bathtub, on the carpet, and on the sofa. The most he said was, Yan Yan, I still want it. I'm so ashamed to think about it now. Why is your face red? Zhang Qing touched her face and asked. I'm ignoring you. Li Yanyan rolled over and went to sleep. You are shy, he. I don't know how long I slept, but the doorbell rang, continuously. Li Yanyan was woken up and sat up in confusion. Zhang Qing was also woken up and said in a daze, who keeps ringing the doorbell, it's so noisy. I'll go out and take a look. Li Yanyan got up and got out of bed. She came to the door, looked at the cat's eye, and saw Li Zeshan, Li Jianhua, and Chen Yue's family neatly outside the door. Li Yanyan frowned, why are they here? Ding dong, the doorbell kept ringing. It was Li Zeshan who was ringing it. Chen Yue said, why hasn't Yanyan opened the door? Is she not at home? Li Zeshan, I'm sure she's at home, but where would she go if she's not? It's such a hot day. Li Jianhua, why hasn't she opened the door? My dead daughter wouldn't have seen us and purposely not opened the door, would she? Li Zeshan, it is possible. Oh, she has always disliked us. Li Jianhua's face collapsed. I'll knock on the door. At this time, Zhang Qing walked over from the room and frowned when she heard the sound of knocking on the door. Yan Yan, who is it, knocking so loudly? As soon as the words fell, a voice was heard outside the door. Li Yan, if you don't open the door, I'll take a hammer and break your door down, do you believe me? Zhang Qing skimmed his mouth and whispered, your father? Li Yan was helpless and nodded slightly, then opened the door. If you dare to try to smash the door, I don't mind if you go to the detention center for a few days. Li Yan said lightly. Li Jianhua sneered, humph, I am your old man, you want to call the police to arrest me? You are going to smash my door, can't I call the police? Chen Yue went forward, pushed Li Jianhua away with a smile, and pulled her hand. Yan, don't be angry, your father has this character, we are coming in, it is too hot outside, if there is anything to say, let's say it at home. Let's talk at the door. I don't think we have anything to say. Yan, we're all family. Why do we have to be so tit for tat? I'll talk to your father if he's wrong. Li Zeshan took advantage of the gap and slipped in, saw Zhang Qing and greeted him. Zhang Qing, you are also there. Zhang Qing didn't even bother to pay attention to him. A family of 3 still entered the door. Li Jianhua surveyed the furnishings of the house. The house looks quite large, there are more than 100 square feet. Chen Yue saw Zhang Qing and said to her with a smile, Qing is also here? Zhang Qing nodded her head expressionlessly, Auntie good. Good, you and Yan know 10 years, right? Yes, Auntie. Then pulled Yan, this house is you buy or rent? Can I afford to buy a house in the capital? Li Yan is speechless. The price of the house on this side of the cinnamon garden should be more than 50,000 a square foot. This house is about 100 square feet, about 5 million? It's true that the average person can't afford it. Li Jianhua sat on the sofa and said sternly, you and Tang Chuanan's kid are not dating, right? Chapter 19 Li Yan can sell a good price. Li Yan was about to say, what is it about you? Only to hear Li Jianhua continue to say, I heard that he went abroad, it was his mom who had to let him go. The boy is okay, is his parents a little look down on people, you are not together or good, Tang Guochuan is always in front of me to mention, I used to be in his family as a driver of the matter, always think that I am still his family underlings, look down on me, and now maybe who has more assets than who. Chen Yue nodded her head in agreement, yes, Zheng Huilan always has a lofty look, so Yan Yan, have you ever been with Tang Chunan? Li Yan Yan is impatient, is this what you came here to talk to me about? If you're talking about this, I don't want to hear it. Who I'm with is my freedom and has nothing to do with you. Shen Yue, Yan Yan, we just don't want you to be looked down upon by others, the Tang family is not a good family, although Tang Chunan is okay, his parents look down upon me and your father from the bottom of their bones, they won't agree to you marrying into his family as a daughter-in-law. Li Jianhua stood up, Mr. Qin, what do you think? Li Yan Yan looked at him doubtfully, what do you mean? Well, you have also graduated from university, you should also find a partner, Mr. Qin's family is good, and he told me after the banquet that he has a good feeling about you and wants to spend time with you. Li Yan Yan sneered. She thought that the three of them came as a whole family for what? Jiang Qing was puzzled and pulled on her arm, she couldn't open her mouth to ask about this situation, so she listened quietly. What are you laughing at? Qin can look at you as your good fortune, his family do real estate, assets of more than 100 million, in the capital, Shanghai has a house, his mother is a bank president retired, the family is very strong, much stronger than the boy Tang Chunan. Li Yan Yan looked at Jiang Qing smiled, assets of more than 100 million, she is now assets of more than 100 million ah. Jiang Qing also returned her smile. Li Jianhua said loudly, are you listening to me? Now you know you are my father, when I was small, you left me at my grandmother's house, why don't you say it is my father, when I was 10 years old, you took me to your house, you see me all kinds of bad eyes, beat and scolded me at every turn, let me do all the things at home, why don't you say you are my father? I went to college to fill out the application, you put me in a small black room, do not let me go out, 3 days do not eat or drink, how do you not say that you are my father? Li Jianhua's face is a bit ugly, this is what happened, you still rehash old scores? The past is the past. There is no such thing as a father and daughter. Oh, Li Yan Yan sneer, you come to me as not to see that I still have value? I'm not bad looking, so I can be sold for a good price, right? Let me guess, you give me to Mr. Qin, how much favor will he give you? You. Knight Jianhua paused, indeed guessed by this dead girl. After the banquet, General Manager Qin gave him a call and said that he had a crush on his daughter. He said back that it was his honor to have a crush on her daughter. Mr. Qin said that if he can get his daughter, Jianhua and Qin Group will cooperate for a long time in the future, so that his company can go to the next level. He was full of promises, for money, so what if he sacrificed Li Yan Yan? He climbed up from the bottom, he knows that it is not easy to start a business, and it is even harder to manage a company, as long as he can have more money, he is willing to do anything, let alone an unloved daughter. Besides, the Qin family is rich and powerful, it is her good fortune to be seen by the Qin family, and she will have a good life in the future. Chen Yue piled on the smile, Yan Yan, how can you say that? What you said is too harsh. What do you mean by unpleasant? I haven't said anything worse yet. Since she was a child, Yan Yan has always wondered why her father didn't love her, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she realized that some parents just don't love their children. There are no parents who don't love their children. Your father loves you, but maybe he's not in the right way. Does he? Mom, tell me in your conscience, does my dad really love me? Compare and contrast me and night session. Chen Yue wanted to say something inside again. Starting from a very young age, she would look at people's faces, and the look of disgust when Li Jianhua saw him was something she would remember for the rest of her life. Li Jianhua did not love her and disliked her, she knew it clearly. When I was small, you did not raise me, middle school and high school tuition was given by my grandmother, and college tuition was earned by myself, so Li Jianhua, we do not contact each other in the future, you just pretend that you did not give birth to me as a daughter, and I am far away from you, and I will not take a single penny of your money. Li Jianhua slapped his thighs, and said in a stern voice, you stinking girl, I did not raise you? You are drinking the northwest wind to grow up? Without Lousy you can stand here? You also want to cut off relations with Lousy, you are hardened wings, want to go to heaven. Well, let's see, how much do I owe you? I came to your house when I was 10 years old, I stayed at your house in the first year, I stayed at your house on Saturdays and Sundays for 2 days, 8 days a month, and I haven't stayed at your house since the second year, I went back to my grandma's house in the town for long vacations, I was never given any money for living expenses, and my grandma gave me tuition fees, how much do you think I owe you to break off the relationship between my father and my daughter? You stinking girl, you have the blood of my son in your body, and still want to break the father-daughter relationship with me. Don't even think about it. There's no relationship that can't be broken, unless the money isn't there. You just say a number. Good, since you want to break off your relationship with me so badly, fine, 5 million, transfer 5 million to me, and I'll break off my relationship with you right away. Li Yanyan's eyes are wide open. 5 million, you're really asking for a lot. Humph, if you can't get it out, just listen to me and go to see Mr. Chin. It's your good fortune that he can see you, while you are still young and pretty, find a good family, and then later on, it won't be such a good thing. I really want to sell me, Li Yanyan laughed bitterly. Jiang Qing was so angry that he couldn't listen to it anymore, disliked it back. Uncle, you are breaking the law, now everyone is free and equal, how can you force her like this? You are still his real father, you will receive the condemnation of society for doing this, and worse, there will also be a prison sentence. I discipline my own daughter, even if the court judge cannot take me what? Li Jianhua said confidently. Jiang Qing continued to dislike, no, Yan Yan has become an adult, do not need your discipline, and I think Yan Yan character is very good, everything is good, do not need your discipline, I rather think that you, uncle, you need to be disciplined. Li Jianhua stared viciously at Jiang Qing, wanting to scold her but holding back. This stinky girl's father is the chairman of the Jiang group, is a not to be messed with, what she said, he had to endure. My family matters don't need you to interrupt. Li Jianhua said painlessly. Yan Yan's business is my business, you bully Yan Yan, you are bullying me. Uncle, you really don't deserve to be Yan Yan's father. Chapter 20 Tell her husband. Li Jianhua is very angry, but cannot do anything to Jiang Qing, who let her have a powerful backstage. Jiang Qing hand tightly holding Yan Yan's hand, indignation continued to output, Yan Yan to you have been benevolent to the end. For years ago you put her in a small black house to prevent her from going to fill in the aspiration, you committed the crime of unlawful detention, at that time she was less than 16 years of age, you prohibit her from going to school, the crime of the education law of our country, Yan Yan did not go to sue you, you're just sneak pleasure it. Now you want to force Yan Yan to go on a blind date, interfering with the freedom of marriage, which is a crime under our marriage law. Yan Yan really has had the worst luck in her life, having a father like you, I feel sad for her. The room was dumbfounded, I did not expect Jiang Qing to be so good at talking, but also clear, one by one, counting the sins of Li Jianhua. Shan Yue is groundless, it seems like she shouldn't have come, Yan Yan is really quite pitiful. After hearing this, Li Zeshan also felt that Yan Yan had suffered a lot. Shan Yue pulled Li Jianhua, Jianhua let's go. Let go. Li Jianhua stared viciously at the two, so what? She is the son of the old man, I can do whatever I want to do to her, does she really dare to go to court to sue me? Li Yanyan sneered, then try, you see if I dare to sue? It was only then that Li Jianhua reacted to the fact that Li Yanyan was no longer a child who let him take her down. Instead, she has become confident. He is very strange, obviously her childhood to her often disparaging, scolding, suppression, discount, thought she grew up will be inferior, weak, timid, cowering, did not expect instead she is more and more self-confidence, now she, brave, bold, resolute, cheerful. What went wrong? Could it be that Jiang Qing gave her the courage? Shen Yue face awkward smile, Yan Yan, and how to say he is your father, the court said even if, don't really go to sue him, he is your own father, even if the court, you are not good is not, today is your father is not right, I will say him well, then we go. Shen Yue pulled Li Jianhua left, Li Jianhua also continued to put harsh words, your childhood old son is less you eat or less you wear? Now you grow up to sue my old man, you dare to sue try to see. Stop it, stop it. Shen Yue slapped his body. After the two went out of the door, Li Zeshan came to them and said with a bitchy face, sister, that computer is more than $10,000, do you want to transfer it to me now? Jiang Qing breathlessly laughed twice, do you still want to be shameless? Does he have a clear view of the current situation? He is still looking for Yan Yan to transfer money to buy a computer. I'm speechless. Shen Yue shouted from the doorway, Xiaoshan, let's go. Only then did Li Zeshan follow him out the door. With a bang, the door was closed, and Jiang Qing reached out and smoothed her hair, saying gently, Yan Yan, are you okay? Li Yan smiled, I'm fine, thank you for defending me and speaking for me. Jiang Qing hugged her tightly, I really feel sorry for you to have such a father. I'm really fine, because I've seen clearly what they are like for a long time now, so whatever they do to me, it's all within my expectation, so I'm fine. Qing, I'm really glad I still have you as a good friend. Li Yan smiled frankly. I am also glad to have you as a good friend. The two of them hugged each other tightly. When your husband comes back, you have to complain to him. I won't tell him about such a small matter. This is not a small thing. Look at your dad, he won't let you off easily. He will come back next time. I guess you are not at peace living here. I pay so much for the property every year, but I didn't realize that the doorman still lets them in. I have to talk to the property owner and tell them not to let them in from now on. This is not a cure, you will also encounter them when you go out. The two chatted for a while. Li Yanyan's stomach a little hungry, in the United States group bought some dishes, arrived home and began to cook. Jiang Qing played the hand, the two were busy in the kitchen. The two made braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, steamed eggs, a dish of stir-fried cabbage, and a tofu and shrimp soup, and just finished hearing the doorbell ring. Li Yanyan washed her hands. I will go to open the door. Jiang Cheng nodded. Good, I will bring these dishes to the table and serve 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Cheng nodded her head. Before Li Yanyan took off her apron, she walked to the door and saw that it was Gu Yuanzhou outside the door, which opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his wife standing at the door with her apron, smiling at him. Gu Yuanzhou slowly entered the door. Yan, you are cooking? Yes, it's all done. What a coincidence that you're back. Didn't I say I wouldn't let you cook? Mrs. Wang delivers 3 meals a day. I'm hungry, so I'm cooking, and I'm not doing it alone, I'm with my friends. In the living room, Jiang Qing set up the meal and saw Gu Yuanzhou. Her eyes widened. Yanyan's husband is back? Gu Yuanzhou was expressionless. Hello. It's only 4 o'clock and you're off work? Gu Yuanzhou reached out and took Yanyan's wrist. I miss her. Jiang Qing sked a few times, then sat down on the chair. Li Yanyan was a bit uncomfortable. I will go and serve dinner with you, you sit down. I will go myself. Yanyan, you sit. Gu Yuanzhou pressed the girl down on the chair and got up to go to the kitchen. Seeing the man enter the kitchen, Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow at her and whispered, your husband said he misses you. Yo. So meaty, I'm going to hurry up and eat and go, just in case I disturb your 2-person world. Li Yanyan blushed. Qing. At this time, Gu Yuanzhou was coming out of the kitchen and sat beside Li Yanyan. The man looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, then raised his head to look at the girl beside him, and tenderly said, Wife, did you make all these dishes? Qing and I, we both did it together. Li Yanyan whispered back. Jiang Qing cleared her throat. I am all playing a hand, this is all done by your wife. Your wife 3 words she deliberately bit in pronunciation. This man this is only just married, already called Yanyan wife, really active. Wife, you're really good, just don't enter the kitchen from now on, Mrs. Wang will bring you 3 meals a day. The man's eyes are full of tenderness. It's too much trouble for her. How can it be troublesome? She is idle. You eat first. I'm sorry. Gu Yuanzhou ate a few bites. The flavor of the food was really good. He complimented again. Wife, your cooking is delicious. Jiang Qing interjected, can it not be delicious? I've been cooking for the family since I was 10 years old, it would be strange if it wasn't delicious. Gu Yuanzhou frowned and pulled her hand in pain. Jiang Qing once again said, is not it, 10 years old to the family cooking laundry mopping the floor, from time to time will also be the real father and mother scolding. After finishing junior high school, her father did not allow him to go to high school, it is her grandmother insisted on going to high school. Later, the end of the college entrance examination, fill in the volunteer a few days was her father shut into the small black room, not let her fill in the volunteer, not let her go to college, or I and Tang Chunan we go to save Yanyan out, in the last minute to submit the volunteer, or Yanyan will not come to the capital city to go to college. Chapter 21 wants to sleep with you. Under the table Gu Yuanzhou's hand tightened into a fist. He knew that Yanyan had a bad time in the Li family, but he didn't expect it to be so deep and hot. Li Yanyan frowned, gave Jiang Qing a small cabbage in her bowl. Qing stop, quickly eat. Since childhood, you have suffered too much aggression, and now that you have grown up they do not want to let you go, and today they came to your house and actually wanted you to. Qing, don't say it. Li Yanyan actually does not want Gu Yuanzhou to know about these things. She has a good life now, has savings, and occasionally travels, so she is free and comfortable. So there is no need to let Gu Yuanzhou know about her past, after all, it's all in the past. Jiang Qing also stopped talking. Gu Yuanzhou looked at his wife beside him, his hand holding her hand tightly. Let's eat. Li Yanyan withdrew her hand. 2 minutes later, Jiang Qing got up and ate her fill, so I'll go back first. Qing, didn't you say we'd go shopping later? Let your husband accompany you, I won't be accompanying you. Then, looking at Gu Yuanzhou, you must be good to her, if you dare to bully Yanyan, I won't let you go. Gu Yuanzhou nodded slightly. As Jiang Qing left, Gu Yuanzhou suddenly reached out and took her into his arms. What's going on? Li Yanyan pushed him, but couldn't. Yan, you have suffered. His voice was low and gentle. That's all in the past. I'm doing well now. I'm happy every day. If I had appeared in your world earlier, would I have been able to protect you? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Yan, if you have anything to say to your husband, he will protect you. Li Yan only felt warmth in her heart. I will protect myself. I know you're strong and smart, but it's my responsibility to protect you. You must always remember that you have a husband now. I know. He was so good at saying love words, he said it was his responsibility to protect her. Her heartbeat involuntarily beat faster and her cheeks reddened. Today you went to your brother's promotion banquet. They didn't treat you well, did they? Just had a few arguments with my dad, ate a little bit of food and didn't have enough, and came back. I heard from your friend that they came to our house? They came, but Qingqing and I disliked them. My wife is awesome. Gu Yuanzhou hooked his lips and touched the top of her hair. But what did they come to our house for? It's nothing, it's not a big deal, so eat quickly. If there's anything you must tell your husband. Aha! Li Yan nodded her head. After eating, Gu Yuanzhou pulled her to rest on the sofa while he went to clean up the dishes. Li Yan was also happy to be free, looking at his busy figure. To be honest, it was quite nice to look at. He was tall and handsome, and it was eye-catching when he was busy. After finishing his work, the man walked towards her and sat beside her, almost close to her. Li Yan moved to the side, and he moved closer to her again. The man reached out, held her in his arms, and his low voice sounded in her ear, "Wife, my parents will be arriving home in 2 days, do you want to see them?" Li Yan pushed him, just talk, you don't always hug, okay? The man smelled her hair, not good, I just want to hug my wife. I'm not used to it. Gu Yuanzhou slowly loosened, but held her hand and clasped her fingers. Is it okay to hold your hand and talk? Still not used to it. Then you have to get used to it slowly. Gu Yuanzhou stretched out his other hand and wrapped it around her waist. Yan, my parents are very easy to get along with, would you like to meet them? Li Yan pursed her lips and nodded slightly, since I am married to you, I still need to see your parents. Don't worry Yan, they must like you very much. Look at the wedding, when are we going to do it? Wedding? I haven't thought about it. You'll have to think about it. Gu Yuanzhou put his palm over her belly and said softly, the baby isn't bothering you today, is he? Are you feeling sick? No, it's fine. Tomorrow, I will take you to the maternity checkup, do an ultrasound. I checked the internet, 7 weeks should be able to see the baby, you can also hear the fetal heart. I can hear the baby's heartbeat. And my friends know I'm getting married, so they're asking me to treat them to dinner. Yan, do you think it's okay if we treat them to dinner tomorrow? I'd like to invite them to dinner tomorrow, Yan. Gu Yuanzhou remembered Mo Yanchen, he has been looking for Jiang Qing for a long time, it is better to let him meet with Jiang Qing. So he said, do you want to call your friend? I'll send a WeChat and ask her. Li Yan took out her cell phone and opened WeChat to ask her if she would go to Gu Yuanzhou's dinner tomorrow, and the other side replied in seconds, go. In the evening, the two hand in hand together downstairs to the park, turned around and went not far from the university town. Li Yan looked at a childish face and revealed a smile. She is also a college student who just graduated this year. She didn't want to get married as soon as she graduated, but sometimes, it's really not what she wanted. But it's not bad, at least it's good now. Dinner was early, she was a little hungry and wanted to eat something, so she brought Gu Yuanzhou to the snack street in the university town. Gu Yuanzhou had never eaten at a roadside stall before, and looking at the many stalls along the street, he was curious as to how there were all sorts of snacks, and they looked delicious. Gu Yuanzhou, what are you eating? The girl was beside him, looking up at him with bright eyes. He touched the top of her head, I will eat whatever my wife eats, Yan, don't call me by my name, it feels alienating, I am your husband, you can call me husband, or you can call me Yuanzhou. I'm your husband, you can call me husband, or you can call me Yuanzhou. Li Yan pursed her lips and pulled out a smile. This is what it looks like to be a husband and wife. A few minutes later, 1 cup of milk tea in each of their hands, Li Yan bought wolfsbane potatoes and fried tofu. Gu Yuanzhou never drank milk tea, usually drink tea and coffee, roadside stall milk tea never drank, he tried to drink a mouthful. So sweet. Just like her. Li Yan was eating wolf's tooth potatoes, suddenly, the man came over and said, wife, feed me one. how about you buy another one? I want to eat what my wife feeds me. Reluctantly, Li Yanyan used her chopsticks to pick up a piece and fed it to the man. Delicious, what my wife feeds me is delicious. The man's face was satisfied. After eating, the two came to the park hand in hand to the riverside, while shopping, while chatting. 8:30 before the two slowly walked home. In the elevator, they met the old lady next door. The old lady looked at the two hand in hand to reveal a smile. She said, "Young girl and boyfriend together?" Gu Yuanzhou nodded. "Yes, Grandma, I am with her." The old lady smiled with a face of relief. This month every day to wait for her, finally waited for her. Good young man, you can be good to her. I will. Gu Yuanzhou held her hand and tightened it. After getting off the elevator and entering the door, Li Yanyan blinked. Grandma said, "This month you waited for me every day at my house?" "Well, after leaving the hotel that day, you asked me to wait for your news. I waited for you for 2 days, you didn't contact me. I had to come to your house to wait for you. I didn't expect you to go out on a trip. Once you go out it's a month. Luckily I waited for you." Gu Yuanzhou lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the face. Li Yanyan touched her cheeks that were kissed by him and was a little shy. "It's so late, hurry up and take a bath and go to bed. I'm going to my room." She turned around and left. The man pulled her back. "Yanyan, can I sleep with you?" Chapter 22 Gradually sinking. "Of course not." Li Yanyan sternly refused. "It's not comfortable to sleep on the sofa, I can't stretch my feet straight, and I can't roll over." The man's pitiful appearance. "Then you can sleep in the guest room." "The guest room is your friend's." "I won't sleep there. There's no one there now." "Honey, I'll make a floor bed in your room, do you think it's okay?" The man's voice is gentle and low. "No, you'll sleep in the guest room." Gu Yuanzhou directly embraced her whole body. "I want to sleep in the same room with you." "I want to sleep in the same room with you." "Don't worry, wife, I won't do anything to you, and you are pregnant now, and I can't do anything to you, although I want to." The taste of that night made him linger and forget, and when he tasted it, he couldn't get out of hand, so that night, time and time again, he asked for her, and he was blind to her begging for mercy. Li Yanyan did not know how to be compelled by him, agreed to let him play in her room on the floor. She felt that this man was testing her bottom line step by step. But she couldn't refuse. It's all because she was mesmerized by his beauty. The wife's room smelled good. Gu Yuanzhou entered with a doting smile. The entire room was purple, with cyan tones, the bedding was lavender, the carpet was pink, a dozen dolls were placed on the bedside cabinet, and there was a half-human tall puppy doll on the bed. Li Yanyan opened the cabinet, was about to take the quilt. Gu Yuanzhou asked behind her, "Wife, take the quilt to do what?" Gu Yuanzhou asked behind her, "Wife, what are you doing with the quilt?" "I'll get it, you go take a shower first, we'll take a shower and then hit the floor." "I'll get it, you go take a shower first, we'll hit the floor after we take a shower." Li Yanyan took the pajamas and went to the bathroom. Gu Yuanzhou tucked the quilt back in, listening to the sound of the water in the bathroom, and his heart swirled with excitement. He then got up, took the pajamas and went to the bathroom outside to rinse. 5 minutes later, he washed up and returned to his room, sitting on his wife's bed. The bedside table set up a few books. He looked close. The top one, he picked up and read. After Rebirth, the hegemon's petite wife's body is soft and sweet. The following book, Wearing a Book to Become a Female Match. The hegemon's brother spoiled me to the bone. There is also a Wearing a Book to Become a Dominant Mother. I swung the dice to become the richest man. Spreading the Wild. How is the cover of the book is a 2 male? He was puzzled and casually turned over a page in the book, and the content made him stare blankly. Actually 2 men in love. Modern romance can be understood, but how does Yanyan still read novels where 2 men are in love? He frowned, then smiled. Yanyan usually read these books? Li Yanyan was coming out of the bathroom at this time, and she saw that the man was holding her book in his hands. She instantly died, annoyed. "How do you turn over my book?" She came to his side and tried to take back the book in his hand, but he held it up high. "Yanyan, you have a wide range of interests. This is the first time I know that there are 2 men's novels." Li Yanyan blushed and was groundless. You don't misunderstand, these novels are all works that I need to dub, that's why I took them to see." "Oh? That male novel too?" "There is almost a radio drama for me to dub the female lead in it. Quickly give it back to me." Gu Yuanzhou smiled dotingly and then returned the book to her. Li Yanyan immediately stuffed all the several books into the cabinet. Looking at the girl's panicked appearance, he found it quite amusing. After getting up, she was embarrassed and uncomfortable, but the man took the hairdryer and said gently, "Yanyan, let me help you blow dry your hair?" "No need, I'll do it myself." "Sit down, husband, to help you." Being pulled by the man on the bed to sit down, he turned on the hairdryer, gently blowing her long hair. The hot air warmed her hair and also warmed her heart. 5 minutes later, her hair was dry, the man put the hairdryer away, and Li Yanyan smoothed her head. Glancing at the floor again, she inquired the man, just now the quilt didn't come out? Isn't it to hit the ground? Yuanzhou glanced at the bed. This bed is 1 meter 8, enough for us to sleep together. I thought about not hitting the ground and sleeping with my wife. No way. Li Yanyan refused. The man sat beside her and rubbed her head. I want to sleep with my wife. Why do you always get an inch? Otherwise you go out and sleep on the sofa. The girl got angry, her nice little face collapsed. Yuanzhou immediately softened. Things like this have to be done slowly, he softly apologized. Wife, don't be angry, I'll just sleep on the ground floor, it's my husband's fault. Then you take the quilt out yourself, I will sleep first. Li Yanyan pulled the quilt, lay on the bed, hugged the doll, covered the quilt, and turned her back to him. The man smiled helplessly, took out the quilt from the cabinet and laid it flat on the floor. He did not lie down, but sat on the bed, looked at her back and said, Yanyan sleepy? A little. The girl's voice is soft. Then you go to sleep, good night. Originally he wanted to find Yanyan to talk, since sleepy, go to sleep. He was going to lie down, Li Yanyan's cell phone buzzed, turned to see, Li Zeshan called. He said softly, Yanyan, Li Zeshan called you. Li Yanyan got up, looked at it and pressed the refusal, put the phone on mute, and put it back to the bedside table. Thinking of this afternoon, Li Jianhuo's words, he still wants to sell her out. Although she has long since stopped holding any hope for Li Jianhua, she never thought that her father wanted to sell her. In fact, from childhood she has always suspected that she is in the end is not his biological. 2 years ago she quietly took Li Jianhua's hair to do the DNA, the results proved that she is Li Jianhua's biological daughter. After the results came out, in fact, quite disappointed, she thought she was adopted, was picked up by her grandmother, did not think it really is his biological. Hey, Li Yanyan sighed deeply. What happened? The man rushed closer towards her. He saw that the girl's face was full of sadness. It's okay. Li Yanyan bit her lip and shook her head. The man came closer to her, reached out and pulled her arm, and said gently, tell your husband what's going on, don't hold it in your heart. It doesn't matter, it's all in the past. The wife must have been aggrieved. Yuanzhou touched her head with his large palm and took her into his arms again. Li Yanyan leaned quietly in his arms like this, and her heart calmed down little by little. Now you have your husband to accompany you in everything, don't think about the sad things. The two of them hugged for more than 10 minutes, Li Yanyan only felt a little sleepy, then slowly pushed him away. I want to sleep. Wife sleep. Li Yanyan lay down and pulled the quilt to cover her, he also slowly lay down and continued to embrace her by her side. You sleep on the floor. Good, when my wife falls asleep, I will go to sleep on the floor. The man looked at her with his head propped up. Li Yanyan simply didn't care about him, not many minutes later, she fell asleep. Of course he won't go down to sleep on the floor, how fragrant it is to sleep with his wife in his arms. Chapter 23 Twins. The next morning, Li Yanyan woke up in the man's arms. Wife, good morning. The man smiled gently at her. You didn't hit the ground? Li Yanyan retreated her body. Last night, I fell asleep with you in my arms, so I slept with you, see, isn't it quite good? In the future, I will sleep with my wife in my arms. Li Yanyan was annoyed, but she didn't know how to dislike him. In short, he's just getting his way and is especially bad. It's almost 8 o'clock, you're hungry, get up and wash up for dinner. The man got up, I'll go and put the clothes in the sun, breakfast is set out. You washed the clothes? The girl stares at him. Aha! Don't worry, your intimate apparel I hand-washed, did not put the washing machine stirring. The man smiled, slowly turned around and went out. Li Yanyan used the quilt to block her slightly red face. Who asked you? He actually washed her intimate apparel. After eating a meal, the two went to the maternity hospital to go to the maternity check. When they arrived at the maternity hospital, Yuanzhou held her hand tightly, a little nervous, a little expectant. Yesterday, I let Assistant Song hang up a number, and today I went directly to the department to find a doctor. VIP department, the two just sat down, probably 50 years old female doctor with a smile on her face, routinely asked, how long has the menstrual period been delayed? Li Yanyan answered truthfully, last month on the 8th came. Director Chen looked at the calendar beside her, is a long time late, usually prepared not allowed? I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. Director, I took a blood test and the slip shows early pregnancy. Did you bring the slip? Aha! Li Yanyan opened her bag and handed the slip to the director. She nodded. Not bad, HCG is high, indeed pregnant, you're 7 weeks, do an ultrasound today, look at the gestational sac, listen to the fetal heart. Director Chen wrote the list, and then the two of them walked towards the ultrasound room on the 4th floor. After waiting in line for a few minutes, it was her turn. Yuanzhou wanted to enter with her, but was stopped by the nurse, saying that family members could not enter. Yuanzhou was embarrassed, he had wanted to see Yin Yin together. At this time, Director Chen came over and made an exception to let him in. This hospital, Mr. Gu has invested in equipment and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, so this privilege is still there. The doctor smiled and let Li Yanyan lie on the examination bed, then began the B ultrasound examination. The nurse coated Li Yanyan's stomach with a coupling agent and gently moved the probe. 2 tiny pregnancy sacs gradually appeared on the screen, and the man held Li Yanyan's hand tightly, staring at the screen without blinking. Wow, it's actually twins, 2 pregnancy sacs. The doctor said, pointing to the image on the screen. The man's voice trembled with excitement. Twins? Really? Li Yanyan's heart was excited, it's actually twins. Director Chen described in detail the location and size of the 2 gestational sacs, as well as the fetal buds that could be seen so far. The fetal hearts are also normal, they are fraternal twins. What are heterozygous twins? Li Yanyan asked in confusion. Director Chen patiently explained that it is the fertilization of 2 eggs, and the 2 children will grow differently. Yuanzhou's grip on her hand tightened and he looked excited. Wife, you're pregnant with twins for me. Director Chen reminded, twins to be more tired than a single child, the next pregnancy, or to pay more attention, eat more meat, eggs and milk, beef, vitamin supplements, folic acid, weight work cannot be done, keep a happy mood. Li Yanyan listened to the doctor's words, her eyes were full of tenderness and happiness. After the examination, the man carefully helped Li Yanyan to get up and helped her wipe off the coupling agent on her stomach. Honey, hard work for you. The man said softly. Then, they went to consult some precautions during pregnancy, and Director Chen purposely reminded that they should not even have intercourse recently, and come for NT a month later. When they left the hospital, the man wrapped his arm around her waist, while Li Yanyan had a happy smile on her face. Twins, how could she not expect, actually twins. 2 babies. After getting into the car, the excitement of the 2 people slowly calmed down. Buzzing cell phone vibration to disrupt his thoughts, from his pocket took out his cell phone, it shows Mom, he smiled at the girl and answered the phone. The voice over there came, Yuanzhou, you send me a picture of your daughter-in-law. What? I want to see my daughter-in-law, I am now at the airport, 10 hours later to the capital, you come to pick me up at night, and daughter-in-law together. It'll be dark in 10 hours. Yen Yen needs to rest. Is my daughter-in-law's name Yen Yen? What a lovely name. She must be a very gentle and pretty girl. Of course she's pretty and gentle. Good for you, son. Mom used to think you liked men, so I was in a hurry. Now that you're finally married and have a little grandson, I'm so happy. Mom, there's even better news. Yen Yen is pregnant with twins, but don't go around showing them off. Wait 3 months until the baby is stable. Twins? I'm having 2 grandchildren at once? Really? How did my daughter-in-law get so lucky? I'll leave you 2 to yourselves. I'll keep Yen Yen company. I'll stay with Yen Yen. Keep her company, don't bully her, don't be mean to her, don't be indifferent to her, you're just not very nice, you're always quiet, and you're very sensitive during pregnancy, you must be good to Yen Yen, or I'll disown you. I'm sorry. Yuanzhou hung up the phone and put the phone away. Li Yanyan heard the other party's voice, she thought that Yuanzhou's mother sounded so gentle and funny, she must be a very good mother-in-law, right? Honey, what are you laughing at? Yuanzhou took her hand and asked. I think your mother should have a good personality. Well, the character is quite good. Just now I think I heard her say that you like men? What's going on here? You heard wrong. I didn't mishear her, I heard her clearly. Did you really like men? Li Yanyan pushed his hand away. That's just a rumor. Yuanzhou held his forehead, explaining, after I was 26 years old, my mother urged me to get married on a blind date, I disagreed, and then I don't know who rumored that I liked men, I didn't refute it, so they all misunderstood. Really? Li Yanyan was half convinced. I like men and women, don't you know that? Didn't I try hard enough that night? The man hooked his lips and smiled. Li Yan Yan. Vaguely remember that night, she didn't sleep until 5 or 6 a.m., because when she slept, the sky was just dawning. That night he asked for it one at a time, and no matter how much he begged for it, it didn't work. He didn't wake up until 4 in the afternoon the next day, still sore. He did try hard, tried harder than he could. If you hadn't fled after that night, we would have been together long ago. Li Yan Yan pursed her lips. If she knew that he was so good, she wouldn't have fled. But it's not too late now. Yan Yan, if I had known that you were going to stay in Yunnan for a month, I would have gone over to look for you. Gu Yuanzhou remembered that this month of waiting was really long. I thought Yan Yan would only be there for a few days, but who knew it would be a month? I thought that if you didn't come back, I would go to Yunnan to look for you, but luckily you came back. Gu Yuanzhou held her hand tightly, a pair of deep eyes, looking at her tenderly. Chapter 24 finally found her. Ding Dong's cell phone vibrated. Li Yan Yan took out her cell phone to check. It was Ching Ching sent a message, asking where they were. She quickly typed, "Where is the hospital? Just finished the maternity check." Jiang Qing, how are the results of the examination? Yan Yan, all quite good, I am pregnant with twins. Jiang Qing, congratulations, a tired double baby. Jiang Qing, your husband is happy, isn't he? Yan Yan, it's okay. Jiang Qing, it's almost 10 o'clock, it's time to go to the hotel. Yan Yan, well, we'll come to pick you up at Guanlan Mansion. Jiang Qing, no, I'm not necessary, I'm close to the hotel, I'll just take the electric bike, it's the private room of the Juxianjuan dining hall, isn't it? Yan Yan, yes, then you ride the bike, pay attention to safety, remember to wear a helmet. Jiang Qing, okay, if I arrive first, I'll go to the private room to wait for you, you arrive first, also in the private room to wait for me. Yan Yan. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her, wife, now go to the hotel. Are your friends there? Li Yan Yan put away her cell phone. Just now in the group, they sent a message that they have arrived. Then let's go too. Gu Yuanzhou lightly stepped on the accelerator. Gu Yuanzhou lightly stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started. The weather is a little sultry. Jiang Qing rode the battery bike to the intersection waiting for the traffic light. She felt that wearing a helmet is too hot, plus she just did the styling, do not want to be helmet to pressure mess, so she took off the helmet, put it into the basket of the battery bike. Once the green light is on, she rode the bike to cross the road. The next intersection is red again, she waited quietly. I didn't expect, 2 traffic police came toward her. Why don't you take a helmet? The traffic police frowned and asked. Jiang Qing turned her head and saw a familiar face again. It was Louie. The day before yesterday, he was caught by him, the day before last, and today he was caught by him again. Only to see Louie all smiles. How come it's you again? You don't wear a helmet on the road, do you? You don't wear a helmet on the road, do you? Jiang Qing also laughed, but it was an embarrassed laugh. She reached out to block her face. I'm sorry, Uncle Police, I'll be sure next time. Jiang Qing's voice was lowered. Louie is serious, ID number to report, this is only 3 days I caught you 3 times, 3 times did not wear a helmet, you really do not put the safety at ease? Jiang Qing is groundless, whispered rebuttal, I was out of the door as wearing, I just took off, I did not expect to run into you. Louie, as long as the ride should wear a helmet, this is for your own safety. He is so handsome. Jiang Qing's eyes light up. Just be brave, maybe sweet love will come. Jiang Qing did a little psychological construction, voice soft, I know wrong, Lou brother, I will wear a helmet next time. Louie eyes wide, what do you call me? Can brother Lou ask for a WeChat? I want to invite you to dinner, can I? Jiang Qing blinked his big eyes. The traffic police on the side of the road looked stunned and looked at the two with a smile. Louie's ears turned red with the naked eye, you give me a serious point, a fine of $5, a long memory, next time you don't bring a helmet, I'll catch you again, I'll fine you $50. Jiang Qing paid the fine, and a smiling face looking at him, Lou brother, you do not have a girlfriend, right? I also do not have a boyfriend, can you give me a WeChat, wait for you to get off work I invite you to dinner, can you? Louie face is very red, forced to calm, I am on duty, you do not disturb me, the fine is paid, you quickly go, helmet on. Jiang Qing obediently put on the helmet, once again voice, Lou brother, I do not understand the traffic law, add you a WeChat, you teach me the traffic law, okay? It's not like it's affecting you on duty, right? Besides, the traffic police have the obligation to popularize the traffic law to the citizens, is not it? Beside the old traffic police said, small easy you at her, the little girl does not know traffic law, you add her after a good popularization of knowledge with her. Louie took out his cell phone, swept the business card of Jiang Qing, successfully added a friend. Jiang Qing smiled like a flower. Lou brother, I have time to send you a message, you must return so hot days on duty do not heatstroke, drink more water bye. Jiang Qing finished and left, happy in her heart. She knew that as long as a little bit of bravery, no one to not come to the microblogging. Louis stared at the direction of her departure and sighed lightly. Beside the old traffic police said, the little girl is quite beautiful, the character is also quite good, you are 27 years old, and single, I see her as good, you can spend time with her. Louis expressionless, continued to duty. Jiuxiang Yuan. Gu Yuanzhou parked his car in the parking lot, the two of them got off together and walked towards the restaurant. There was a waiter at the door, asking politely, may I ask if you're just the two of you? Gu Yuanzhou, we booked a private room, the icing on the cake. The waiter smiled, oh, so it's Mr. Gu, I'll take you to please. When we arrived at the private room, the waiter retreated, you can call us if you need anything, the private room has a bell, just press it. Thank you. Li Yan said with a smile. You are welcome. The waiter turned around with a smile. The door to the private room opened, only to see the three men in the private room stood up. Mo Yanchen first greeted, Yuanzhou, you finally came, waiting for you for half an hour. Then, he looked at Li Yan, I think this is the sister-in-law, right? This girl, how seems to have seen somewhere but cannot remember. Gu Yuanzhou wrapped her waist, and a few people solemnly introduced, my wife. Good day, sister-in-law. Good day, sister-in-law. Several people smiled and greeted her. Li Yan also responded politely, hello, my name is Li Yan. Sister-in-law, my name is Ji Yulin. My name is Mo Yanchen, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, my name is Chao Anshu. Gu Yuanzhou waved his hand, sit down, all of you. After a few people sat down, Ji Yulin flashed his eyebrows, Yuanzhou, you really gave us a big surprise how come you fell in love without telling your brothers, hiding your sister-in-law so well? Xiao Anshu, yes, yesterday Mo Yanchen said in the group that you got married, we thought he was joking. Mo Yanchen, I also didn't confirm until I saw my sister-in-law now, otherwise I wouldn't have believed it a minute ago. Ji Yulin, Yuanzhou, you're really not enough, you didn't tell everyone that you got married, or Dusty told us. Li Yan was a bit unnatural, her fingers under the table stirred together. Gu Yuanzhou glanced at a few people, ignoring them, and reached out to hold her hand underneath. The three men glanced at each other. Ji Yulin said again, Yuanzhou, it's getting late, why don't we serve the food? Gu Yuanzhou, Yan still has a friend who hasn't arrived, let's wait for her to arrive before serving the food. Mo Yanchen, oh? Sister-in-law, your friend is coming? Li Yan nodded, well, she should be arriving soon. As soon as the words fell, the door to the private room was opened and Jiang Qing appeared at the door. Mo Yanchen saw the girl at the door, froze for a moment, and immediately stood up in excitement, how are you? Gu Yuanzhou with a faint smile, looking at Mo Yanchen, the girl he had been looking for so long, finally appeared. Jiang Qing was puzzled, did this handsome man know her? So she asked, you know me? Mo Yanchen held back his inner excitement, of course I know you, have you forgotten me? Jiang Qing thought about it and shook her head, sorry, I don't remember where I've seen you. This handsome guy is so handsome and so tall, if you have seen him before, you should have an impression, how come you don't have any impression at all? You forgot me? Mo Yanchen was very disappointed. Chapter 25 Maybe this is love at first sight. You hint, where have we met? Jiang Qing really couldn't remember. Li Yan was also puzzled, looking at Mo Yanchen's appearance, he definitely knew Qing, but Qing really couldn't remember him. We stopped at Mo Yanchen, now if he told the events of that night in front of so many people, then wouldn't they know about him peeing in the countryside? These two friends of his would definitely laugh at him, forget it, it's better not to say it, find a chance to talk to her when he's alone with her. With that, Mo Yanchen looked at Gu Yuanzhou. Why did his sister-in-law's friend happen to be the girl he had been searching so hard for? Did Yuanzhou know something? He remembered. The reason his sister-in-law looked so familiar was because that night, she was sitting behind the battery car. So he wasn't the only one who had a crush on her that night, but Far Zhou had a crush on her too? So Yuanzhou had seen her long ago, but didn't tell him. But he had been looking for her for more than a whole month. Instantly, he glared at Gu Yuanzhou. Xiao Anshu, say dust, where did you guys meet? Mo Yanchen, I'm not going to tell you guys. Jiang Qing looked at Li Yan and shook her head at her. signaling that she really doesn't know this man. Mo Yanchen crossed over Ji Yulin and sat next to Jiang Qing. He was at a loss for words and said softly, "My name is Mo Yanchen, Yan of Heian Hecking, Dust of Dust, I'm 27 years old, what's your name?" "Hello, my name is Jiang Qing, the clear of sobriety," she said back flatly. "Jiang Qing, can I call you Qing Qing?" "Not really, we've just met, we're not that well acquainted yet. We've known each other for a long time, you just forgot about me." "Where exactly did we meet? Why can't I remember at all?" "More than a month ago, why don't we find a quiet place and go talk about it?" Xiaolan Su and Ji Yulin looked at each other and both understood, it seems that the brothers are in love. Ji Yulin said, "Let's talk about it after dinner." "Yuanzhou, is everyone here? Can we serve the food now?" Mr. Gu Yuanzhou answered. Gu Yuanzhou answered. Li Yanyan looked at him in doubt, and the man smiled gently at her. The waiter began to serve the food. Ji Yulin opened a bottle of wine. He got up to pour wine for everyone. Gu Yuanzhou waved his hand. "Yanyan, and I do not drink." "You are newlyweds, how can you not drink?" "My wife is pregnant and can't drink, and I won't drink if I have to drive later." Ji Yulin, "What? Sister-in-law is pregnant?" Xiaolanchu was also shocked and turned into, "Congratulations, congratulations, Yuanzhou was surprisingly the first of the four of us to get married and the first to become a father." Mo Yanchen glared at him. "Sister-in-law is actually pregnant, they were together so early? Why didn't you tell him about Qing Qing's whereabouts? And let him frantically search for more than a month?" Gu Yuanzhou. "Just focusing on his own pleasure. He's completely forgotten about his brother. We'll have to settle the score with him later." Everyone stopped drinking and switched to fruit juice and coconut milk. Gu Yuanzhou had been feeding Li Yanyan and taking care of her. Jiang Qing was distracted and kept thinking about when she met with this handsome guy. Why couldn't she remember all the time? Mo Yanchen asked her in a low voice, "Are you from the capital?" "I'm not, Yanyan and I are both from the North City. I went to college in the capital, but now settled in the capital." "Which neighborhood do you live in?" "Guanlan Mansion." "I live in Qingfeng Yuan." "How old are you? Are you still in college?" "I graduated this year." "Why do you keep asking me questions? I want to know more about you." "So you're 22, right?" "Aha. This man keeps asking her questions, is he checking her account?" "Luckily he's handsome. If he was ugly, she'd ignore him." "So what do you do for a living?" "Lay flat and do nothing all day." Since her freshman year, her dad has bought her several stores, all on the busier streets, so after she graduates, she just does nothing to collect rent once a month. "Aren't you bored every day?" "No, I sleep until I wake up naturally. I watch movies and go shopping every day. It's very happy, how can it be boring?" Ji Yulin chimed in, "I wonder what university Ms. Jiang is attending in the capital." "Qingdao University, Yan Yan and I are graduates of Qingdao University." Ji Yulin was surprised, actually as a senior student of Qing University, admire. Jiang Qing was a little embarrassed. In the past, when she was in high school, her grades were average, and then Yan Yan told her that she wanted to go to the capital to go to college, and her goal was to go to Tsinghua University. She also wanted to go with her. She studied hard, led her father to find her several retired teachers as tutors, grades only a little bit of improvement. The college entrance examination is to catch the minimum admissions line of the University of Qingdao, which went to the University of Qingdao. Data happy, the whole family moved to the capital, in the capital to develop his career. Before graduating from college, she also wanted to find a job to do, but I did not expect the internship was targeted. Do not let her do things. Every day let her buy coffee, buy food, run errands, gas, quit, graduated and do not want to look for a job, every month to collect rent, do not know how happy. Although the pendulum has swung, but one is really happy. Mo Yanchen glanced at Ji Yulin, "You envious?" Ji Yulin, "Shame on you, my little sister and I just don't study well, our Ji family shouldn't have the study gene, so when we come across high achievers we will be especially admiring." Jiang Qing gave a dry laugh. "In fact, I went to Qingdao University is no use, graduated or not, in lying flat." Mo Yanchen, "As long as you are happy, you can lie flat." "Xingxing, do you want to work? If you want to work you can come to our Mo's group." "Oh? Then what is suitable for me? How much will I be paid each month?" "Xingxing, what did you study in college?" "Archives, with computer science as an elective." "Not bad, can come to our Mo's group to organize files, later after dinner, we two talk alone." Ji Yulin looked at Li Yanyan again and asked, "Sister-in-law, what is your major?" Yan Yanli replied, "Qing Qing and I applied for the same major, but I took art and Chinese language and literature." Then what career is sister-in-law engaged in? Currently she is doing voiceover. Dubbing. Then sister-in-law's voice must be very diverse. I am bored when I like to listen to radio dramas and audiobooks. Sister-in-law, these you do it? Aha! My family owns a movie and television company, and sometimes there is a shortage of voice actors, so I wonder if you could come and help me record some voiceovers. I don't know if you can come and help me record some voiceovers. Yuanzhou glared at Ji Yulin, and then gently said to his wife, Yan Yan, eat more. Li Yan Yan touched her stomach, I'm full. Then eat some fruit. I can't eat any more either. Ji Yulin proposes, everyone has almost eaten, do you want to go to the next one, go to the KTV and sing? Yuanzhou, it's too noisy, Yan Yan and I won't go. Mo Yanchen, Xingqing and I won't go either. He still has a lot to say to her. Looking for more than a month at close look to realize, Xingqing really beautiful. At the beginning of those days he just wanted to find Xingqing, find her to settle the score, actually dare to molest him, give him a whistle. But later, often in the dream can dream of her, her feelings also slowly changed, he felt he a little like her. Maybe this is what people often say love at first sight. Chapter 26 Love at First Sight. Jiang Qing was pulled into the restroom by Li Yanyan. See no one around, she asked. You really do not know Mo Yanchen? I don't know. Jiang Qing shook her head vigorously. But he said he knows you. I really don't know, I don't have any impression of him at all. You see, he is so handsome, if I really knew him before, it's impossible that I don't have any impression at all. That would be strange. Yan Yan, just now Mo Yanchen said about me to watch a movie. I promised, I will ask him then, in the end, where he has met. Good. He looks like he's quite interested in you, does he like you? Jiang Qing ruffled her hair, is that so? She was quite happy that someone liked her, especially being liked by such a handsome man. Yuanzhou was also pulled around the corner by Mo Yanchen, huffing and puffing and questioning. You've seen Xingqing a long time ago, haven't you? Yuanzhou raised his eyebrows and did not answer his question. You know I've been looking for her, why didn't you tell me she was your wife's friend? You're just secretly watching me laugh, aren't you? Mo Yanchen angrily continued to question. Are you still my good brother? You yourself and your wife together, and now even have a child, and I and Xingqing just met today, do not have such a brother. Calm down. Yuanzhou slowly opened his mouth. I also met Yan Yan by chance, then they went to Yunnan for a month. I also waited in the capital for a month. I am not much better than you. Ah? How did that child come to be? More than a month ago I was with Yan Yan. After the incident, I proposed to her. She lied to me and said to go back to discuss with her parents. I did not expect to go out to travel, a month later to come back, until a few days ago. I ran into her again, we got married. Since you got together with your sister-in-law more than a month ago, why didn't you tell me about Jiang Cheng? You clearly knew I was looking for her. For the past month, he's been waiting for news of Yan Yan himself, so he doesn't want to care about him. I don't want you as a brother. Mo Yanchen was disappointed in him. Yuanzhou laughed softly. Dusty, you should be thanking me. If I hadn't met Yan Yan, would you have found Jiang Cheng? If I hadn't met Yan Yan, would you have found Jiang Cheng? Besides, I was the one who suggested that Yan Yan bring her friends here tonight. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have seen Jiang Cheng tonight. Mo Yanchen thought he had a point. If it wasn't for Yuanzhou, he definitely wouldn't have found Xingqing by now. I do have to thank you for this, but you should have told me earlier. You know I have been looking for her for so long. Yuanzhou laughed softly. I vaguely remember a man saying that he wanted to make that girl look good after he found her that day. Why do I get the feeling that you seem to have a soft spot for her? You don't want her to look good? I originally wanted to, but after seeing her today, I felt that she was already good looking and didn't need to look better. Oh, Yuanzhou turned around and walked away. Mo Yanchen followed. Just now it was me who spoke heavily, don't worry about it. In the distance, Xiao Anshu and Ji Yulin walked over. What are you two talking about over there? Is there anything that you can't let your brothers know? Ji Yulin asked with his hands in his pockets. Mo Yanchen, of course, it's because we don't want you guys to know that the two of us are talking alone. Xiao Anshu, what secret is still being said behind our two backs? Mo Yanchen, it's all a secret, can I still tell you too? Ji Yulin looked around at no one and said, Dust, you don't have a crush on Jiang Cheng, do you? Yes, I just like her. Ji Yulin sighed lightly. I actually quite appreciate her as well. Mo Yanchen revealed dangerous eyes. You are not allowed to be interested in her. Why? She doesn't have a boyfriend. Why can't I be interested in her? A fair lady is a good girl. If I say no, I say no. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Mo Yanchen said something cruel. Ji Yulin raised an eyebrow. It seems that Dusty is really into Jiang Qing. Gu Yuanzhou saw Yan Yan walk over from the distance, and he also lifted his leg towards her. Xiao Anshu asks behind him, is Yuanzhou really not getting together tonight? I want to accompany my wife. Gu Yuanzhou finished and quickened his pace. Mo Yanchen saw Jiang Qing and he also walked over, leaving behind two men, looking at each other dumbfounded. Why do I feel that overnight, for singles, only two of us are left? Ji Yulin said. Xiao Anshu hooked the corner of his mouth and did not speak. He also had a favorite girl, and I'm afraid, in the end, he would only be the one left single. Gu Yuanzhou took Yan Yan's hand and gently said, let's go. Aha! Li Yan Yan nodded. She turned her head and waved her hand to Jiang Qing, Xingchang, we are leaving. Bye-bye. Jiang Qing also waved his hand at her. Mo Yanchen said beside her, Xingqing, let's go too, my car is in the parking lot, let's go to the cinema to watch a movie. Good. The two walked side by side. The car. Lai Yanyan looked at the man several times. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her. Does the wife have anything to say to me? Well, your friend Mo Yanchen, when did he meet Qing Qing, do you know? I know. Do you know? When? Gu Yuanzhou hooked his lips. I was there that day, and so were you. You were there too. I was there? You were there too? Why don't I remember? Li Yanyan was surprised, but she couldn't remember. She was there? Was Yuanzhou there? Xingqing was there, and Mo Yanchen was there. Wife doesn't remember, but I remember very clearly. That was the first time I saw you. Ha? Did we meet before the night we conceived the baby? Aha. Where? When? I really don't remember. You're so pretty, if I've really seen you before, I can't possibly have no memory of you at all. Honey, let's go to the movies, we haven't seen a movie together yet, I'll tell you about it after we get off the bus. Aha! After thinking for a long time, all the way to the underground parking lot, Li Yanyan still can't remember where she has seen him. Get out of the car, the man holding her to take the elevator just the two of them, the man reached out, straightened her forehead hair. Until she got off the elevator, she asked, you say the first time where we met. The man wrapped his arm around her waist, slowly spoke, June 10th day, I saw you for the first time. June 10th day, is not exactly the university graduation will be? She remembered that after the school graduation meeting, she and her classmates ate a farewell dinner and drank a little bit of wine, but that day she still hadn't seen Yuanzhou. I don't remember seeing you that day. It was after 9 o'clock that night on Ziwei Road in the outskirts of Beijing. Xingqing and I rode our bikes past Ziwei Road that day. Then what happened? Do you remember there was a car parked on the side of the road and there were two people vomiting and urinating in the grass? Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Yes, there is a little impression. I remember that day Xingqing even mocked the man who was urinating, saying that he had no quality or something, then she laughed and I laughed along with her. Those two people were none other than Mo Yanchen and me. Really? Well, just because I saw you that day, your smile has been imprinted in my heart, and after I went back, I kept thinking about you, and I still want to see you. But we didn't even stop that day, it was just a flash. Did you see what I look like? Of course, your look deep hard in my mind. Fate makes it so. 5 days later I met you again in the bar, I greeted you, you just complimented me on my good looks, fell into my arms. Yan Yan, do you know how happy I was? So, you took me to the hotel? Li Yan Yan calmly asked. Well, I just wanted to find a place for you to rest, I didn't want to bully you, but Yan Yan, you kept drilling into my arms, I didn't keep it up, and I just... Chapter 27 Winning a Girlfriend. On having 2 babies. Li Yan Yan helplessly touched her belly. Aha! Gu Yuanzhou wrapped his hands around her. Well, didn't you say you want to watch a movie? Li Yan Yan pushed him away. Then let's go buy tickets. To the movie theater, Gu Yuanzhou let her sit on the sofa, he went to buy tickets, bought a good ticket and saw others have bought popcorn and juice, he also bought holding popcorn and juice toward her. Li Yan Yan looked at him with a look of anticipation, the man sat beside her, said gently, do you like to watch the anime? This is the most recent show, the next movie will have to wait more than an hour. Well, I can watch anything. The man put the popcorn juice on the table, he stretched out his big bony palm, holding her hand. Honey, your hands are white, soft, and fragrant. Your hands also look good, show me your palm, I'll help you read your palm. Li Yan broke open his large palm and scrutinized it carefully. Honey, you also know how to read palms? The man was surprised. I don't know much about it, I just look at it. Look, near the thumb this line is the lifeline, the center of this is the career line, the most side of this line is the marriage line. Wow, these 3 lines are long. Your life is really good, good. The girl's finger moved on his palm, he felt itchy, and his heart was also itchy. My wife is really something, she can read palms too. No, I'm just looking. When does the movie start? 10 minutes. Let's go check the tickets 5 minutes early. Aha! Want some juice? Sure. Taking the man's juice, she took a couple sips. The juice was slightly sweet. At this moment, Li Yan saw a man and a woman embracing and kissing at the corner. She hurriedly moved her eyes away. In public, the two of them kissed like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Yuanzhou also saw it, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Wife, I also want to kiss you. Li Yan hurriedly waved her hand, Never, there are too many people here. What does my wife mean, I can kiss you when there aren't too many people? No. I know, I will kiss you again when I go home. Yuanzhou smiled. Li Yan, on the other hand, blushed. When the movie started, Yuanzhou pulled her along with him to check the ticket and enter the movie hall. He found a seat and quietly waited for the movie to start. And another movie theater. Yanchen, why don't you tell me where we have met? Jiang Cheng asked. Yanchen, some difficult, this is a little difficult to say, Qing, we first add a WeChat it. Jiang Cheng took out his cell phone, the two added each other to WeChat. What is difficult to say? You just say it, twisting and turning like what? Okay, but if I say it, don't laugh at me. No, go ahead. Yanchen told the story of that night, and Jiang Cheng laughed out loud after hearing it, so it was you who were there that night. Qing, don't say it, I am embarrassed. Then why did you urinate there at that time? You really have no quality, hey. I can't help it. What? You have bad kidneys? Jiang Cheng looked at the man from top to bottom. No man will be said to have bad kidneys, he immediately patted his legs, My kidneys are good, how can my kidneys be bad, it is because of drinking too much. Oh, Jiang Cheng had a face of disbelief. Yanchen was a little anxious, Qing, my kidneys are really good. What are you explaining? It's none of my business. Jiang Cheng turned his head and did not look at him. Qing, why did you whistle at me that night? Yanchen asked as he stared at her with wide eyes. Jiang Cheng thought for a few seconds, said, That night I may have drunk a little wine, the mind a little dizzy, you can rest assured that you are definitely not the first by me whistling, sometimes cycling past, see someone in the roadside urinating, I will whistle at them or laugh and say that they have no quality. Yanchen dumbfounded. What is your expression, my character is like this, not used to see No, how will you not whistle at them or talk to them in the future, if there are some people more powerful catch up with you will have big trouble. What big trouble? I joined the boxing club in college. I don't know who will win or lose in a fight. Qing, there's a huge difference in strength between men and women. Although you've studied boxing, you may not be as strong as a man, so in the future, you'd better just pass by and pretend you didn't see it. You underestimate me? Let's arm wrestle, I'm sure I can beat you. Jiang Cheng stretched out her hand, eager to try. Qing, it's not that I'm underestimating you, but with your small arms and legs, you'll lose if I arm wrestle you gently. What if I win? Qing, you can't win me. Yanchen is very confident. Good, let's make a bet, if I win, what will you do? Obey your every command. What if I win? What do you want if you win? Whatever I can afford. If I win, you be my girlfriend. Yanchen's eyes were certain. Jiang Cheng froze for a moment, then retorted, No, change the bet. Yanchen hooked his lips, Not that you will win? This is not a bet, are you afraid of losing to me? I will not lose to you, no nonsense, directly on it. The two held their hands together, their eyes locked. Yanchen is very confident, Qing is very thin, she has a slender wrist, definitely not as strong as him, if she wins, Qing is her girlfriend. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, the two began to exert themselves. Jiang Cheng bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes revealing stubbornness and defiance. Her slender arms trembled slightly, veins faintly visible under her white skin. However, Yanchen on the opposite side of the table was calm, his strong arm was like steel, steadily pressing on the table, not moving a muscle. Jiang Qing felt suspended. It can't be that he really wants to be his girlfriend, right? No way. No way. Jiang Qing used all her strength, but the man didn't move a bit. As her strength gradually ran out, her arm began to slowly tilt. Qing Cheng, you can use both hands. Mo Yanchen said with a relaxed face. Just use it. Jiang Qing didn't care and went straight to both hands, but it still didn't help. Although she tried her best to salvage the situation, the power difference between men and women made her lose in the end, and Mo Yanchen easily pressed Jiang Qing's hand on the table, declaring his victory. Jiang Qing sighed softly, her pretty little face collapsing, while Mo Yanchen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with the joy of victory. Qing Qing, you lost, from now on you are my girlfriend. Mo Yanchen hooked his lips and said. Jiang Qing hummed, no way, I won't do it if you want to have a girlfriend so easily. But Qing Qing, you just promised me that you would be my girlfriend if I won. Mo Yanchen was a bit frazzled. It seems that she did promise. But his strength is really big, before arm wrestling with boys or she won more, it seems that his strength is big. Being a person cannot go back on their word, she had to nod her head, okay, I agree to be your girlfriend. Mo Yanchen was in a happy mood, Qing Qing. Broke up. Jiang Qing suddenly said. Chapter 28 Go home with him. What? Mo Yanchen panicked, feeling as if he had heard wrong. I said we break up. Jiang Qing smiled slightly. Break up? We've only just been together, not even a minute. Mo Yanchen looked at her with a sad face. You didn't say we can't break up. Qing Qing, you. Well, it was an empty joy after all. You think chasing your girlfriend is that easy? Jiang Qing glanced at him obliquely, neither chased her, nor confessed to her, not to mention said anything, and today the two only know each other, want her to be a girlfriend, the door is not there. Mo Yanchen helplessly held his forehead, I was not well thought out, sorry. The man apologized, and Jiang Qing waved her hand, saying it was fine. Qing Qing, the movie is about to start, let's go watch the movie first. Qing Qing, the movie is about to start, let's go to the movie first. The two walked side by side and entered the theater together. By the time the movie ended, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Gu Yuanzhou led his wife out of the theater. Yen, let's go home. Well, it's just that I want to take a nap. Recently, my body is always weak and feeble. Before I thought it was because I was sleepy in spring and tired in fall, but now I think it should be due to my pregnancy, and I seldom took a nap in the middle of the day before, but now I feel uncomfortable if I don't take a rest in the middle of the day. Why don't you come home with me? What? We've been married for a few days and you haven't been there yet, so I'll take you back to recognize our home. But I don't have anything in your house. The day after we got married, I let the nanny prepare everything you need for your daily needs, so you only need to go. Li Yan looked up at the man, he put his arm around her waist and pressed the elevator. Where is your home? Is it far away? It's not far, Nanshan Villa, it's a 20-minute drive. Nanshan Villa? Is that the mansion that is said to be worth $200 to $300 million? Li Yan asked in surprise. Aha! Li Yan thought for a moment, casually can take out 100 million, live 2 or 300 million mansion, but also normal. The two got into the car and called Mrs. Wang, informing her that he and Yan were going back. After hanging up the phone, he turned his head to look at the girl, then gently stepped on the gas. Buzzing, her cell phone vibrated. Li Yan took out her cell phone and found that it was Qing Cheng who had sent her a message. The approximate content was that she knew about the meeting with Mo Yanchen that night. She typed a reply, saying that Yuanzhou had just told her as well. Yan, do you know? Mo Yanchen told me that Gu Yuanzhou fell in love with you at first sight. Li Yan pursed her lips and replied back, Mo Yanchen also fell in love with you at first sight, so he's been looking for you for a long time. Jiang Qing, I can see that he's been courting me all this time. Li Yan, didn't you say that you wanted to fall in love? What do you think of him? Why don't you talk to him about it? Jiang Qing, well, he's quite handsome, but I think the traffic cop brother is quite handsome too, you know? Today I ran into the traffic cop again. He caught me without a helmet and fined me $5. Li Yan, why can't you remember? It's not safe not to wear a helmet. Jiang Qing, okay, I'll definitely wear one in the future. Yan, who are you messaging, so happy? The man in the driver's seat asked. It's Qing Qing. Did she go to the movies with Dusty? Aha! Yuanzhou, does your friend like Qingqing? Yes, he likes Jiang Cheng. He's been looking for her since that night, for more than a month, and blames me for not letting her meet him earlier. What's your friend like? He has a good character, good temper, wide range of hobbies, sometimes a little lively, is a quite interesting person. Listening to this description of Yuanzhou, Mo Yanchen should be a good man. He is tall and handsome. Qingqing and she are both from the association of appearance. The probability is that Qingqing likes the type. What? Does Jiang Cheng have a crush on Dusty? I'm not sure, Qingqing didn't say. Gu Yuanzhou frowned. He could tell that Chuan genuinely liked Jiang Cheng. Chuan was just like him. As long as he wanted to accomplish something, he would definitely try to do it by all means. If he liked someone, he would also try to get it. Honey, don't mind their business. Aha! Li Yan nodded her head. As long as Qingqing was happy, it didn't matter who she fell in love with. Soon, the car drove into the villa area. Honey, we're home. Gu Yuanzhou said with a faint smile on his face. Li Yan looked left and right, only feeling that the area was vast. The car slowly drove into the villa area, and the scene in front of her shocked her. Gu Yuanzhou's home was a 3-story villa, just like a European-style castle. The first thing that caught her eye was the wide and sprawling lawn, and the vibrant green color brightened her eyes. On one side of the lawn there was a garden, in which all kinds of delicate and beautiful flowers bloomed. And in front of the villa was a gorgeous fountain. In the center of the fountain was a sculpture, and many golden and white koi carp were kept under the fountain. Gu Yuanzhou parked the car in the parking space, unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, circled around to the passenger side, opened the door for her, and stretched out his hand. Wife, get out of the car. Aha! After Li Yan got out of the car, the man led her into the villa. Just as she reached the door, she saw an auntie in her 40s walking over. A smile on her face, she said to Gu Yuanzhou, "Sir, you're back." Mr. Gu Yuanzhou, you are back. Then she looked at Li Yan, her eyes glowing. You are the wife, aren't you? Madam, you are so beautiful. Li Yan was a bit at a loss for words. Hello, my name is Li Yan. Madam, I am Mrs. Wang who is responsible for cooking. If you want to eat any dishes or favorite fruits in the future, you can tell me, I will arrange it. Thank you, Mrs. Wang. No, it's my duty to serve you. There were 3 other people standing in the living room, all in their 40s and 50s. Gu Yuanzhou put his arm around her and introduced her. Yan, this is Mrs. Zhang, who is responsible for planting vegetables and watering flowers, and these 2 are Mrs. Li and Mrs. Liu, who clean the villa. Just after the introduction, all 3 greeted her. Good day, ma'am. Ma'am, if there is anything you need in the future, please feel free to ask us. Li Yan smiled at them. Thank you all. Gu Yuanzhou put his arm around her. Wife, let's go back to our room and rest. Mr. and Mrs. Wang asked from behind. Sister-in-law Wang asked behind her, Mr. and Mrs., do you want anything to eat? Gu Yuanzhou looked at his wristwatch. Yan, and I won't be eating for now, so you can prepare dinner. I'll prepare it. Gu Yuanzhou took Li Yan into the living room. There is an elevator around the corner. Li Yan was surprised. Your home has an elevator? The man scraped her nose, a face of doting. Is our home. This villa has 4 floors, and there is another floor underground, where there is a billiard room, a movie theater and an audio-visual room, and a wine cellar. Li Yan touched her stomach and smiled with relief. The babies were really happy to be born in such a family. Chapter 29. Want to cut ties with me? After exiting the elevator and arriving on the 2nd floor, Gu Yuanzhou introduced her. The 2nd floor features a living room, a parlor, 3 guest rooms, and a master bedroom. The man pulled her into the master bedroom, which was spacious, decorated in black and white gray tones, and equipped with a check room, a bathroom, and a large balcony. The sunlight is extraordinarily abundant. Li Yan walked toward the balcony, only to see the 1st floor of the scenery is unobstructed, rockery, garden, swimming pool. Yuanzhou home is really amazingly large. The man walked slowly and embraced her in his arms from behind. Do you like it here? Do you like it here? How could I not? It's beautifully decorated, and his bedroom is actually larger than the total area of the house she's renting. There's another 1,000 square feet in the back for gardening, which I'll show you this afternoon, and on the 1st floor there's a back garden with all kinds of flowers. There are 6 bedrooms on the 1st floor for the nannies, the 2nd floor is for my parents and my brother, and the 3rd floor has 5 bedrooms, usually for friends, and a gym. How many square feet is the villa? The whole area of the villa is more than 3,000 square meters. Li Yan's legs were soft. The man rushed to hold her tightly. What's wrong, wife? What's wrong, wife? Is there something wrong? No, I just think your house is too big. Or can't you change your mind? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Gu Yuanzhou corrected. Honey, I'll take you to your check room to take a look. The man pulled her to the check room and opened it up. The space inside was at least 30 square feet, bigger than the master bedroom of the room she rented. Several rows of clothes, shoes, and bags were placed inside. Do you like it? The man put his arm around her shoulders and asked. Why did you prepare so much? Li Yanyan's eyes were glowing. Is it too much? I think this check room is too small. I want to open up the guest room next door and buy more things for my wife. No need. I'll wear one set of these every day for 3 months. Yuanzhou is so nice, he thinks of everything for her. Then wear them slowly. When the fall clothes come on, I'll have a batch sent over. Li Yanyan has never received such attention. She looked at the tall man, her heart was touched, reached out and hugged him, head buried in his arms, whispered, Yuanzhou, thank you. Thank you for treating me so well. Thank you for caring so much about me. Gu Yuanzhou did not expect Yanyan to suddenly hug him. This is the first time Yanyan actively hugged him. After freezing for a few seconds, he also reached out and hugged the girl in his arms, touched the top of her head, and softly said, What are you saying to your husband about thanks? Li Yanyan's ear was pressed against his chest, hearing a strong heartbeat. She felt at ease, the feeling of being valued, really happy. Yanyan, first go to bed and rest for a while, sleep for a while, huh? Just like that, she was pulled onto the bed. His bed was extremely wide, roughly 2 meters wide, with a soft mattress and a soft quilt that was as soft as a cloud. The life of the rich is different. She grew up so big, has never covered such a soft quilted. I will accompany my wife to sleep for a while. Gu Yuanzhou also lay down beside her. Li Yanyan turned around, the man's hand was on her waist, and his body moved closer to her again. She moved forward again, and the man followed close behind. Yuanzhou, I can't sleep if you're like this. The girl said helplessly. Then I won't move, you sleep first, I'll go downstairs. Well, you go quickly. Gu Yuanzhou slowly got up and walked out of the room. Li Yanyan then breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sent a message with Jiang Qing, describing to her how big Gu Yuanzhou's house was. After waiting for a few minutes without receiving a reply, she also fell asleep in a daze. The buzzing and continuous vibration woke up Li Yanyan. She picked up her cell phone and saw that it was a call from Li Zeshan. Picking up the phone, the other end said, Sis, you finally answered the phone. What's the matter? Sis, Mom and I went to your house, the neighborhood entrance cannot enter, you talk to the entrance grandfather, let us go in, we have something to say to you. If you have anything to say it on the phone. Then, a female voice came, Yanyan, it's Mom, yesterday as your father is wrong, I apologize to you for him, he is after all your own father, there is no need to make such a stalemate, is not it? In fact, your father is still very much in love with you, you see the evening to come home for dinner, and your father in makeup, okay? Li Yanyan slowly sat up, sneered, let me go to your home for dinner? But it's just that I think I have value to use. Your father is not such a person. Since I was a child, he did not care about me, I went to your home to me either hit or scold, always demeaned me, that he is not such a person? He just wasn't that kind of person to your son. But that's all in the past, and your dad wants to make amends now, and the fact that you're his own child doesn't change that in any way. Make amends? I'm not a child anymore. I don't need any fatherly love. Yan, don't say that. Yesterday when you came to my house, didn't you ask me to meet that Mr. Qin or whatever he is? That's why my father wants to sell me, isn't it? How much did that Mr. Qin give you guys to come to me 3 times? Shen Yue is a bit vain, there are reasons for that, but that Mr. Qin is good looking and his family is rich, he said he has his eye on you, and your dad thinks he's a good trustee, so why don't you meet with him, okay? I know you have nothing to offer, by now still want to sell me the day after tomorrow Monday, I will go to your home, I will prepare a severance of parental relations documents, trouble you to tell my father, I am 20 years old this year, 10,000 a year, a total of 200,000, a one-time to give him, as a severance of father-daughter love, the future we do not come and go. Yan. Unfortunately, she has already hung up the phone. Shen Yue sighed, she hung up. Li Zeshan was furious, what did she say? To sever the father-daughter relationship with my father. Yes, especially decisive. I remember when we were little dad used to beat her and scold her, it's not my sister's fault, my dad is really wrong. It's your father who's wrong. Yan's a poor girl, too. If they break off their relationship, should I say something? It's good that they did. You'll own the company now. Well, even if they break it off, Yan Yan is still my sister. Does Mr. Qin really like my sister? Well, your father said that if he could get Yan Yan, the Qin group would give us many opportunities to work together, and he'd even give us a check for $1 million, so your father is motivated. We can't sell our sister. Son, I'll be honest. Money is everything in this day and age. I think Mr. Qin is very rich, and he's very interested in Yan Yan. Wouldn't it be nice for her to be married to a rich man's wife? Her voiceover job is only $10,000 to $20,000 a month, isn't it? But our family is not short of money. Who doesn't want more money? Silly boy, the company is yours alone from now on. Let's go home. Tell your dad that your sister is going back on Monday. Villa in the suburbs of Beijing. Li Jianhua immediately shot up. What? What? She wants to break off her relationship with me? She's going to cut off our relationship with $200,000? Jianhua, take it easy. Shen Yue calmed him down. That bitch, now she has hardened her wings, she dares to challenge me. 200,000 yuan just want to break off our relationship, don't even think about it. Li Zeshan said, Dad, maybe the reason you have not been too good to her, in fact, I stand in sister's point of view, she is really quite poor, you are really not good to her. Li Jianhua grunted, I am her old son, I can treat her how I want to treat her, I provided her with food and drink, raised her, and let her go to school, she is now big, and wants to break the relationship, it is not so easy, she comes on Mondays, right? Shen Yue nodded, yes. I will make a call and ask Mr. Qin to come over. Jianhua, what do you want to do? Mr. Qin told me he has his eye on her and said he is willing to pay a bride price, since she is coming on Monday, we will let her get engaged to Mr. Qin on Monday. That's not good, is it? Shen Yue pulled him. Since ancient times, parents' orders, matchmakers' words, I say okay. Li Zeshan said with dissatisfaction, Dad, you're not doing it right, and I've heard that Mr. Qin is a very philandering person with many girlfriends, if you really let my sister marry him, will my sister have a good life in the future? Shen Yue pulled her son back, signaling him to speak less. It is normal for a man to be a womanizer, as long as he has money. Li Jianhua took out his cell phone and dialed General Manager Qin. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Nanshan Villa. Gu Yuanzhou held Li Yan Yan and familiarized himself with the vegetable garden and the garden. The 1,000 square meter garden was planted with a variety of vegetables, and Gu Yuanzhou told her that they were all very healthy and had never been given pesticides. After strolling through the vegetable garden, there was a grape arbor next to it, which was filled with bunches of green fruits. The grapes will be ripe in a month's time, so I'll pick them for you to eat. Gu Yuanzhou said as he gently looked at her. Li Yan Yan smiled and nodded, her heart full of sweetness. Chapter 30. Immediately want to see daughter-in-law. After dinner, Gu Yuanzhou took Li Yan Yan around the villa. From the basement all the way to the third floor, strolling around, a circle down, she felt quite tired, cannot help but sigh, Yuanzhou home is really big ah. Back to the bedroom, after a bath, the two lay flat on the bed. Gu Yuanzhou touched her flat stomach and said gently, Wife, is there any discomfort? No, it's fine. If there is a little bit of discomfort, you have to tell your husband. Aha, but I kind of want to eat something sour. Gu Yuanzhou sat up, sour plum soup can? Li Yan Yan pulled him back, it's 9 o'clock, I don't want to drink it, let's drink it tomorrow, I want to eat those sour plums. I want to eat those sour plums. I'll go buy them for you now. There's no hurry, I'll eat it tomorrow, I can't sleep at night if I eat it now. Okay, I'll go down and tell Mrs. Wang to buy some sour plums. Gu Yuanzhou touched her hand again. Gu Yuanzhou touched her stomach again, it was very flat, it was hard to imagine that there were two live lives inside. Honey, do you think we should name the kids? It's too early, isn't it? It's only been 7 weeks. Children always grow up fast, we need to name 2 boys and 2 girls. Well, I'll leave the naming to you, I'll choose a few more. I'll choose a few more. Gu Yuanzhou reached out, tightly embraced her, thin lips kissed her forehead, Li Yan Yan was a little uncomfortable, pushed him. Honey, shy? The man hooked his lips and smiled. You said that we each sleep separately, I only agreed to sleep in the same bed, if you hug me again, kiss me again, I will hit the ground. Honey, I like you too much, I can't help but want to hug you, I want to kiss you. Li Yan Yan reached out to block his chest, but touched his powerful abs, quickly retracted her hand, and her face flushed red. Honey, have you ever been in love before? Am I your first love? Gu Yuanzhou grabbed her small hand and asked. You are not. Am I not your first love? Gu Yuanzhou sighed, but my wife is my first love. I want to know who your first love is, wife? Gu Yuanzhou's eyes flashed an imperceptible and dangerous gaze. He thought of Tang Chunan and Yin Yin, childhood sweethearts, grew up together. The two were almost together. Fortunately, Tang Chunan was kicked out of the country by his mom, or he is now a big threat to him. I'm not going to tell you. Li Yan pulled out a smile. Honey, you are lying to me. You don't have a first love at all. I am your first love, right? I have. You don't look down on people. In elementary school there were people who stuffed love letters under my desk. Middle school and high school, not to mention, there were many students who chased me. My wife is really attractive. You say you haven't been in love, but I don't believe you don't look like you haven't been in love. She questioned. Why don't I look like that? Ha! You are quite handsome, your body is good, and your family is so rich, it is impossible that you have not been in love, and there are many girls chasing after you, right? The man touched her long hair and looked into her eyes. So I am so attractive in my wife's heart? Although I don't want to admit it, Gu Yuanzhou is really attractive. I am not too sure. Before in school, do not love to talk. 18 years old after I was 2 years as a soldier, came back to finish school after the inheritance of the company, did not feel that there are people chasing me. Yuanzhou is really modest. The two of them chatted for a while. At 10:30, Li Yan fell asleep. He came close to her, lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, then got up and covered her up. Buzzing, his cell phone vibrated. He hurriedly picked it up to see that it was a call from his mother. He took the phone and gently got out of bed, went to the balcony and answered the call. Son, I just got off the plane. You and your daughter-in-law slept yet? I immediately came to your home to see your daughter-in-law. Mom, it's so late, don't toss and turn. You and Dad go back to the old house. Yan is already asleep. Come back tomorrow morning. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. I've bought a lot of gifts for Yan. I'll thank you for Yan. No need to thank me. I'm the one who wants to thank Yan for marrying you. Enough. The driver's coming to pick up your father and me. The other party hung up. Gu Yuanzhou let out a light breath and looked at the night scene outside the window, then lifted his leg and went back to his room, wrapping his arms around his wife to sleep. The next morning, when Li Yan woke up, it was already 7:30. She sat up and stretched. Then she remembered that she had to go to the Li family tomorrow and sever her relationship with Li Jianhua. Then she picked up her cell phone and asked a lawyer senior to draw up an agreement for her to sever her father-daughter relationship. The senior said, give her 20 minutes and then send it to her email. She thanked him and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. Yan, are you up? The man's voice sounded at the door. I'm washing my face. The man's face appeared in the doorway. He softly said, Yan, Mom and Dad are here. What? Your parents-in-law are here. They want to see you. They're downstairs. What time did they arrive? At 6:30. What? It's almost 8 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me up? They told me not to wake you, to let you sleep well, and then go down to see them. Li Yan was a bit nervous. Gu Yuanzhou gently hugged her. Don't be nervous, they are very kind. Li Yan nodded slightly, looked for clothes in the check room to change into, then followed Gu Yuanzhou downstairs. As soon as she reached the living room, she saw a middle-aged couple with extraordinary temperament looking at her with smiles on their faces. The woman smiled amiably, with a few wrinkles on her face, and was wearing a Chinese-style green cheongsam, looking beautiful and dignified. The adult man, on the other hand, was wearing a suit with a few strands of gray hair on his head. His face was calm, serious and majestic. Are you Yan? You look so beautiful. Lin Shangyun took her hand with a bright smile. Hello, Auntie. Li Yan was a bit nervous. Lin Shangyun snorted and laughed. Yan, you and Yuanzhou are married, but still call me Auntie. Call mom Dad. Li Yan was a little shy, and softly called out, Hello Mom, hello Dad. I'm so happy to see you. Lin Shangyun how to like this daughter-in-law. Gu Hanting also nodded slightly, signaling a response. Lin Shangyun took her hand, her eyes full of love. This child looks really handsome. We Yuanzhou can marry you, really lucky. Li Yan was somewhat embarrassed by the compliment and slightly lowered her head. Lin Shangyun pulled her to sit on the sofa and began to ask about her health, her words full of concern. Yan, is it hard being pregnant? Tell Mom what you want to eat, and Mom will make it for you at noon. Li Yan quickly said, Thank you, don't bother. It's no trouble, you're my daughter-in-law. Said Lin Shangyun, took out 2 exquisite boxes and handed them to Li Yan. This is the gift that Mom bought for you, see if you like it. Li Yanyan opened a look, is a dazzling diamond necklace, there is a box, filled with 10 gold bricks. She was flattered, Mom, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Lin Shangyun waved her hand, it's not expensive, it's a little bit of Mom's heart. At this time, Gu Hanting also took out a real estate certificate. Yan, this is the house that Dad gave you. After I learned that you and Yuanzhou got a license, I let the assistant transfer it to your name. It is a villa in Golden River Bay. Li Yan pushed back, Dad, I can't take this, it's too expensive. Gu Yuanzhou took it on the side, wrapped his arm around her waist and said softly, Mom and Dad gave it to you, just take it. But Li Yan is a little worried, gold bricks, diamond necklaces, big villas, these are really expensive. Honey, take it, this is the intention of parents, do not let them down on your favorite. Li Yan looked at him in the eyes, and then took it. Thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad. We are all family from now on, no need to be so polite. Lin Shangyun was all smiles. She only felt these things, heavy. But in her heart, she was touched. Chapter 31 Severance of Paternity Agreement. Wang's sister-in-law walked out from the kitchen and said with a smile, Sir, breakfast is ready. Well, prepare to start the meal. Sister-in-law Wang and sister-in-law Lu neatly served the sumptuous breakfast on the table. Lin Shangyun lovingly pulled Li Yanyan towards the dining table, asking softly as she walked, Yanyan, are you avoiding food when you are pregnant? Is there any vomiting? Li Yanyan shook her head slightly and answered softly, there is no vomiting for the time being. Lin Shangyun nodded thoughtfully, oh, I heard Yuanzhou say it's 7 weeks, right? Li Yanyan softly I used to vomit a lot when I was pregnant with Yuanzhou, and I didn't vomit until I was 4 months old. Yan, the baby in your belly is really understanding. When Li Yan heard this, she gently glanced at Gu Yuanzhou beside her and then nodded her head slightly. Gu Yuanzhou gently peeled an egg and put it in Li Yan's bowl, his eyes were full of love, and he said softly, Wife, eat the egg. The corners of Li Yan's mouth rose, revealing a smile of happiness, thank you. Gu Yuanzhou stroked her head dotingly. Gu Yuanzhou gave Li Yanyan her favorite food from time to time, taking good care of her. Lin Shangyun watched the young couple's loving appearance, a pleased smile spreading across her face. She also gestured for Gu Hanting to join her in seeing how much her son and daughter-in-law loved each other. After dinner, Lin Shangyun took her hand, sat on the sofa, and chatted with her about some family matters. Yan, where are you from? I'm from Beicheng. North City is not far from the capital, driving over 3 hours to get there. Look at you, you should be very small, is it just 20 years old? I'm from Beicheng. Lin Shangyun glanced at his son, he is 28, looking for a daughter-in-law only 20, beast. Then you're still in college, right? No, I've already graduated. You're only 20 and you've graduated from college? Gu Yuanzhou came over and sat next to Li Yanyan, he said, Yanyan went to school early when she was a child, so she graduated early, and just graduated from Qingdao University in the first half of the year. The first half of the year, she just graduated from Qingdao University. This is the #1 school in China, Yanyan, why are you so good? Gu Yuanzhou put his arm around her waist, of course my wife is excellent. Gu Hanting cleared his throat, when do you plan to have a wedding? Lin Shangyun's eyes are glowing. Yes, when are you going to have a wedding? Yan is now almost 2 months pregnant, and will be pregnant in 4 months. Yan, what do you think? Gu Yuanzhou asked her. I'm fine with it. Lin Shangyun, Yan, are your parents in North City? Let's pick a time to go to North City with you to visit your parents. Discuss the matter of you two getting married. Li Yan was a bit at a loss. Only to hear Gu Yuanzhou's voice rang out, Yanyan's mother died when she was very young, she was raised by her grandmother, her father is now living in the suburbs of the capital, Yanyan, and I will go to visit them first, and then we will talk about things later. Lin Shangyun could see that Yanyan was a bit unnatural, so she didn't ask about her family. She took her hand and chatted about something else. By the way, the two of them added V-mail and also pulled her into the family group. After sitting for a while, Lin Shangyun pulled her to the back garden to look at flowers again. After lunch, Lin Shangyun and Gu Hanting went back to the old mansion, and when they left, they warned Gu Yuanzhou that he was not allowed to bully Yanyan, or he would disown him as his son. After returning to her bedroom, she received an agreement to sever the parent-child relationship from her senior. The schoolmaster also said, in fact, in our country, the severance of paternity agreement cannot be effective, and in the future, when your father is old, you still have the obligation to support him. Li Yanyan frowned, back, then I signed this is still necessary. You feel the need to be necessary on the necessary right, but when he is old, how to support are your things, such as spending $3 a day to buy him 3 steamed buns, which is also the support of the ah. Li Yanyan only put down this Li Yanyan, then let go of her heart and said thank you. Gu Yuanzhou came over. Honey, what are you looking at? Gu Yuanzhou came over. Honey, what are you looking at? He saw the severance agreement and put his arm around her. Why are you suddenly looking at this? Gu Yuanzhou's heart ached as he hugged her tightly. I want to sever ties with my father. There was not a trace of tenderness in Li Yanyan's eyes. Do you want me to help you? No, I can handle it myself. Her eyes have determination, perseverance, decisive, which makes him very heartbroken. So many years, Yan Yan is how strong to come over. She is still so cheerful and sunny and confident. If you need help, be sure to talk to your husband. Don't worry, I can do this little thing. I'm not the same as when I was a kid, and let him pinch me. The second day. Morning, inside the car. After breakfast, Gu Yuanzhou drove to the company. Li Yanyan had to go back to buy Guiyuan to pick up something, so he first sent Yanyan home, and then went to the company. Yanyan, why don't I go to your father's side with you later? No, you have to go to work. I can't delay you. I won't be delayed. Besides, I'm free to work. I'm the boss. Well, okay then. We'll go back to Cinnamon Garden to pick up our stuff first. After you finish with your dad, do you want to go to the office with me? I'm not going. I have to go back to record. I don't want to go to Nanshan Villa for the time being. My recording equipment is over here. I have to work every day. It's not convenient to go back and forth. Gu Yuanzhou thought for a moment, and later went to the company to let assistant Song buy a set of the best equipment in Nanshan Villa, so that Yan Yan does not have to run both ways. After arriving at Cinnamon Garden and picking up the items, Gu Yuanzhou drove to the outskirts of Beijing. When she arrived at the villa area, Li Yanyan reminded her that it was on the 28th. Aha! After driving for 2 minutes, he finally stopped in front of villa number 28. Li Yanyan smiled at him. Yuanzhou, you go to work. I'll wait for you here. I'll send you home when you're done. It may take a long time. You'd better go to work. I'll just take a taxi home later. Aha! Gu Yuanzhou nodded slightly. Li Yanyan opened the door and got out of the car, waved to him and watched her enter the 3-story villa. Gu Yuanzhou was a little uneasy in his heart and thought it would be better to wait for her at the door. Li Yanyan slowly walked into the living room, only to see that Li Jianhuo and Chen Yue were both there, and there was a familiar man sitting on the sofa, seemingly called something like General Manager Qin. Chen Yue looked up and saw her, and immediately walked towards her with a face of joy. Yanyan, you finally came back. Your father and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Haoyu's eyes went straight the moment he saw the girl appear. Today, the girl was wearing a turquoise long dress. Her hair was tied up high, revealing a long ponytail, making her look lively, beautiful, and sunny. Feet wearing sneakers. There is a little special. Originally, wearing a long dress should be matched with a pair of high-heeled shoes. She wears a pair of sneakers, but there is a different flavor. She is very special and dazzling. Li Jianhuo also showed a rare smile. Yan, quickly come over to say hello to Mr. Qin. Chapter 32. Mr. Qin confessed, be my girlfriend. Seeing Li Yanyan standing still, Qin Haoyu got up, hooked his lips and walked towards her. Yanyan, meet again, hello. Qin Haoyu stretched out his hand towards her, signaling a handshake. Li Yanyan just glanced at him and staggered towards Li Jianhuo. Qin Haoyu pounced, but was not annoyed. Beautiful women, it is normal to have a personality, let alone a rare beauty like her. Li Jianhuo frowned. How do you have no manners at all? Mr. Qin greeted you, why do you ignore him? Li Yanyan's face was expressionless, her eyes were clear and cold. I don't know him, why should I care about him? Li Jianhuo was angered by her attitude. What kind of attitude is this? Mr. Qin is our guest of honor. Li Yanyan no longer paid attention to him, straight from the bag took out a document. I came here today to send you this, I hope you sign on it. Li Jianhuo took the document, saw the several big words on the title of the document, Severance of Parent-Child Relationship Agreement. His face instantly became iron blue. Chen Yue also saw it and her face didn't look too good either. Originally thinking that she was just talking, she didn't expect that she really drew up this document. What are you doing here? Li Jianhuo looked at Li Yanyan angrily. Li Yanyan looked calm. As you can see, I am going to sever the parent-child relationship with you. For so many years, you have never fulfilled your responsibilities as a father. Now that I have grown up, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Li Jianhuo was so angry that he was trembling. You unfilial daughter, how dare you sever ties with me? Li Yanyan sneered, unfilial? What you have done to me all these years, where is the slightest bit of a father? Every time you hurled abuse at me, I remembered it in my heart, at that time, because I was small, I didn't have the ability to fight back, now what else can you do to me? Li Jianhua slammed the document hard on the ground. I won't sign it, don't even think about it. Shen Yue faced sadness. Pull her hand. Yan, there is no need to make such a mess, she is your real father. Between father and daughter there is no such thing as overnight hatred? The two of you sit down properly and solve all the misunderstandings of so many years. Xin Haoyu, on the other hand, had a look of watching the show. It seems that Yan is not doing well in this family. A girl with a bad family of origin, as long as she is treated a little bit better, she will follow him with her heart. Shen Yue whispered in her ear, Yan, don't make a scene, there are still guests today, don't let people look at the joke. Li Yan ignored her words, looked at the documents on the ground, eyes firm, sign it, in the future, we each go our own way, don't worry, I will make up for it, this year I'm 20 years old, I will give you 200,000 to buy out our relationship. Li Jianhua sneered, I have never heard of which daughter wants to cut off her relationship with her father, this is the first time in the world actually happened to me. Li Jianhua. Li Yan hummed, why is it happening to you? You do not know, reflect on it. Why is it that other daughters are so close to their fathers, while you and I are now at loggerheads? Who caused this? Li Jianhua knows what he did to his daughter, but he really hates this daughter of his, because she looks too much like her mother. Since getting older, he can always see her shadow in her, so he does not like her. When the results of her college entrance examination came out, she scored 700 points, she was really angry and spit out her blood, she didn't expect her results to be so good. She said that she wanted to go to Qing University and go to the capital, and after hearing this, she was restless day and night, and directly tricked her back and locked her up in the attic. Li Yan must not go to the capital, absolutely not go to the capital. I did not expect to still be Zhang Qing and Tang Chunan, two people will be her rescue, filled out the volunteer on the capital, fortunately, so many years, did not happen anything. Back to God, Li Jianhua viciously said, you think about it yourself, if you cut ties with me, the family property, the company, I won't give you a dime. Li Yan laughed out loud, as if she had heard some funny joke, what are you talking about? What does your company have to do with me? Since I was a child, I was given a few years of tuition, please? Really laugh at me. You. Xin Haoyu suddenly interjected, Mr. Li, this is your wrong, listen to Yan's tone that she was very strict with her as a child. Is the tuition cannot afford to pay out? You can't even afford to pay for her tuition? You can't even afford to give her money to live in such a nice villa? Li Jianhua face flattering, Mr. Qin is not like this, is to cultivate her independence, but also for the good of the child. How can you let a minor be independent? Under the age of 18, parents have to provide their children with free conditions. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so harsh that he couldn't even afford to pay his own daughter's tuition. How could you? How could I not afford to pay her tuition? Yan Li retorted again, is that right? My grandmother paid all my elementary and middle school tuition, and you didn't even let me go to high school, don't you remember that? Not to mention that after the results of the college entrance examination came out, you locked me up and didn't let me fill in my aspiration, so I almost missed my chance to come to the capital. Xin Haoyu scared a few times, Mr. Li, you're not right. Li Jianhua was so ashamed that he had no place to go. But still tough, I will not sign, you are my daughter, will always be my daughter. You do not sign I will be resolved through legal channels, you do not think that I am still a child that let you pinch round and rub flat little girl. Li Jianhua was so angry that his face was hideous. You sign now, I will also give you 200,000, if the time to go through legal channels you cannot get a penny. Xin Haoyu walked to her side, full of smiles, Yan, do you want me to help you? I will find you the best lawyer, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend. Li Yan moved away a few steps to keep a distance from him, what's it to you? Of course I'm helping you, Yan, I like you, do you want to be my girlfriend? As long as you want anything I will give it to you. Xin Haoyu raised his eyebrows and said seriously. Li Yan looked at him with a strange look, who are you? Don't talk to me with such a disgusting expression, okay? I want to vomit. Xin Haoyu. He's handsome and golden, and Yan says she wants to vomit when she sees him? Oh, what an interesting girl, what a challenge. Li Yan ignores him and continues to say to Li Jianhua, tell me if you want to sign today? If you sign it, I will immediately transfer 200,000 to you, I will delete all the contact information of your family, and never communicate with you again, and I won't take a penny of your family's money. Li Jianhua glanced at Mr. Qin, he has been imperative to Yan, this time must not be cut off from Yan and him together in the future, he as a father-in-law still have the benefits of fishing. Li Jianhua eased his expression. Yan, Dad was wrong, I did not do the right thing, but we are, after all, a father and daughter, do not say such serious words, okay? I don't want to say such serious words, okay? Li Yan only felt sick to her stomach. I know, you don't want to sign it, right? I know, you don't want to sign it, right? Then you'll wait for the summons from the court. Li Yan turned around and left. Li Jianhua roared behind her, Yan, are you so determined? At this time, Li Zeshan came back from outside. He didn't know what had just happened, and said to Li Yan with a smile, Sister, you're back. Li Yan's footsteps were slightly stuttered, looked at him and left resolutely. Sister, why did you just leave? Li Zeshan was puzzled. Xin Haoyu hurriedly followed her, and after catching up with her, he said, Yan, I will send you home. Where is your home? In the living room, Li Zeshan asked what happened. Chen Yue picked up the severance agreement to show him. Li Zeshan surprised, Sister to really? Xiaoshan, you have a good relationship with your sister, persuade her. Li Jianhua exclaimed, this unfilial daughter, I should have known that when she was born, she was strangled to death, and now she actually disobeyed me like this. Chapter 33 A Gentle Kiss. Yan, add a WeChat, okay? Xin Haoyu couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. Li Yan as if she did not hear, do not even look at him a glance, straight towards the door and walked quickly. Yan, you don't want to be so cold, after you and your father to court, I can help you I can hire the best lawyer. Xin Haoyu in the back eagerly shouted. Just arrived at the door, only to see a man with a straight posture leaning against the body, smiling towards her. Li Yan also revealed a smile at this time. Yan, are you ready? The man walked up to her and naturally took her hand, asking gently. Didn't I say for you not to wait for me? The girl shyly looked up at the man. Of course I have to wait for you. The man dotingly touched her head. Xin Haoyu looked at the small hand being held and the intimate interaction between them, and could not help but frown and question, Yan, who is he? Yuanzhou looked up and down at Xin Haoyu, who was following Yan, and a cold light instantly flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Xin Haoyu proudly introduced, I am the general manager of the Qin Group, who are you? Why are you holding Yan's hand? Yuanzhou did not even bother to answer him, just turned his head and tenderly said to the girl, get on the car, I will take you home. I'll take you home. The girl answered softly, then opened the car door and sat in. Xin Haoyu saw that the car was a Maybach, worth more than $8 million, and immediately shut up. This is not a car that ordinary people can afford. Could it be that Li Yan has been adopted by this man? Thinking of this, his face became very ugly. Yuanzhou got into the driver's seat, lightly stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started. Is it all done? The man asked with concern. No, my father refused to sign, may have to go through the legal process. Li Yan's voice was filled with helplessness. Yan, I will help you, my company's legal department is very professional. Yuanzhou said firmly. I'll talk to my dad again, maybe he thinks 200,000 yuan is too little to buy off the relationship, give a little more to break the relationship, and don't communicate with each other in the future. Li Yan's eyes flashed a trace of determination. He lives in a house like this, so I'm sure that 200,000 won't be enough for him. But this 200,000 is already a lot, I grew up, he gave me the total sum or not 200,000, 100,000 or not. Li Yan's voice was a little choked, and her heart was full of grievances. I'm sorry. Yuanzhou held up her hand, giving her silent comfort, perhaps this break pro is not a must, you can ignore him, the capital is so big, not deliberately, should not see the face. But I want a break, from tomorrow onwards I will send him a broken marriage agreement every day, he will always be annoyed one day. Good, I'm all for you. Then, the man's words changed, who was that man just now? How come he called you so close? I've seen him twice, and I'm not familiar with him. I don't know him very well. Then he still asked me who I am? Li Yan smiled at him helplessly, we met at the promotion banquet, so we really don't know each other well. Look at him, he seems to like you. Yuanzhou frowned, somewhat unhappy. Just now in that house, he did say that he liked me and asked me to be his girlfriend, I just felt funny and directly ignored him. Then did you tell him that you're already married, so that he wouldn't hit on you? I didn't even bother to talk to him, I didn't want to spend more time with him. Mentioning him, Li Yan still had a look of disgust on her face. Stopping at the traffic light, Yuanzhou held her hand and placed it on his lips for a kiss. Next time you meet a suitor or someone who is interested in you, tell them that you are married. Li Yan pulled out a smile and nodded. As the car started, she said, I actually want to ask him why he hated me so much since I was a child, and has been using me up until now, you know? My dad let me fall in love with that guy. HM? It's that Mr. Qin? Gu Yuanzhou asked in surprise. Yes, said Qin Group is very rich, he just want me to sell a good price, so far, he is still using me. Gu Yuanzhou held her hand tightly, wife, everything has me, do not think of those people, those things, not worth it. The bottom of the man's eyes flashed a trace of dissimilarity, Qin's Group, right? Looking at the girl indeed spoiled beyond measure, wife, if your father goes bankrupt one day, will you? What has he got to do with me if he goes bankrupt or not? I can't wait for him to go bankrupt and go back home. And never see him again. Gu Yuanzhou smiled slightly when he got the answer. In the capital, whoever he wanted to bankrupt would surely do so within 3 days. Hurting his wife, no one, not even his father-in-law. Make her wife unhappy, then go bankrupt. The car sped down the road, the scenery outside the window constantly receding. Li Yanyan looked out the window, her thoughts were all over the place. Gu Yuanzhou glanced at her from time to time, his eyes full of pain. The misfortune of her family of origin had left her with a heavy heart. He had to hurry up and think of a way to drive his father-in-law out of the capital and bankrupt the Qin Group. Back at home, Li Yanyan sat on the sofa, her expression still a bit despondent. Gu Yuanzhou gently walked to her side, sat beside her, held her hand and said, Yan, don't be sad, I will always be by your side. Li Yan raised her head, looked at the man's handsome face, pulled out a smile, Why don't you go to the company? My wife is in a bad mood, I want to accompany you. I am fine, I have long been accustomed to it, and it is good to regulate myself, it used to be like this. In the past, I was not there, now I am there, I will definitely comfort you, everything to you first. The man reached out and took her into his arms. Leaning against his chest, smelling his familiar scent, she actually felt at ease. Then stay in his arms for a while longer. Just like that, the two of them hugged each other tightly for about 10 minutes before she let go. The man saw her blushing, and his heartbeat accelerated in his heart. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, and the man unconsciously moved closer towards her red lips. She also did not retreat, slowly closing her eyes. Expected kiss fell, his thin lips gently covered her red lips, such as a feather-like gentle touch, with careful testing and cherish. She didn't dare to move, quietly being dominated by the man. Subsequently, this gentle gradually deepened, turned into a warm and lingering mingling. Her body was tightly embraced by the man, seemingly to integrate her into his bone marrow. The air around them seemed to be filled with ambiguity, their breaths intertwined, and the sound of each other's heartbeats was clearly audible. The man slowly pressed her down on the sofa, his large palm reached into her clothes, feeling the softness, he kissed more passionately. Li Yan snapped her eyes open, only to see the man kissing as if he was mesmerized. She forcefully pushed his chest away and pushed the man away again, hurriedly getting up and pulling her clothes. You just covered her face in a blush, as tantalizing as a ripe apple. The man stuck over and wrapped his arms around her whole. Honey, you are so beautiful. How can you touch her? Felt shy and anxious. She then saw him there and felt like it was going to rush into the clouds, she was even more irritated. The man let out a laugh and explained, Wife, don't be afraid, this is a normal reaction. Chapter 34. Are you guys in love? Ding dong doorbell rang at exactly this time, the crisp sound broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the house. Li Yan hurriedly got up to open the door, her movements slightly flustered. Gu Yuanzhou sighed helplessly, and secretly complained in his heart, he hadn't kissed enough, who came to kill the scene again. Ching, you're here. Li Yan happily pulled Jiang Qing in. I was bored, so I came over to play with you. Yan, why is your face so red? Jiang Qing asked curiously, with a bit of cunning in her eyes. Li Yan shook her head vigorously, trying to hide her shyness. No? Is it okay? When Jiang Qing saw the man on the sofa and looked at Yan, who looked unnatural, she instantly understood and raised her eyebrows. Your husband is also there? He left right away. Then Li said towards the man again, Yuanzhou, it's late, hurry up and go to work. Gu Yuanzhou got up, methodically organized his clothes, glanced at his watch, it was already more than 10 o'clock, it was indeed time to go. The man came to her side, gently rubbed her head, gently said, then I'm leaving, if there is anything, call me, send a message. Well, you go quickly, the road, pay attention to safety. Li Yan's voice is soft and concerned. I'm sorry. Li Yan sent him to the door, the man put on his shoes, gently kissed her on the lips, reluctantly looked at her, wife, I will miss you. Jiang Qing at the side rounded her eyes, so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. These two actually kissed. Their relationship is progressing so fast? Li Yanyan shyly nodded her head as the man exited the door and she immediately closed the door behind him. Jiang Qing walked over. Just now, Yu Yanyan, you two are in love, ah? Li Yanyan blinked her eyes were a little empty. Ah? I said you guys are in love? You're in love? But we're already married. I know you're married, but you didn't fall in love before you got married. This is a flash marriage, a marriage before love. Yanyan, are you in love with Gu Yuanzhou? Li Yanyan was frozen by the question. She slightly lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. Thinking about the time she spent with Gu Yuanzhou, those cozy moments, those sweet moments, they all seemed happy and sweet. She slowly raised her head and nodded slightly. Maybe I really like him. Jiang Qing pulled Li Yanyan to sit on the sofa and said with a smile, Yanyan, quickly tell me, how did you develop so fast? Li Yanyan blushed. I don't know, I just feel that being cared for and valued by someone feels really good. He takes care of me in every way, and yesterday I met his parents, they are all very good to me. Oh? Did they give you any gifts? A rich family's in-laws should be very generous to their daughter-in-law. My mother-in-law gave me a diamond necklace and 10 gold bricks. Jiang Qing's eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide open in surprise. Your mother-in-law is so generous. Where is the diamond necklace? How big are the gold bricks? The diamond necklace and the gold bricks are at Gu Yuanzhou's house. The diamond necklace is quite beautiful, blue and sparkling, especially beautiful. The gold bricks are heavy. One should weigh a pound, right? God, the luxury mother-in-law is generous. Now the price of gold more than 600 grams, a piece of 500 grams, a piece is worth 300,000, a total of 10 pieces, that is not 3 million? Not to mention a necklace. Yes, oh yes, my father-in-law also gave me a set of real estate, a villa in Golden River Bay. Jiang Qing directly to the sofa ally, mouth also marveled. God, Golden River Bay villa, you know how much a set of money, 80-90 million, nearly 100 million ah. Your in-laws are really generous. I also want a big villa, a big gold brick. Li Yanyan blinked. How are you and Mo Yanchen? He said he'd ask me out for lunch at noon. Did you say yes? Yes, I'm bored anyway. Yanyan, you go with me. Jiang Qing pulled her arm. I won't go, you two have a good date. I think he's a bit of a womanizer and I don't want to go out with him. I don't want to go out with him. Why do you think he's a womanizer? Did he tell you? He didn't say that. I think he's not too serious just by looking at his looks and his demeanor. I still think that the traffic police brother is better, but when I messaged with him, he was especially cold. Jiang Qing sighed. In fact, she is not a very active person. Every time she sees people return she does not want to continue to chat. If you don't want me to ask Yuanzhou, ask him how many girlfriends he's had in the past, and if he's really a womanizer. You don't want to judge him as a philanderer just because of his words and behavior, that would be wronging him a bit. Hey, they are good brothers, men will cover each other, how can they tell you the truth? Then Yuanzhou told me that he has not been in love, this is also a lie to me? I don't think so, your husband that looked dead, expressionless, although looks okay, but that a fierce look, really should be like never been in love. What? How do you think he is vicious? I think he has always been smiling ah. Li Yanyan was surprised, how could Qing Qing think of Yuanzhou in this way? He's obviously very gentle. Silly Yanyan, that's for you, but for us he is expressionless. If he treats you like this, will you still be with him? Scared to death, stay away immediately. Qing Qing seems to have a point. On the other hand, Huanyu Group. Gu Yuanzhou returned to the company with a gloomy face. He remembered the man who appeared beside Li Yanyan, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. He called his assistant and said in an icy tone, go and investigate the Qin Group, I want to know all their details, especially the general manager of the Qin Group. And Li Jianhua, investigate clearly. Assistant Song nodded and replied, quickly going to carry out the task. Half an hour later, Assistant Song walked into the office with a stack of information. Mr. Gu, this is the relevant information of Qin's group. This is the information on Li Jianhua and his company. Gu Yuanzhou hummed, then flipped through the Qin Group's information. Assistant Song exited the office. After reading it, he frowned deeply. The chairman of Qin's group, Qin Weisan, originally started out as a home appliance manufacturer, then as more and more orders came in, he built a factory, and as his business grew bigger and bigger, he started producing daily necessities. Factory orders become more, the employees from 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night, a lot of employees suffering, difficult to take leave, resignation is not approved, or deducted a large number of wages, so this 20 years caused 8 employees, from the top of the building a leap. Strangely enough, every time something goes wrong, Sheen's Group is able to set things right. So many years, Sheen's Group has also been sued many times, the reason is tax evasion, jerry-built, substandard products, just no human life lawsuits, but every time can be safe and sound. 8 human lives, actually no one once sued. Yuanzhou also sighed deeply. Then he flipped through Li Jianhua's information. Chapter 35 Bankrupt. Li Jianhua, 42 years old, was born in the rural area of North City. At the age of 17, he entered society early. When he was young, he traveled to Guangzhou to buy and sell clothes, ran an insurance business in bustling Shanghai, worked in real estate sales in Nanjing, and then returned to his hometown to sell medicines without setting off any sparks. 11 years ago, he came to the capital and became a driver for the general manager of Tang's company. 3 years later, when the government in his hometown expropriated land in their village, he received more than $10 million in demolition money, so he quit his job as a driver. With this money, he invested in stocks and gained a lot of money, and then bought 3 properties in the North City. 4 years ago, he came to the capital with his family to settle down and opened a small shoe factory. Although the income is average, there are still several millions of net profit every year. Assistant Song, come in. Assistant Song pushed the door in at the sound of the voice. Mr. Gu, what are your orders? Acquire the Qin Group, hollow out the Qin father and son, drive them out of the capital, as well as the night shoe factory, together with the acquisition. Assistant Song couldn't help but shiver. Mr. Gu, Li's shoe factory is owned by your father-in-law's family, you want to acquire it as well? Gu Yuanzhou glanced at him coldly. Assistant Song immediately bent over. Yes, I'll go and do it. It will be done within 3 days. Yes, Mr. Gu. Assistant Song sweated profusely, took the documents and hurried out the door, hurriedly going to get down to business with his secretary. They acted quickly and began to collect relevant information, crafting a detailed acquisition plan. Sheen's Group had always had certain roots in the capital, and in order to hollow it out and acquire it in just 3 days, it would undoubtedly require the close collaboration of resources from all parties as well as precise and unerring strategies. However, compared to the Huanyu Group, the Qin Clan Group was dwarfed. In just 2 days' time, it had managed to acquire 58% of the Qin Group's shares, and then temporarily convened a shareholders' meeting to expel the Qin father and son from the group. After the meeting, Qin Weisun sat forlornly in his office, holding his head in his hands. At this time, he was no longer the chairman of the Qin Group. This company was something he had spent more than 20 years of his life's work on, but how could he end up in such a situation in just a few days and be mercilessly kicked out of the company? Who was deliberately targeting him? 2 days ago, I heard that some people have acquired a large number of shares of Qin's Group. He did not pay too much attention at first, until yesterday when he checked, found that it has been acquired more than 40%, which gave rise to a sense of crisis. He asked around, but never knew exactly what had happened. Until just now, that impromptu shareholders meeting, where the board of directors voted to replace him as chairman and remove his son as general manager. Dad, what's going on? Qin Haoyu hurriedly pushed open the door and questioned loudly. Qin Weisun fretted, how could I know? How could you not know? Removing me as the general manager and making you as the chairman step down, who did this? If I find him, I'll make him look good. I don't know, how would I know? Where's Secretary Chen? Secretary Chen, come in. The middle-aged Secretary Chen came in. General manager, what's the matter? Why is this happening? Why did my father and I step down, why? Secretary Chen shivered. I'm not sure, maybe someone is deliberately suppressing our company. Suppressing our company? Why did just my dad and I step down? Everyone else is safe and sound, the company is running normally, the factory is producing normally, just my dad and I stepped down. Don't you think it's strange? It's as if someone is targeting us specifically. Secretary Chen, general manager, I saw Assistant Song of the Huanyu Group, it seems to be him. Huanyu Group? We don't work with them for one thing, and we don't cross paths with them for another. This I do not know. All ruined, my 20 years of hard work all ruined. Qin Weisun excitedly tapped the table, suddenly, his eyes black, unconscious fell to the ground. Night Shoe Factory also failed to escape the fate of the acquisition. Night Shoe Factory is smaller in size, and was soon acquired. Li Jianhua was worried about this and was full of doubts, not knowing who wanted to suppress it. He thought to himself, could it be the Qin Group? Because they couldn't get Yan Yan, they came to retaliate against him? So, he dialed Chin's phone, but how can not get through? He simply went to Chin's group. Just entering the building, he heard the employees gossiping. The approximate content is that Chin's chairman and manager have stepped down. The chairman was unable to bear it, and even went into the hospital. Li Jianhua was immediately confused. What happened to Chin's group? Just as Li Jianhua was filled with doubts, in Gu Yuanzhou's office, Assistant Song was calmly reporting on the progress of the acquisition. Mr. Gu, Chin's group and Knight's shoe factory have been dealt with according to your instructions, and are now under our company's name. Well, leave it to you to take care of it. Gu Yuanzhou raised his eyes to look at him. Okay, Mr. Gu, may I ask why? Assistant Song inquired in a low voice. The general manager of the Qin group is lusting after my wife. Do you think I can let it go? I see, the revenge of taking my wife must be taken out ruthlessly. Gu Yuanzhou continued, these days you have investigated Qin's group to the bottom of the sky. You should also find that their company has all sorts of problems. If I do not get involved, sooner or later we'll also go bankrupt. If they do business properly, that's all, but they oppress their workers and cause 8 lives to fall. Do you think they should step down? Yes, no matter how one does business, no one should be killed. After all, human lives are at stake. Assistant Song concurred. Well, you let the Qin group reform. The working time is more 8 hours a day, the base salary increased by 20%, to ensure that each worker's income is not less than 8,000 per month. Every year everyone has 10 days of paid annual leave. Everyone is not easy. Song assistant listened to these words moved. The capital like Mr. Gu boss has not much for the workers to consider. For the consideration of the wage earners, he wants to fight for the president for life. Mr. Gu also, Night Shoe Factory Night Jianhua, has been asking Secretary Li who wants to acquire? Gu Yuanzhou sat on the leather chair, expressionless, said, do not mind him. Li Jianhua said that there is a large number of orders to be sent abroad. If this batch of orders are not sent on time, he will lose all his money. If you want to acquire, can you delay a month? Then let him go bankrupt. It is better to let him go back to his home in Beicheng. Song Minghua is trembling, Mr. Gu. He's your father-in-law. He's not shocked on the surface. Yes, President. At 5 o'clock, Gu Yuanzhou returned to buy Gue Yuan. He pressed his fingerprint to open the door, and when he entered, the living room was empty, the kitchen was empty, and the master bedroom was empty. Where's Yin Yan? At this time, the sound came from the recording studio. He gently opened the door, only to see that the girl was wearing headphones and was recording. Your Majesty, I am just a concubine daughter of a small official family. How can I be worthy of such an honorable you? Gu Yuanzhou stood quietly behind her, watching her with a pompous expression and looking at her with a smile. My sister is of noble status. She is the one who deserves to be your rightful wife, and me, I know I am not worthy of you. Your Highness, let me go. Chapter 36 Tangled Kiss. 5 minutes later, Li Yanyan took off the headphones, gently sighed, as if relieved. Today's work is done. Turning around to look, the man did not know when he had quietly stood behind her, was gazing at her with a gentle smile. You, how do you not make a sound at the back? Li Yanyan was shocked, her heart jumped violently, and her face instantly blushed. The man went forward, gently embraced her into his arms, did not stand for long. Yanyan, this is the first time I heard you in the recording. Li Yanyan was a little embarrassed, hung her head low, and whispered, isn't it boring? It was fun. Yanyan, I didn't expect your voice to change from time to time, a moment of old age tone, a moment of young girl tone, and child tone. The man's voice was full of surprise and appreciation. These are the basic operations of a dubbing worker. Li Yanyan only felt groundless, not knowing how much of those slightly exaggerated voice performances had just been heard by him. The man, however, hugged her a little tighter. Yanyan, you're really good. Li Yanyan slightly raised her head. Will not think that my expression just now is very exaggerated, very embarrassing. Ah? How could it be? The man touched her head. My wife is very cute. I see the yin-yang of diversity. The embarrassment in his heart gradually dissipated and was replaced by a hint of sweetness. Wife, do you want to live with me back in Nanshan Villa? The man said gently. Why do you suddenly want to live there again? It's spacious over there. This house is too small. I'm afraid you'll be bored at home. Luckily, Qingqing comes to keep me company every day. And didn't I tell you? You don't have my recording equipment over there, so I can't work there. Gu Yuanzhou pulled her and slowly walked towards the living room. Yesterday, I already asked my assistant to buy a set of recording equipment at home, so even if you're over there, you can still work. Li Yanyan's face was a bit surprised. Really? Of course, I've organized the second bedroom next door to put your recording studio. If you are bored at home, let Jiang Qing accompany you. I'll think about it. The two came to the living room. Yuanzhou sat on the sofa, pulled his wife in his arms and let her sit on his lap. Li Yanyan was a little uncomfortable, her face instantly turned red. Yuanzhou. Man broke her body over to him, one hand tightly clasped her waist, one hand hooked her neck. The two of them looked at each other, and the temperature around them instantly rose. He slowly toward her red lips and touched that piece of soft, gentle kiss slowly become passionate. His kiss is more and more hot. Li Yanyan's hands unconsciously climbed on his waist, slightly trembling in response to his enthusiasm. Time seems to stand still, the whole world is only left with the sound of each other's breathing and heartbeat. Suddenly, he stood up and lifted the girl up, his lips still unwilling to part, kissing while walking towards the bedroom. Until she was gently placed on the bed, and his entire body pressed up. Only then did Li Yanyan push him away and sit up. Yuanzhou, what do you want? Yuanzhou was ignited, his body was suppressed and could not be released, he just actually wanted to. How is he so beastly? Yanyan is still pregnant with a child. He is still pregnant with a child. He is helpless, holding his forehead. Sorry, Yanyan, scared you, I will go to the bathroom. The man got up and went to the bathroom, closed the door behind him, and washed his face with cold water. Helplessly closed his eyes, just now he actually wanted to have sex with Yanyan. How could he be so unable to control himself? Li Yanyan's face was covered with redness, remembering the kiss just now, she felt so sweet. She lay on the bed and hugged the doll, revealing a happy smile. Then she touched her stomach, fortunately the two babies were in her stomach, or else Yuanzhou would have eaten her. Recalling the initial night, to the back, in fact, also quite happy. 10 minutes later, the man walked out from the bathroom. Li Yanyan immediately sat up and looked at him with a smile. Honey, let's go on a date. Yuanzhou walked towards her, sat beside her and said. Where are we going? She looked at him with wide eyes. The man wrapped his arms around her and said, Anywhere, wife, where do you want to go? It's all fine. What about a movie, dinner? Movie first, or dinner first? Didn't we see a movie last time? I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat first. We'll go play afterward. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Yuanzhou got up and picked up the girl in his arms. Li Yanyan subconsciously hooked her neck to him. What are you doing? Carrying your wife out to change her shoes. I can walk. I want to carry you. The man held her in the doorway, put her down, and bent down to change her shoes. Li Yanyan found her hair a little messy in the mirror at the door, so she took a comb and combed it, and tied a ponytail high. At this time, the man also put on his shoes, and the two walked out the door hand in hand. The car parked in the underground garage of the mall, the two took the elevator straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a food court. There are all kinds of food: hot pot, barbecue, hot and spicy, grilled fish, Cantonese cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Anhui cuisine, should have everything. Honey, what do you want to eat? Yuanzhou asked. Anhui cuisine. Good. The two of them went to the Hui cuisine restaurant. Under the arrangement of the waiter, sat on the seat, the waiter took out the menu, let them order. Li Yanyan ordered braised prawns, steamed sea bass, a pot of sour plum soup. Yuanzhou ordered yellow mountain pigeon, steamed egg, stir-fried cabbage, cold seaweed threads. After ordering, he waited silently. Li Yanyan took out her cell phone to check and reply to her senior sister's WeChat. The senior said that there was a TV series recruiting voice actors and asked if she wanted to go. She replied, help her enroll, she wants to go. After chatting a few more times, Yuanzhou was ignored and wrapped his arm around her waist. The girl looked up at him and continued to reply to the message. Soon, all the dishes were served, and Li Yanyan directly drank 2 cups of sour plum soup. She felt that the flavor of sour plum soup was really good, the sourness was so comfortable to drink. Another half bowl of rice was eaten and some dishes were eaten. The two of them ate, settled the bill, held hands, and went down the elevator together to the arcade on the 3rd floor. Li Yanyan blinked. Yuanzhou hooked his lips. Go into play? I want to go. I want to go. Thursday, the arcade is not many people, bought coins, saw the crane machine, her eyes instantly bright, pulling Yuanzhou straight to the crane machine. Li Yanyan tried again and again, claws are empty, the 5th time to catch, finally caught a cute doll, she excitedly took out the doll, to show Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou stroked her head in favor. Then, they played a racing game. Li Yanyan held the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, while Yuanzhou watched her play. After that, they played bowling, and after they got tired of playing billiards, the two of them walked out of the arcade, and it was already the beginning of the Chinese lights. The two hands holding hands strolling in the square. The square is exceptionally lively. The square has a child playing drums, attracting a group of people to watch. There is also a child trampoline, jumping really high. There are also flower sellers and toy sellers. The breeze is blowing, there is a hint of coolness. At 9 o'clock, the two returned home together. Took a shower, lay on the bed. The man also came out of the bathroom, uncovered the quilt, lying next to her. Honey, today is a beautiful day. Yuanzhou embraced Li Yanyan into his arms. Li Yanyan leaned into his arms and surrounded herself with his unique smell, mmm. Moonlight sprinkled on them through the window, cozy and serene. Honey, I want to kiss you. I'm sleepy. Li Yanyan rolled over and turned her back to him. The man tightly embraced her, touching her stomach. The child is only 2 months, and there are still 8 months to be born. Chapter 37 Li Jianhua Bankruptcy. His voice was low and magnetic, and he had to wait so long. Wait for what? She inquired in a small voice. The man's hand around her tightened, thin lips close to her ear, warm breath sprinkled in her ear. Of course, it is a round room. Li Yanyan instantly blushed. The baby is still in the stomach. The night is still long. The moonlight outside the window penetrated and sprinkled on them. The man gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of tenderness. Inside the Qin family villa. Qin Weisin was discharged from the hospital in the evening and returned home to the living room, looking through the thick documents. Qin Haoyu was also anxious. Within a day both himself and his father were driven away from the Qin group, with only a little bit of news that they had offended the Huanyu group. Now their Qin's group was officially acquired by the Huanyu group, and in the afternoon out of the reform program, increase employee wages, eliminate overtime, increase annual leave, all double weekends. Since the afternoon, the employees in the group are all congratulating. They don't seem to care about the Qin's change of ownership, and they are still scolding them in the group, and they have finally been ousted from the stage, and everyone is rejoicing. The whole Qin's group, only they have been ousted from the stage. Dad, where did we offend the Huanyu group? Qin Haoyu walked over to the coffee table and asked. Qin Weisin closed his eyes and collapsed behind him to lean on the sofa, not knowing. Then he looked at his son. Did you mess with them? How can I mess with the people of the Huanyu group? We are not even at the same level, and I cannot see them. How can I mess with them? This kid is never sharp, outside with others racing racehorses. Maybe it's some time to mess with the big man and do not know. At this time, Secretary Chen walked in. Qin Haoyu immediately grabbed his arm, questioned, Secretary Chen, the whole company, only me and my father was pulled down? No one else was fired? Secretary Chen nodded, yes. Where exactly did we offend the Huanyu group to push me and my dad to the brink of extinction? Secretary Chen looked at the chairman wilting. His heart was a little shaken. In fact, over the years, the chairman was still good to him. In fact, I heard Assistant Song say, you to the president of the Huanyu group, Gu general wife, there are offensive places, Chen secretary whispered. Qin Haoyu was full of doubts. What? I have an offense against Mr. Gu's wife? How is that possible? Besides, didn't people say that Mr. Gu of Huanyu group likes men? When did he have a wife? Qin Weisin slowly raised his head and looked at his son viciously. Secretary Chen continued, it's just a rumor. Mr. Gu has a new wife. Maybe you've offended her when you weren't looking, right? Otherwise, the Huanyu group wouldn't have done such a desperate thing. Qin Haoyu was wondering when he had offended General Manager Gu's wife, when suddenly, he was heavily slapped. Qin Weisin's face was filled with anger. I knew it was you, brat, looking for flowers outside. How dare you mess with the wife of Huanyu Group's General Manager Gu? Haven't you heard that Mr. Gu is known as the living king of hell? Who dares to mess with him in the capital? Who dares to mess with him in the whole of China? You actually dare to offend his wife? Do you want to live? Qin Haoyu was hit by the dumbfounded, reacted immediately, retorted, Dad, I really did not provoke anyone. I have no girlfriend recently. I don't have a girlfriend lately. You don't have a woman lately? Didn't you say you were going to marry the daughter of a shoe factory boss? What could Yan Yan have to do with Mr. Gu? Qin Haoyu thought back. Yan Yan is just an ordinary girl, wearing ordinary clothes and carrying an ordinary bag. How could she be Mr. Gu's wife? Moreover, she was just 20 years old and her father wanted to marry her off. Secretary Chen continued, Assistant Song told me this afternoon that it would be best for you guys to leave the capital as soon as possible, or else it would be very difficult for Huanyu Group to make a move. Qin Weisin collapsed and fell to the ground. The old man's 20 years of hard work, all of it was destroyed by your unfilial son. Qin Haoyu shook his head vigorously, Dad, I really don't know. Yan Yan can't be Mr. Gu's wife. Shen's secretary sighed. Things have come to this point, Chairman, you'd better hurry up and leave the capital. If you really let the Huanyu group intervene, then it will not look good. Shen Weisin deeply knew that he could not afford to mess with the Huanyu group. Shen Haoyu bit his back teeth hard, still not knowing who he had really messed with. On the second day, the Qin family father and son sold their capital city property at a low price, and left the capital city without even packing their luggage. Protecting their lives is important, protecting their reputation is important, wait until they're old turf, they can still rise again. In this way, the capital from now on there is no Qin father and son. Qin Haoyu immediately got up, walked outside, got into the car and stepped on the gas straight until he reached the villa in the outskirts of the capital, Li Jianhua's house. At this time, 11 o'clock at night. Beijing suburb villa, bright lights. Li Jianhua was busy with a stack of documents. Shen Yue brought a cup of water, placed it on the table, and looked at him with a heartbroken face. Jianhua, it's so late, you'd better go and rest first, and then get busy tomorrow. You go to sleep first. Li Jianhua did not raise his head. I will be busy tomorrow, it is so late today. I told you not to bother me. Li Jianhua shouted, did you understand? The factory will close down soon. How can that be? How can it be closing down? Someone from above wants to buy out my factory, causing it to shut down now. A month ago, I took a foreign order for tens of millions of dollars. If we don't send the goods within a month, we'll lose everything, you know? If we don't ship the goods within a month, we'll lose everything. Do you know that? We can't even pay back the money even if we sell all our houses, stocks and savings. Is it that serious? Shen Yue shivered. She does not want to go back to the poor days of the past. The poor days have been afraid. It is not easy to be a few years as a broad wife, enjoy a few years of blessings, and then go back to the poor days of the past. She will not be able to live. You don't understand anything, you quickly go back to sleep. Li Zeshan came down from upstairs, sleepy eyes. Mom and Dad, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what are you arguing about? Shen Yue, a pull son, your father said, the family factory may have to fall, to lose all the money. How can it be? The last time you did not tell me that there are a few suites in the old family. The capital has 2 suites. There is a factory, worth tens of millions of dollars. How can it be said to fall down on the collapse of it? Your dad said he took over a foreign business, and if he doesn't deliver the goods on time, he'll lose all his money for breach of contract. Dad, is it true? Li Zeshan asked. Li Jianhua looked at them and told you two not to disturb me. Get back to your room and go to sleep. Dad, tell me about it, maybe I can even help you. Just don't make a mess, Shen Yue, take your son back. The next morning, Li Jianhua still wanted to go to find Mr. Qin to help, but who knows that as soon as he arrived at his home, listening to the security guard said that early this morning, the Qin family father and son has sold the villa, back to Shanghai. He took a cigarette and the security guard chatted a few words, only to know that the Qin family father and son seems to have messed with the Huanyu group, so was driven out of the Qin group, this morning rushed to leave the capital. He was desperate, running around trying to find a way, but it still does not help. Wherever he goes, or the wall, it seems that some people are deliberately targeting him. In this way, half a month later, the foreign side of the reason that he did not ship the goods to make him pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages. He had no choice but to sell his house and stocks, and took out his savings to pay back the liquidated damages. Just 20 days, he seems to have aged 10 years, and gray hairs appeared on his head. 10 years of family wealth scattered, the suburbs of Beijing villa also sold, now only the old family has a set of old rags, the family in the capital rented a house, a family of 3 people live in it. Chapter 38. What happens when you don't love her anymore? Even though he had already lived there for several days, Li Zeshan still couldn't get used to it. He couldn't help but complain, my room is just too small, how can I compare it to the villa in the past? In the past my room was much bigger than this entire house. Shen Yue, face full of wrinkles, is sitting on a small bench choosing vegetables, heard this hurriedly said, in front of your father cannot talk about these. Once the family had a nanny, she has not done this work for a long time, naturally there are many complaints in her heart. Our family was once so rich, how just a few days to fall into this? Li Zeshan how can not understand. It is all your father's fault, his heart is higher than the sky, he signed a contract with someone for tens of millions of dollars, and in the end, he lost 3 times as much, and lost all his family's money. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, and this is the truth that is embodied in their family to the fullest extent. Mom, do we really have no money at all? We only have a few tens of thousands of dollars, and there's a suite in our hometown, but it's not worth much. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. Li Zeshan held her hand tightly, comforted. Mom, Dad has been busy outside this period of time, he is also trying to think of ways, our family will not go to the end of the mountain that step. Chen Yue wiped away her tears, looked at him and said, why don't you look for Yen Yen? Find her some money to pay your college tuition. Recently, the family accident, I have been to her phone, she did not answer, send a message she also ignored. It's all Dad's fault. If it wasn't for Dad's bad treatment of my sister, how could we be like this? How can I ask her for college tuition? You're her brother. What's the point of asking her for tens of thousands of dollars? Yen Yen is soft, just say a few good words, she loved you when you were little. Li Zeshan returned to the room, looking at the narrow bedroom straight frown, before his bathroom or bigger than this bedroom. He picked up his cell phone, stared at Li Yen Yen's number, hesitated again and again, and finally dialed the phone. At this time, Li Yen Yen was sitting comfortably on the villa's balcony, leaning back in a chair, leisurely eating sour plums. Jiang Qing, whose face was wrinkled into a ball, asked, is it sour? Not sour, the flavor is great, Qing you also eat one. Li Yen Yen smiled and put a big plum into her hand. Jiang Qing saw Yen Yen eating with relish, so she took a bite, and instantly, the sour flavor spread in her mouth. This is not sour, sour me Yen Yen, your taste is really special. Jiang Qing touched her jaw with both hands. The phone suddenly rang, Li Yen Yen glanced at the caller ID, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Jiang Qing turned her head to look at it and skimmed her lips, your brother called again? HM. Her good mood instantly disappeared. Recently, Li Zeshan had been calling her all the time, and of course she didn't answer. Another text message to her, saying that the family is bankrupt and the villa is sold, she also just looked at it. Anything in the Li family is none of her business. I heard my dad say that your dad's factory closed down. Jiang Qing whispered. Although she knew that Yen Yen didn't care about the Li family, but she was after all a member of the Li family, she was still afraid that Yen Yen would be affected. Well, Li Zeshan sent me a message and told me about it. How did it suddenly close down? Jiang Qing was a bit puzzled. Who knows? Yen Yen raised her eyebrows. I heard that your father sold all the stocks and shares in his house and is now renting a house. Well, but this has nothing to do with me. Yes, they live in a villa when you did not live, they opened a factory to earn money when not give you a penny, so far it is also their own fault. Jiang Qing fought for her. The cell phone continues to ring. Yen Yen, since you don't answer his calls, why don't you pull the plug on him? Jiang Qing asked. My father and my stepmother's phone I have blacked out, only his phone I still keep. When the time comes, I still want my father to sign the paternity severance letter. How can he convey it after blacking out? I don't know how he's going to convey it. The phone called again. Li Yen Yen hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Sister, it's me, you finally answered the phone. Li Zeshan's careful voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Yen Yen was silent for a moment and said coldly, what is it that you want from me? Li Zeshan took a deep breath and said, Sister, our family went bankrupt, now we have nothing. Sister, I think I have to pay college tuition soon, can you lend me a few $10,000? Li Yen Yen sneered a few times, you are not forgetting, I was my own college tuition fees earned by working, you also go to work you have hands and feet, how to find me to ask for money? Li Zeshan hurriedly said, Sister, before the matter is Dad is not right, I also have the wrong place, I did not for you to ask Dad for mercy, but at that time I was still small and do not know what to do. I went to college when only 16 years old, you are now 18 years old, you say you do not understand? Let me tell you, if you ask me for money, I won't give you a cent. Sister, I really wrong, I can now sympathize with you that kind of embarrassment, but our family is really too much in need of money, my tuition is really no place sis, you lend me a few tens of thousands of dollars, and when I graduate from the university I will surely double, no, 10 times to return to you. I'll tell your dad when he's willing to sign a marriage contract with me, and if he agrees, I'll give you all the money for your college tuition. Sister, we don't have to make such a mess. You tell your dad that I will pay $200,000 for signing the breakup letter, or else I won't answer your calls anymore, and I will pull the plug on your phone, even if I don't sign the breakup letter, what's the big deal? Even if you don't sign the letter, what's the big deal? When he gets old, I'll give him 3 steamed buns a day, which is also a kind of support. Li Yen Yen hung up the phone. Li Zeshan looked at the hung-up phone and sighed. Opening the door and going out, he found that his father had returned, he was full of fatigue, sitting on the sofa, his eyes were lifeless. Li Zeshan walked over, whispered, just now I talked to my sister on the phone, she said that you as long as you are willing to sign a letter of severance of marriage, she is willing to give $200,000 and bear my tuition. Li Jianhua sat up and said loudly and angrily, 200,000 yuan? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I gave birth to her to raise her. Why 200,000 to buy off? I won't give her a break. You don't have to worry about tuition, I have a number here. Li Jianhua still decided to go back to his hometown with Chen Yue. Starting from scratch, Li Zeshan is left alone in the capital, waiting for the beginning of the school year. Since the talks could not come to an agreement, Li Yanyan also pulled Li Zeshan black. In the evening, Gu Yuanzhou pulled her down to the first floor to watch a movie in the movie hall. Her mind was not on the movie, but instead turned her head to look at him from time to time. Gu Yuanzhou put his arm around her. Honey, do I look good? Why do you keep looking at me? Li Yanyan asked tentatively, did you make my dad go bankrupt? Why are you asking? The man wrapped her in his arms. I remember 2 weeks ago, didn't you say what would happen to me if my dad went bankrupt? How come my dad's family went bankrupt just after you said that? So I wondered if it was you. If it was my wife, would you blame me? I don't blame you. Whether his family is broke or not has nothing to do with me. I just acquired his factory and bought the ownership of his trademark, and he himself couldn't fulfill the orders to foreign countries on time, so he was compensated 3 times the amount of liquidated damages, leading to bankruptcy. Li Yanyan nodded her head slightly, not making any waves about it. I heard that Qin's group was also acquired by you now? Well, who let Qin? How you actually dare to hit on your wife? So you acquired them and drove them out of the capital? Li Yanyan suddenly had a creepy feeling. Her pillow, a word can make Li Jianhua bankrupt, can make the Qin family instantly fall. Is he too much power? If one day, he doesn't love her anymore and dislikes her, will he also count her? Thinking of this, she was chilled to the bone. Chapter 39. I miss you. I did not drive away the Qin family, father and son, they left on their own. A trace of imperceptible strangeness flashed in Gu Yuanzhou's eyes. Li Yanyan suddenly felt weak and stood up. I want to go to rest. Honey, what's wrong with you? Gu Yuanzhou asked with concern, reaching out to hold her. Li Yanyan gently avoided his hand. I am fine. She turned around and slowly exited the studio, slowly heading towards the bedroom again. Gu Yuanzhou looked at her back, his brows furrowed, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. What is wrong with Yanyan all of a sudden? Back in the bedroom, Li Yanyan lay on the bed, her thoughts in turmoil. The man gently sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch her face. Li Yanyan dodged a little. Honey, what's wrong with you? He bent down and lay on his side next to her. I'm fine, I'm sleepy, I'll go to sleep first. Li Yanyan closed her eyes. Honey, don't go to sleep first. You must have something on your mind. Don't hide anything in your heart and tell your husband, otherwise you will suffocate. Let us talk about it some other day. Yan didn't say anything, and there was nothing he could do about it. The next morning. 8:30, Gu Yuanzhou see her still asleep did not disturb her, gently in her cheek a kiss, and went out of the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Li Yanyan opened her eyes. Gu Yuanzhou had breakfast and went to the office. Li Yanyan didn't get up until 9 o'clock, washed up, changed her clothes, and didn't get to the living room on the first floor until 9:30 a.m. Yes, she was deliberately avoiding him. When Mrs. Wang saw her coming down, she immediately greeted her. You're awake, Mrs. Wang, sit down, I'll bring breakfast over. Mrs. Wang, has Gu Yuanzhou left? She asked. Yes ma'am, Mr. Gu left for work at 8:30, he had been waiting for you to dine with him, but I didn't expect you to be sleeping. Sister-in-law Wang brought breakfast over, she was really hungry too, and ate 2 bowls of congee, 2 xiaolong bao, and a donut. After eating, she said to Mrs. Wang, don't cook at noon, I'm going back to buy guiyuan. Why don't I make it and send it over for you? Well, good, can I trouble you to make it for one more person? Of course. Does Mr. Wang want to dine with you? No, it's my friend Xingxing, she's going to visit me at BJ Garden later. Okay, ma'am. Let the driver, Zhang, take you home. Good. It'll save her the trouble of taking a taxi. Driver old Zhang is the driver of Nanshan Villa, and has been her driver since she moved in. When she got home and sat on the sofa, her cell phone buzzed several times, and when she opened it, she saw that it was a message from Gu Yuanzhou, and there was also a transfer of 5W. Wife, listen to Wang's sister-in-law said you went back to Big Yard. Yesterday see you have something on your mind, what's wrong with you? Transfer 5W million. Wife, are you okay? Lai Yanyan still returned, I just want to come back, these flowers have not been watered for several days, I come to water them. Wife, Then I will come over to look for you after work, and sleep in the big yard tonight. Quickly put the money away, buy some of your favorite things. Knock knock, the door is knocked. Li Yanyan put down her cell phone to open the door, and opened it. It was Jiang Cheng. She was carrying a big bag. It's so hot outside. I bought a watermelon, put it in the fridge to chill, we will eat it later. I'll help you get it. Li Yanyan reached out to pick up. No, you don't want to take it. You go to the sofa and sit down. You are now more than 2 months pregnant. You can't touch heavy things. Everything I will do. Li Yanyan cried and laughed, so she followed her and walked to the refrigerator together. Jiang Cheng put a big watermelon into the refrigerator and put grapes and durian. Later on, you eat less watermelon, you eat some grapes and durians. Jiang Cheng closed the door. Jiang Cheng closed the door. Li Yanyan pulled her arm. I just touched something on my hand, I'm going to wash my hand, go wait for me on the sofa. I'll join you, I'll wash my hands too. The two of them washed their hands together in the bathroom. Jiang Cheng asked, this morning on WeChat, you said there was something to say to me, what is it? Li Yanyan sighed, yesterday I asked Yuanzhou, he said that my dad's bankruptcy and Qin's bankruptcy were all his doing. Jiang Cheng nodded, well, Qin's group is what my dad told me, saying that it was acquired by your husband. I think I'm a little scared. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly scared? Li Yanyan slowly opened her mouth. My father and Qin Group, because of a few words of Yuanzhou, went bankrupt. My father has now taken my stepmother back to her hometown. Qin father and son also left the capital. I'm a little afraid of Yuanzhou. I'm afraid that one day he does not love me, and then he will be so calculating, a word can drive me out of the capital. Jiang Cheng puzzled, and then pulled her to the living room, and gently embraced her. Yanyan, you're overthinking it. How could Gu Yuanzhou? I'm not going to be able to do that. How could Gu Yuanzhou do this to you? He loves you so much. Love is not eternal, Qing. Nothing is eternal. Now he does love me, protect me, respect me, but if one day do not love? Yan, you're overthinking it. Gu Yuanzhou is not such a person. I also know that he is not such a person, but I always think about it. To be honest, now I am a little afraid of him. Jiang Cheng tenderly touched her stomach. Yan, maybe it's because of the progesterone hormone, so you're imagining things, you don't think so much. Your own husband, what are you afraid of him for? And Qin's group was acquired. This is for Qin's employees. It is a great good thing, you do not know, right? Qin, since the acquisition, was reformed by Gu Yuanzhou. Workers' wages increased by 20%, to ensure that each worker's salary is not less than 8,000, each person 10 days of paid annual leave, double weekends. In the past, Qin's group was famous for 997, the factory underneath the several lives. Now your husband let them double leave, those employees are happy to die, why are you still blaming him? And listen to him, Yanchen said, your husband in the charity, every year to donate hundreds of millions, in the capital city enterprises, is one of the best, like my father, so harsh a person said, Gu always a very good entrepreneur. Li Yanyan heard, remembered the night of the license. After getting the license, he directly let the assistant donated 100 million to the charity department. Yes, Yuanzhou itself is a very good person. Qin how you offended her, and Yuanzhou was helping her out. She actually misunderstood him and was afraid of him. Thinking of this, she picked up her cell phone and immediately made a voice call to Gu Yuanzhou, and that side picked up instantly, as if it was waiting for her call. A low and familiar voice rang out, Yan, why are you calling me? At work, Yan almost never called him. In fact, until marriage, Yan hadn't called him a few times in total. That's why she was unusually surprised to receive her call. Li Yanyan got up and walked towards the balcony. Yuanzhou, I miss you. Chapter 40, How can he get married? Gu Yuanzhou on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, then his voice was full of surprise. Wife, I miss you too. A gentle smile spread on Li Yanyan's face. Yuanzhou, you work well, I'm hanging up. Wait for your wife, I will be right back for you. You work well, can't we see each other when you get off work? This is the first time my wife has said she misses me. I want to come back and stay with you. Qing is here. You'd better come back after work. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Li Yanyan looked out the window and was in an exceptionally comfortable mood. Jiang Cheng said behind her with a smile, Yo, really neat ah. Li Yanyan cheeks slightly red. Now in a better mood, right? Jiang Cheng pulled her, sat back on the sofa. Well, just a little misunderstood him. Husband and wife should be good communication. There is something not to hold in the heart, sulking, you are now pregnant, and easy to think too much, this is not good for you, the child is not good. Well, I know, Qing, lucky to have you. You can tell me anything. President's office. Because of a phone call from Yan, Gu Yuanzhou was pleasant. Big brother. The door was pushed open and a girl walked in wearing a long beige dress. The girl's hair was draped and she wore exquisite makeup, looking very dignified and beautiful. Gu Yuanzhou put away his smile. You're back? Yes, big brother, I heard that you got married, is that true? Xiao Shiyu asked as she stood in front of her desk. Xiao Shiyu was Xiao Anshu's younger sister, 24 years old, graduated from Cambridge University in the US and was currently studying for her master's degree. Because Lin Shangyun had given birth to 2 sons and no daughters, she especially wanted a daughter. When she gave birth to her second son, she had a difficult labor for 2 days and 1 night before she gave birth to her second son, which cost her half of her life. Gu Hanting couldn't bear the thought of his wife suffering from childbearing again, so he went to get a ligation. Later, Lin Shangyun bosom friend, Xiao Anshu mother Yuya, gave birth to a daughter. She recognized her as a goddaughter, and now also called Lin Shangyun as godmother, Gu Yuanzhou for the elder brother. Gu Yuanzhou's face is expressionless, coldly said, well, I got married. Xiao Shiyu pursed her lips and pulled out a smile. Big brother, when did you fall in love? Why are you still hiding it from me, your sister? Which family's daughter-in-law is your sister-in-law? Do I recognize her? Gu Yuanzhou glanced at her. You don't know her. Then your sister-in-law must be very good and pretty, right? We'll have a chance to meet some other time. When did you get back? I rushed straight to you after I got off the plane. You'd better go home first, your family hasn't seen you for a long time, they should want to see you. Xiao Shiyu glanced at the wristwatch on her hand. It's almost 11 o'clock, it's just about time for lunch. Big brother, why don't you and I have dinner together? I still have to go home to eat with my wife, it's better for you to go home to eat with your family. Xiao Shiyu clenched her hand into a fist and pretended to be calm. Good, then big brother, I'll go first. Gu Yuanzhou gave an expressionless With that, Xiao Shiyu left with a smile on her face, and just after leaving the office, her face collapsed. How did Yuanzhou get married? Didn't he say he wasn't interested in women? A year ago. Godmother complained in front of her, saying that she told Yuanzhou to find a girlfriend, and he said he wasn't interested. She then went to the office to find him and tried to open her mouth. Big brother, I have a way to get Godmother to stop pressuring you to get married, that is, how about I pretend to be your girlfriend? Gu Yuanzhou instantly changed his face. Xiao Shiyu, words are not allowed to be spoken. Xiao Shiyu immediately explained, Big brother, don't misunderstand, I just don't want you to be pushed so hard by your godmother. Don't say this kind of thing again, I'm not interested in any woman. Xiao Shiyu returned to the car and sat in the back seat, tears falling out of her eyes. Yuanzhou got married. He actually got married. From the age of 16, he liked him, but he never looked at her more than once, did not give her a good face, but she just liked. The day before yesterday, Ji Yusin told that Yuanzhou got married. She still did not believe it, and called her brother, Xiao Anshu, and only then did he say that it was true that he got married, and that his wife was very beautiful, and that she was already pregnant for more than 2 months. The news gave her a heavy blow. This news gave her a heavy blow. After hanging up the phone, she cried for a whole night, her eyes were swollen with tears, and Yusin was always by her side to comfort her. Yuanzhou, is her youth, she really good love him. Obviously said before that he is not interested in girls, but now married, so soon even have a child. How can he be like this? Uxin saw her sad like this, proposed to say to go back to China, then the two immediately bought a plane ticket to fly back to China. When they got off the plane, the Ji family's driver picked her up. The Chao family's driver also came to pick her up, but she wanted to go to Yuanzhou first, which is why she went to his company to find him. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and she flopped down in the back seat of the car and cried out. Xiao's driver looked in the rearview mirror and was actually a little distressed in his heart. Miss, what's wrong with you? After a trip to Mr. Gu's place, you're crying like this? The driver asked with concern. Xiao Shiyu whimpered, no, nothing. The driver couldn't bear to persuade, Miss, don't cry, if you go back home and Mrs. sees you like this, she will be heartbroken. Thinking of Yuanzhou, Xiao Shiyu couldn't stop her tears. Only after 20 minutes did she slowly stabilize her emotions. Uncle, when you get home, don't tell my parents and brother that you're crying, I'm afraid they'll be worried. Don't worry, miss, I will definitely not say anything. The driver thought that she had been wronged abroad, and it was also possible that she was excited to cry because she was too homesick. Just as she got off the bus, Xiao mother gave her a big hug. Shiyu, haven't seen you for months, Mom missed you. Xiao Shiyu smiled sweetly, Mom, I also miss you. She said to her father behind her, Dad, I miss you too. I haven't seen you in months, and you've grown a few gray hairs, so I'll help you pull them out later. Zhou's father touched her head. Good boy. Where is my brother? Xiao Shiyu looked left and right and didn't see Yuanzhou. I don't care about him, let's eat. I haven't seen you in months, our Shiyu has lost weight. Mother Qiao dragged her into the villa. Gu Yuanzhou held a bouquet of flowers, fingerprint unlocked and opened the door. When he was changing his shoes, Li Yanyan walked over and saw him. She was surprised. Yuanzhou, why are you back at this time? Gu Yuanzhou reached out and hugged her. I missed you, so I came back for dinner. Gu Yuanzhou embraced her in his arms. I missed you, so I came back and ate with you. Jiang Qing shook her head slightly at the sight and said with a smile, then I won't be a light bulb, I'll go first. Qing, why are you leaving? It's so hot outside. Li Yanyan pulled her and said. I won't disturb your couple's world, I won't be a light bulb. Jiang Cheng waved her hand. You are not a light bulb. In fact, someone just asked me to stay with you. Since your husband is back, I will go out for the appointment. Jiang Qing changed her shoes and left. Li Yanyan was helpless, turned around and was hugged by the man. Honey, why did you call me 2 hours ago and tell me that you missed me, and this is the first time you said you missed me? It's simply that I miss you. She buried in his arms tenderly said. Do you know how happy I am? If you are happy, I will often tell you in the future. The man looked at her and became tender and went for her lips. She was pressed against the wall by him, his kiss was passionate and deep, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Li Yanyan slightly closed her eyes, letting him claim her. The man's breathing became more and more rapid, his tongue gently pried open her teeth, exploring every inch of sweetness in her mouth. Her body gradually softened, completely relying on his solid chest. I don't know how long it took, but he finally let go of her with fondness, his forehead resting against hers, one hand wrapped around her waist, one hand holding her head, his gaze full of deep love and fondness. Yan, I love you so much. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying endless tenderness. Chapter 41 The Arrival of a Friend. Li Yanyan's face was flushed, slightly lowering her head, her hands against his sturdy chest. Let's go eat. Wait, Yan, do you love me? The man gazed at her and asked after her. Li Yanyan's soulful eyes flashed, a little bit. The man touched her face. A little is not enough. But now I am not in a hurry, it will be more and more in the future. Let's go, let's eat. The man pulled her to the table. Looking at the table of a few dishes, Li Yanyan immediately said, this is not what I do, is Wang's sister-in-law sent over? The man laughed lowly. I looked also a little like Wang's sister-in-law's handiwork. After eating, the man pulled her back to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he pulled the girl into the crook of his arm. Honey, go to the company with me in the afternoon? I'm not going. What? Boredom. No, I'll let someone accompany you, and I have a bedroom inside my office with a TV and computer and lots of books to read, it won't be boring inside. The cell phone ringing on the nightstand suddenly rang. Gu Yuanzhou reached out and handed her cell phone to her and frowned when he saw the voice caller ID. Didn't Jiang Qing just leave? Why is she calling Yan again? Li Yanyan pressed the answer button and put her cell phone on speakerphone, and the voice from there said, Yan, are you free this afternoon? Yes, why? Sun Yuan and Chang Qingfeng came to the capital and asked us to go out with them this afternoon. Sun Yuan and Chang Qingfeng is their travel in Yunnan when they met, then often go out together, so they added contact information. After returning to the capital, Chang Qingfeng also often greeted her on WeChat, and she simply replied. You promised them? Li Yanyan calmly asked. I promised him. Sun Yuan is not a photographer? He told me, in Yunnan, took a lot of photos of the two of us, just to give us, in Yunnan, we are also considered friends, they came to the capital, just go out and get together. Li Yanyan thought about it. Okay, what time? 3 o'clock, I drive to your home to pick you up. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuanzhou looked at her with a sad face. Wife, you're going out to meet your friends this afternoon? Didn't you hear? Are those two men or women? Male. Gu Yuanzhou's face instantly changed, he tightly embraced her, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Wife, I don't want you to go, those two men, I don't feel at ease. Li Yanyan gently pushed him, and said angrily, don't be so careful, it's just an ordinary friends gathering. Gu Yuanzhou frowned tightly, a helpless face, but I just do not feel comfortable in my heart. What if they have other thoughts about you? Li Yanyan smiled and comforted, you, don't be paranoid, we are just ordinary friends, and I'm not that attractive. Gu Yuanzhou hugged Li Yanyan more tightly, His voice was low and stubborn. In my heart, you are very attractive, otherwise why would I fall in love with you at first sight? Li Yanyan smiled, don't worry, it's not like I'm going alone, there's still Qingqing with me. Gu Yuanzhou was silent for a moment, his eyes full of worry. Well then, you have to follow Jiang Qing at all times, and call me immediately if anything happens. Li Yanyan nodded, well, don't worry, nothing will happen. Gu Yuanzhou exhorted a few more words. Gu Yuanzhou gave a few more words of advice, and then took a nap with her arms around Yanyan. At 2 o'clock, when Li Yanyan woke up, Gu Yuanzhou was no longer there, and there was a message from him on her cell phone. Wife, I'm going to work, go out to play safe, always follow Jiang Qing, do not have physical contact with men. Oh. Li Yanyan revealed a smile and returned a, good. Then she got up to wash up and change clothes. After waiting for a while, Jiang Qing called and told her that she had arrived at her neighborhood and asked her to go downstairs. Li Yanyan carried a bag and went out the door. Just downstairs, she saw Jiang Qing, Sun Yuan and Chang Qingfeng. The three of them looked at her with a smile. Sun Yuan waved his hand and greeted her, Yanyan, long time no see. Long time no see. Li Yanyan smiled sweetly. Chang Qingfeng was a bit shy and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Yanyan, long time no see. Li Yanyan smiled, why did you suddenly come to the capital? Sun Yuan, there is a photography exhibition here in the capital. I came to participate in the photography exhibition. Before I came, I asked Qingfeng to come or not. He said he would like to come with me. It just so happens that you are also in the capital. Of course, we have to ask to come out to meet. Jiang Cheng opened the car door. Everyone get in the car and talk. Good, get in the car. Sun Yuan opened the passenger side and sat his butt in. Li Yanyan and Chang Qingfeng could only sit in the back. The car started. Chang Qingfeng intentionally or unintentionally looked at Li Yanyan a few times. Sun Yuan, who was in the front, gave a low laugh and said to Jiang Qing, who was beside him, I'm not familiar with Qingfeng and I'm not familiar with the capital, so I'll let Qingqing be the tour guide. Jiang Qing, don't worry, leave it to me, let's go to the cafe first. Didn't you say you still have photos for us? Yes, the photos are in the trunk bag, I'll take them out when we get off. Do you look good? That's natural, if you are beautiful in any way. In the back seat, Li Yanyan and Chang Qingfeng didn't speak, but occasionally looked at each other and smiled. Cafe. Just sat down, Chang Qingfeng scanned code order, asked what the three want to drink. Chang Qingfeng said to American coffee, Jiang Qing said to raw coconut buttermilk, Li Yanyan want orange juice, he also ordered a cup of orange juice, see there is also a cake, and then bought 2 cakes. After ordering, he paid the money. Sun Yuan took out a photo album, which is full of photos of Li Yanyan and Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing flipped through it and looked at it, and it was indeed beautifully and clearly photographed. Jiang Qing was a little excited. This one is the first time we went to the water splashing festival. Yanyan and I were splashed so badly. This one is us going to the mountains to collect mushrooms. This one is Yanyan and I swinging on the swings. Jiang Qing flipped through the photo album while recalling the good times in Yunnan. After the photos were finished, the drinks and cake were served. How many days will you be staying in the capital this time? Jiang Qing asked. Sun Yuan thought about it, 3 or 4 days, the photography exhibition is tomorrow, do you guys want to go see the photography exhibition? Jiang Qing felt bored with idleness and nodded, can we go too? Do you need an invitation? You guys can go in if you follow me, I will say that you are my friends. Sun Yuan said. Yanyan, then tomorrow we will go and watch? Jiang Qing asked Li Yanyan. Li Yanyan thought about it, well, we will see it tomorrow. Sun Yuan looked at his cell phone, suddenly he complained, what? There are no more empty rooms in the hotels near the capital? How can there not be? How can there be none? Jiang Qing was puzzled. There is, just that the nearest one is 20 kilometers away from here, a bit far. Sun Yuan's eyes changed, looking at her with a smile, Qingqing, don't you live alone? Do you still have any empty rooms there? Can I stay at your home for 2 days? Jiang Cheng waved her hand, no, if I bring a man home, my father will break my legs, you take another look, if the hotel is far, I will drive you there. Sun Yuan was a little lost, okay, I will look again. Chapter 42 Take a look at the legs. After drinking coffee, several people came to the mall together again to hang out. Sun Yuan walked side by side with Jiang Cheng, and the two of them talked happily. Chang Qingfeng also closely followed Li Yanyan's footsteps. He gathered enough courage to ask, Yanyan, when will you go to Yunnan again? Li Yanyan glanced at him and responded, I have no plans recently. If you want to go, feel free to contact me. Do you already plan to settle in Yunnan? I have this idea, the scenery there is picturesque, the people's style is simple, the price of housing is also more affordable, I plan to settle down there. That's good, it's really pleasant there. Unconsciously, it was already dinner time. Sun Yuan insisted on treating the guests, so they went into a Cantonese restaurant. After ordering, the waiter brought free sour plum soup and barley tea. Li Yanyan poured a cup of sour plum soup and drank it, her eyes instantly glowing, then she poured a second and third cup in succession. Jiang Cheng looked at her and said, Yan Yan, is the sour plum soup that good? Why did you drink several cups in a row? Drink less, if you drink too much, you won't be able to eat later. It's really good, Xing, you drink it too. I'm afraid of acid, I won't drink it. She still remembered that she had eaten her sour plums a few days ago and had soured her teeth. Chang Qingfeng revealed a smile and also poured a cup to taste. The moment he entered the mouth his brows furrowed. So sour, how could Yan Yan drink several cups in a row? Before the food was served, Yan Yan pulled Jiang Qing to the restroom. Just after the two girls left, Sun Yuan immediately said to Chang Qingfeng, I'm sure, I'm going to chase Jiang Cheng. Chang Qingfeng smiled faintly, then you go after her, I wish you success. Don't you like Yan Yan? You can go after her too. Chang Qingfeng sighed, she lives in the capital, I live in Yunnan, we are far away from each other. Aren't you an online writer? You're free to work, so for Yan Yan's sake, stay in the capital for the time being. You silly you hurry to chase her to the hand, coax her a few words, coax her to Yunnan is not it? Chang Qingfeng was silent. Sun Yuan continued, anyway, I absolutely have to chase Jiang Qing, she looks tall and beautiful, hot body, in the capital has a car and a house, there is no boyfriend, such a very good girl, after this village will not have this store. Unfortunately, originally wanted to go to her home to live, was rejected by her. Chang Qingfeng's face became a little ugly, love should be pure and clean, if you chase her because of some of her external conditions, I advise you not to hit Jiang Qing's idea. Oh, you look at Li Yan is not because she looks good, if she looks ugly, you will still be interested in her? Chang Qingfeng was speechless for a moment, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth, perhaps the initial heart will be due to appearance, but the real feelings are not only depends on this. For Yan Yan, I appreciate her character and inner self, not just her looks. When Sun Yuan heard this, he disdainfully skimmed his lips, come on, who would believe him if he talks so nobly? Chang Qingfeng no longer pay attention to him, everyone's view of love is different, not the same, there is no need to integrate. When the two girls came back, the dishes on the table were also served. A few people then began to eat. Sun Yuan greeted a few people, everyone eat, don't be polite, if not enough then order food. Jiang Qing ate the crab, enough. Chang Qingfeng put a crab in Li Yanyan's bowl, he whispered, remember in Yunnan, didn't you say you like to eat crabs? Li Yanyan looked at the crab, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, she read in the book Xingqing bought her pregnant women cannot eat crabs in the early stages of pregnancy, crabs are cold things, easy to slip the fetus, she is now only more than 2 months, in order to the safety of the babies, she had better not eat a bite of it. Jiang Qing pinched the crabs in Li Yanyan's bowl and said, Yan Yan, you can't eat crabs. Li Yanyan instantly laughed. Since she knew that Yan Yan was pregnant, she had learned a lot about pregnant women, so she knew that Yan Yan couldn't eat crabs. Sun Yuan was puzzled, Xingqing, why can't Yan Yan eat crabs? Because Yan Yan is pregnant, so she can't eat crabs. Jiang Qing said with a smile. Chang Qingfeng's eyes instantly stagnated and his pupils dilated, what did Jiang Cheng say? What did Jiang Cheng say? Sun Yuan was also a bit shocked, Yan Yan is pregnant? Yan Yan got married? Aha! Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Then, looking toward Chang Qingfeng, only to see her staring straight at Li Yanyan, after a few seconds of slow stagnation. Sun Yuan turned to smile, congratulations, Yanyan, but before when you went to Yunnan you were still single, how come you got married so quickly? Jiang Qing said, because love comes is unable to stop so they got married. Sun Yuan saw Chang Qingfeng still look stagnant, he said, congratulations Yanyan. Li Yanyan responded with a light smile, thank you. Halfway through the meal, Yuanzhou called, she picked up, the other side said, wife, I arrived at the square, you in how many floors? I am on the 5th floor. I'm on the 5th floor. I'm on the 5th floor. After hanging up the phone, Li Yanyan got up, my husband is here, you guys eat slowly, I will leave first. Sun Yuan, or let him come and eat with us, we can't finish so many dishes anyway. No need, he is a bit introverted and doesn't like to meet strangers. Li Yanyan picked up her bag and said to Jiang Qing, Qing, drive slower when you go home, give me a call when you get home. Good, you go ahead. Jiang Cheng waved her hand. Li Yanyan left, Chang Qingfeng stared stupidly at her back. He felt a bit sorry, he did not expect that Yan Yan was actually married. After a few minutes, he lost his eyes and also left, saying that he had found a hotel and was going back to rest. The restaurant was just Sun Yuan and Jiang Cheng. After the two had eaten, Sun Yuan proposed to go to the movies. Jiang Cheng also agreed. The movie just started. Sun Yuan approached Jiang Cheng's ear and asked her softly, "Ching, do you have a boyfriend?" Jiang Cheng looked at him, a little wary. "No, why? What do you think of me?" Sun Yuan smiled at her. Jiang Cheng immediately waved her hand. "I don't have any feelings for you, I only treat you as a friend, you don't have any ideas about me." Sun Yuan, feelings can be slowly cultivated. Jiang Cheng face full of written refusal. "Do not, I have no idea of you, if you have this idea, we have no friends to do." Sun Yuan turned the tables. "Just kidding, just, Ching, you do not take it seriously, ah." After the movie, Jiang Cheng drove Sun Yuan to the hotel and then drove back home. At night, Jiang Cheng took a bath and lay on the bed to brush his cell phone. Suddenly Sun Yuan sent a message, "Look at the legs." Jiang Chengsum cannot believe their eyes, clicked on Sun Yuan WeChat. The three words, "Look at the legs," were immediately withdrawn. Chapter 43 Take a cruise, go to Dubai. Immediately afterward, she saw that Sun Yuan had been in the middle of typing. Jiang Cheng laughed out loud. She treats him as a friend, but he said look at the legs. So disappointing. A minute later, the other side sent a message, "Arrived at home?" Jiang Cheng did not reply, directly back, to Li Yanyan called the voice phone. She immediately spat out, "Yanyan, Sun Yuan is not a good thing, you know? Just now he sent me a WeChat, said to look at the legs, and then immediately withdrew it, thanks to which I have been treating him as a friend, but I did not expect him to send me this." Li Yanyan is sitting on the bed. Yuanzhou is giving her a gentle massage calf. She is accustomed to opening the speakerphone for voice calls, and of course, Yuanzhou heard this conversation. I'm sure Yuanzhou heard it too. Li Yanyan was a bit shocked. Sun Yuan did seem a bit oily and joked about going to live at Qing's house, and when she heard this, she was a bit repulsed in her heart. Of course it's true, it's a pity that he withdrew too quickly and I didn't take a screenshot. And you know what else? When we were watching a movie at the cinema, he even asked me if I had a boyfriend and said he wanted to chase me, but then I said I wasn't interested in him, so he said he was joking with me. He's really articulate and a bit of a smooth talker, and when he said he'd come and stay at your place while we were having drinks, I thought he was a bit unreliable. I also feel a bad feeling, so I refused him at that time. I did not expect him to really too disappointed. I have also been him as a friend. Li Yanyan thought, since you rejected him, why he also sent you to look at the legs will not be sent to other people accidentally sent to you, so it was withdrawn. Jiang Cheng slapped his thigh. I go, there is really this possibility. I have heard that those who engage in art are very philandering. He would not you want to send a message to someone else, wrongly sent to me, right? It's possible. Why is he so disgusting? Jiang Cheng is full of disgust. Oh yes, today when driving him back to the hotel, he told me that Chang Qingfeng likes you, knowing that you are married is very lost. In fact, I can also see that he does like you. Yunnan is very attentive to you. Of course, Yuanzhou also heard this. He looked up at the girl, his hand movements are still gentle. He looked up at the girl, his hands still moving gently. Li Yanyan looked at Yuanzhou and said, although you treat him as an ordinary friend, but he likes you. Yan, your husband didn't hear you, did he? Li Yanyan laughed helplessly. He heard. I turned on the speakerphone. I put him on speakerphone. Yuanzhou looked at her with deep eyes, and his hand gradually went up and around her waist. Yan, who likes you? I don't know. Li Yanyan looked at her, sweet smile. You like me? The man nodded approvingly. Well, what else? Yuanzhou, I really don't know. Suddenly, the man's thin lips covered her lips, gentle and passionate. After a passionate kiss, the man's eyes were mesmerized, whispering in her ear, tomorrow Saturday, Mom asked me to take you back to the old house, wife, go or not? Li Yanyan was kissed by him, did not hear what he said, just obediently nodded. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, only to see Sun Yuan sent another message. Today you worked hard, and went to the airport to pick us up. Remember to leave tomorrow morning at 9:30 to go to see the photography exhibition. Jiang Cheng, this person is straight to the point, and will never be false with people. Directly back, you withdrew, I see. The other side of the top has been displayed in the input. Jiang Cheng back, I do not know if you were sent to the wrong object, or intentionally sent me. I'm very disappointed in you. Tomorrow photography. I'm disappointed in you. I won't go to the photography exhibition tomorrow, and we won't contact each other in the future. After Jiang Qing sent this paragraph, she directly blacked him out and deleted him. On the hotel side, Sun Yuan sent a message and was intercepted. He sighed in disappointment. Sure enough, she saw it. Originally he wanted to send it to someone nearby, preferably to ask a girl to come to his room. The business trip is really long night, did not expect to send it to Jiang Qing by mistake. It seems that in the future he will never have a chance. Unfortunately, she is the capital city account, in the capital city has a house and car. Her father also opened a company. Unfortunately, because of his amiss operation, led her to him disappointed. Forget it, it's better to continue to ask a girl to come to his room. The next day at 10 a.m. From the beginning of entering the old mansion, she sighed in her heart. The old mansion is even bigger than the Nanshan villa. The big trees on both sides of the entrance are very rare, and all kinds of flowers in the garden are also rare varieties. The car stopped at the entrance of the villa, only to see that Lin Shangyun was already waiting for her at the entrance. Beside her there was a very pretty girl who looked about the same age as Li Yanyan. She affectionately held Lin Shangyun's arm. The two looked very close. Gu Yuanzhou got off the car first. Xiao Shiyu looked at him, revealed a smile and sweetly shouted, "Big brother." Gu Yuanzhou nodded slightly, and then shouted out to Lin Shangyun, his mom. Li Yanyan opened the car door and also shouted out in a low voice, "Mom." Lin Shangyun immediately greeted her and pulled her arm. "Yanyan, you finally came." Xiao Shiyu took 2 steps forward, sized up Li Yanyan, then smiled, "Is this your sister-in-law? So beautiful, no wonder my big brother likes you." Li Yanyan looked at her with a puzzled face. Lin Shangyun took her and introduced her. "Yanyan, this is my goddaughter, her name is Xiao Shiyu." Xiao Shiyu greeted her warmly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Li Yanyan also politely responded, "Hello. Let's go into the living room and chat." Lin Shangyun pulled Li Yanyan into the villa's living room. Behind her, Xiao Shiyu frowned. Just now, her godmother had been talking to her, and as soon as Li Yanyan arrived, she greeted her. Lin Shangyun arranged Li Yanyan to sit down on the sofa. She herself sat beside her and began to ask with concern, "Yanyan, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Let Wang Ma do it." "Mom, I can do anything." Xiao Shiyu interjected, "I heard from my godmother that you are pregnant? Why can't you tell? It's only been a little over 2 months, so it's not obvious." Li Yanyan replied. Lin Shangyun looked loving. "Yanyan, are the babies bothering you? Do you have morning and evening sickness, and do you avoid eating anything?" "No, from pregnancy to now, basically never vomited." This is also Li Yanyan feel very pleased. The baby's really good sweet. "That's great, there aren't many people with a constitution like yours, and both babies have been understanding of you." Immediately, Lin Shangyun looked at Xiao Shiyu with a smile and joked, "Shiyu, you should also find a boyfriend. Yanyan is 20 years old this year and already has a baby. You are 24 years old, how come you don't even have a boyfriend?" Xiao Shiyu pretended to be surprised. "Sister-in-law is only 20? I thought she was about the same age as me." Then she looked at Gu Yuanzhou, "Big brother, you're so much older than your sister-in-law, do you usually have a common language?" Gu Yuanzhou frowned in dissatisfaction. Lin Shangyun said, "Of course couples have a common language, how else would they become husband and wife? It's you who should find a boyfriend." Xiao Shiyu got up, came to sit beside Lin Shangyun, pulling her arm, "Godmother, I don't want to find a boyfriend so soon, I'm alone. How good, if I get into marriage early, it's not irresponsible for my marriage. I still want to continue my studies, take a cruise ship and travel to the sea, go shopping in Dubai, take a helicopter and soar in the sky." Then, she looked at Li Yanyan smile, "Sister-in-law, sorry I just did not say that you are young to enter the marriage irresponsible, I just say myself, 24 years old with the childlike. By the way, sister-in-law, what do your parents do? Next time we go shopping together in Dubai, right?" Li Yanyan frowned slightly. I do not know whether it is too much heart, how she felt Xiao Shiyu words between the lines, full of superiority, but also some look down on her. Chapter 44 Jealousy and unwillingness occupy her mind. Lin Shangyun pulled Xiao Shiyu's arm, dissatisfied frowned, "Shiyu, don't talk to your sister-in-law like this, too impolite." Although Xiao Shiyu was unhappy in her heart, she still wore a smile on her face. "I'm sorry, godmother, I didn't think that much." "Apologize to me for what?" "Apologize to your sister-in-law." Xiao Shiyu said with guilt, "Sister-in-law, I am sorry, I have always been straightforward, I did not think when I spoke, I am sorry, let you misunderstand." Li Yanyan had already determined in her heart that this Xiao Shiyu was clearly showing her superiority in both the open and the dark. Moreover, from the moment she met her, her face was vaguely unhappy, yet she kept forcing a smile on it. Also, every time she looked at Gu Yuanzhou, there was a sparkle in her eyes and a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I guess, she liked Gu Yuanzhou, right? That's why she was targeting herself intentionally or unintentionally? Li Yanyan smiled sweetly on her face. It's fine, I didn't think much about it. Gu Yuanzhou got up and held Li Yanyan up, dotingly saying, Yanyan, you've never been to the old mansion, I'll take you around. After saying this, he pulled Li Yanyan out of the back door parlor. Xiao Shiyu pursed her lips and looked at the two people's intimate back. Her heart was very unfavorable. Lin Shangyun turned to her and said, Shiyu, when do you plan to go back to the US to study again? Xiao Shiyu changed her smile and said, I'm not going for the time being, I've taken a long vacation. Why did you take a long vacation? Is there something going on at home? Nothing, I just want to stay home for a while. Godmother, who's your sister-in-law's daughter? Why do you keep asking about your sister-in-law? Are you so interested in her? Of course, she's Big Brother's wife, I want to know more about her. Lin Shangyun sighed lightly, listening to Yuanzhou said that Yan Yan has had a hard life since she was a child, relying on her own efforts to get into the Qing University to come to the capital. Not everyone is as lucky as you, have such a good parents. In the future in front of your sister-in-law do not mention these, so as not to make her sad. Isn't she an adult? It can't be that fragile, right? Lin Shangyun's face sank. Shiyu, what are you talking about? Everyone has their own difficulties. It's only because of her own efforts that Yan Yan has gotten to where she is today. If you continue to be so unintelligent, Godmother will be angry. Xiao Shiyu bristled. Godmother, I know, I won't say anything in the future. Lin Shangyun shook her head helplessly. You don't always be capricious. On the other hand, Gu Yuanzhou held Li Yanyan's hand as she strolled through the garden. Yuanzhou, this place is much bigger than Nanshan Villa, isn't it? Li Yanyan asked. I'm sorry. The man picked a jade hairpin flower and stuck it in her ear. Li Yanyan also picked a flower. Yuanzhou, you bow your head, I also help you insert a flower. Gu Yuanzhou obediently bent over and let his wife put a flower in his ear. It's so funny, I'll take a picture for you. Li Yanyan took out her cell phone and opened the camera. Wife, don't upload it, don't send it to others, just store it in your cell phone. Although Gu Yuanzhou is a little rejected, he will fulfill any proposal from his wife. Good, put it in my cell phone and I'll look at it alone. Li Yanyan aimed at him, is several continuous shooting. The man is handsome and looks good in any way. Gu Yuanzhou pulled Li Yanyan and put his arm around her waist. Wife, let's take some pictures together. I'd love to. Gu Yuanzhou's hands were long, and he took her cell phone and wrapped his arm around her waist to take several pictures. After the photos were taken, Li Yanyan and Gu Yuanzhou checked the photos together. He touched her head and said softly, Yanyan, send me a copy of our photos together. Aha! Li Yanyan opened WeChat and started sending pictures. Gu Yuanzhou embraced her from behind and said gently, just now, are you angry? What? Li Yanyan didn't understand. Xiao Shiyu said those words. No, in fact, I know that she said those words as insinuating point me, but I did not put her in the heart at all. Why should I be angry? That's good. She grew up uninitiated in straight talking, but she doesn't have a bad heart, so there's no need to take her to heart. Li Yanyan turned around and locked eyes with him, but I can see that she seems to like you, doesn't she? Gu Yuanzhou poked her forehead. What nonsense. I'm not bullshitting. From the moment I entered the home she was hostile to me, and then she said those words verified my guess, and I noticed that when she stared at you, her eyes were all smiles. So I guess she should like you. There is no such thing. Gu Yuanzhou wrapped his hand around her waist a little tighter. Don't underestimate me, I'm very good at reading people's faces. Well, my wife says yes is yes, I will continue to keep a distance from her in the future. Li Yanyan looked at her. You really haven't liked her? Gu Yuanzhou embraced her into his arms. Of course not, she is Mom's goddaughter, she is also considered my godsister, how could I have thoughts about her? Moreover, I'm only attracted to you, wife, I only love you. I believe you. At this time, Xiao Shiyu also came to the garden. Seeing the scene of the two embracing each other, her heart vaguely ached. She walked up and said with a fake smile, Big brother, you and your sister-in-law have a really good relationship. Gu Yuanzhou let go of Li Yanyan and his eyes changed. Why are you here? Xiao Shiyu shrugged. I also came to enjoy the beauty of this garden. Then she pulled Li Yanyan. Sister-in-law, where are you from? You're only 20 years old, you should still be in college, right? How did you and Big Brother meet? How do you like my big brother? Take your time to enjoy it, my wife and I will leave first. Gu Yuanzhou directly pulled Li Yanyan away. Li Yanyan glanced at her, and then she was wrapped around the man's waist and walked forward. The man lowered his head and tenderly said to Li Yanyan, "Wife, I'll take you over there for a stroll." Xiao Shiyu saw the two men walking away again, and there was a nameless fire in her heart that she didn't know how to vent. What in the world was so good about her? Other than being good-looking, having a better body, and being taller than her, where exactly is she better? Her family history was so good, both parents were world friends, they still grew up together. Why did Yuanzhou like her and not her? Xiao Shiyu suddenly realized what she was thinking. She had just actually belittled a girl, comparing everything to her? How could she be like that? Her parents had always taught her to be a decent, kind and educated person. But now, out of jealousy and unwillingness, she had thrown her parents' words of education out of her mind. Xiao Shiyu stood frozen in place, her heart filled with remorse and self-blame. She knew that it was wrong and ugly for her to have such a mindset. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She told herself that she couldn't go on like this, she couldn't let jealousy blind her eyes and distort her mind. However, as soon as she remembered Gu Yuanzhou's tenderness and care for Li Yanyan, she couldn't help but feel that sourness in her heart welling up again. She bit her lip and tried to suppress this feeling. She couldn't turn into a person who made people hate her, she had to change her mind. However, how easy was it to truly let go of this feeling? She looked at Gu Yuanzhou and Li Yanyan's far-away back, tears welling up in her eyes. Perhaps, should try to bless them, only then, she could let go. If Yuanzhou hadn't gotten married, she would have fought for it, but he was married and even had a child. It was wrong for her to be so jealous. Xiao Shiyu said hello to Lin Shangyun and drove home, locking herself in her room when she got home. Chapter 45 Captain returns. Yuanzhou proposes. After strolling around for a long time, and only after noticing that it was getting late, Gu Yuanzhou led Li Yanyan back to the living room. Lin Shangyun slowly came out of the kitchen with a dish of food, and seeing her daughter-in-law, asked, "Yan, our garden looks nice, right?" "Yes, there are all kinds of flowers, and the garden is so big." She placed the dishes on the table and then said, "Then stay here tonight, and let Yuanzhou take you to the back garden to take a stroll." Li Yanyan glanced at the man, and he gently said, "Do you want to stay here tonight? I'll let you." At this moment, Gu Hanting walked in, dressed in a sweatshirt and carrying a box in his hand. "Yuanzhou, come and help me pick it up," Gu Hanting shouted. Lin Shangyun crossed her arms, dissatisfied. "You still know to come back, ah? Didn't you say you'd be back by 10:30? Now it's already 11:30 before you get home." After Gu Yuanzhou took the box, Gu Hanting said, "Take it to the kitchen and ask Wang Ma to cook the two fish." Gu Hanting said, "Take them to the kitchen and ask Wang Ma to cook them." Gu Yuanzhou took the box and headed for the kitchen. Gu Hanting sought his daughter-in-law, slightly embarrassed. "As early as I knew my daughter-in-law arrived home, I would have come back earlier, but unfortunately the first 2 hours, how the fish did not take the bait, but fortunately later caught too big." Lin Shangyun pulled Li Yanyan and complained to her, "Your father likes to fish, nothing to do is to meet with his friends to go fishing. A fishing will forget the time. I told him that you and Yuanzhou will come back today, he still only now arrived home." Li Yanyan smiled and said, "This hobby is quite good, Mom, you can also eat the fish that Dad caught back, ah." Gu Hanting heard this, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. "Still Yanyan understands me, unlike your mom, who just knows how to nag me." Lin Shangyun glared at him, "I'm not nagging you for your own good. If you come back on time, can I talk about you?" "Who made my mom angry?" A strange male voice sounded outside the door. 3 seconds later, a tall and straight man appeared in the living room. He was wearing a captain's uniform, handsome and extraordinary. His features are three-dimensional and deep. A sharp short hair is more energetic, pulling a suitcase in his hand. With a smile on his face, in his eyebrows, there is a slight resemblance to Gu Yuanzhou. Lin Shangyun's face is full of joy. "Son of a bitch, how did you come back? Why didn't you tell Mom?" Gu Qingxi gave Lin Shangyun a big hug and came back to surprise everyone. "You child, if you told me earlier, I would have been happy earlier. You've lost weight in 3 months. Take care of yourself outside and eat more." "Where have you lost weight? Every time you see me you say I'm thin." Gu Qingxi had a helpless face. Lin Shangyun slowly calmed down. "Son of a bitch, so how long are you going to stay home this time?" 1 week. "That's good, this vacation is quite long, flying in the sky every day. I'm worried about your safety. By the way, your brother got married, call your sister-in-law." Lin Shangyun was busy. Gu Qingxi saw his big brother with his arm around a very beautiful girl, his lips slightly raised, originally thought that his big brother would never get married in his life, did not expect so fast flash marriage. In fact, when he first heard the news, he didn't believe it, until he saw his sister-in-law's WeChat in the crowded home, which made him sure. Sister-in-law, hello, I am Gu Qingxi, the second oldest in the Gu family, currently working as a captain on international flights. Gu Qingxi greeted in a serious manner. Hello, my name is Li Yanyan, you as a captain, so cool. Oh. Li Yanyan's eyes instantly lit up. Gu Qingxi nodded slightly. In fact, flying in the sky every day, it is also very boring. The advantage is that you can be in all parts of the world, to see different landscapes, to understand the different customs of different places. Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Gu Qingxi raised an eyebrow at Gu Yuanzhou. Brother, congratulations on your marriage. Well, you also hurry to find a girlfriend. Gu Yuanzhou hooked his lips at him and smiled. Lin Shangyun agreed. Yes, Qingxi, your brother got married and your sister-in-law has a baby, you should also find a girlfriend. Gu Qingxi glared at Gu Yuanzhou. You're married now, and you're going to rush me? I don't know who rushed Mom in the beginning, she almost hanged herself in front of the company. Gu Qingxi smiled helplessly and said, Mom, don't rush me, this relationship thing depends on fate. Lin Shangyun gave him a glance. What fate is not fate? You know more girls, fate will not come? Gu Qingxi shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I know Mom, I'll try my best. At this time, Gu Yuanzhou spoke. Qingxi, don't just talk without doing, you have to pay attention. Gu Qingxi rolled her eyes and skimmed her mouth. Brother, don't add to the confusion, I know what's in my heart. Maybe I'll be like you and fall in love with a girl at first sight and get married right away. The family couldn't help but laugh at Gu Qingxi's words. You brat, you're just a poor talker. Lin Shangyun said with a smile. However, Mom still hopes that you can find a girlfriend earlier. Gu Qingxi nodded. I know Mom, don't worry about it. Said Gu Qingxi, opened the suitcase, took out 2 bags from the suitcase. He said, Mom, I bought you a gift back in France. Lin Shangyun had a happy face and took the bags. Thank you, son, let you break the bank. Lin Shangyun couldn't wait to open the bag. Inside was a light red silk scarf. Gu Qingxi almost always brought gifts for his mother every time he went home. Sometimes it was a skirt, sometimes it was a coat, sometimes it was a stone, a bracelet, a necklace, and so on. Immediately, Gu Qingxi handed another bag to Li Yanyan. He said, Sister-in-law, this is my gift to you, I hope you like it. Li Yanyan was flattered and shook her head slightly. Thank you for your thoughts, I don't want the gift. Gu Yuanzhou, however, reached out and accepted it. Yanyan, Qingxi gave it to you, so accept it. Then thank you. Li Yanyan smiled at him. No need to be polite, sister-in-law, we are all family from now on. Gu Yuanzhou opened a look. Is 2 bottles of perfume, this is the royal family special, someone has the connections and money occasionally can only buy a bottle. I did not expect Qingxi actually bought 2 bottles, counting his heart. At this time, Wang Ma came out from the kitchen. The meal is ready, everyone get ready to eat. Everyone walked towards the table, sat down and started to enjoy the sumptuous lunch. Li Yanyan was also hungry. Since she was pregnant, she got hungry especially fast, and she ate more than before. As soon as she was on the table, she started to eat the dishes. Gu Yuanzhou also helped her with her dishes. Gu Hanting raised his wine glass. Come on, let's have a toast. Li Yanyan raised the juice in her hand and joined everyone, cheers, and drank it all in one go. During the meal, Gu Qingxi kept talking about the funny things that happened in the foreign country, making everyone laugh. After finishing the meal, Gu Qingxi pulled Gu Yuanzhou's arm, and where no one else could see, she slipped him a box, then raised her eyebrows at him. Thanks, Qingxi. Gu Yuanzhou smiled faintly at him. Remember to put the final payment on my account. Don't worry, double it. Thank you, big brother. Gu Qingxi pulled the suitcase and went back to the second-floor bedroom. After lunch, Gu Yuanzhou took Li Yanyan for a stroll around the villa to cool off. After strolling for half an hour, he then took her back to his bedroom to rest. As soon as he stepped into the room, Gu Yuanzhou's eyes were attracted by the colors, the emerald green walls, the turquoise carpet, the green and blue sofa, the dainty pink bed, and the pink curtains, which made him stare for a few seconds. If it wasn't for the fact that the layout of the room was clearly what he was familiar with, he would have thought that this was not his room. Li Yanyan smiled sweetly, took his arm and joked, Yuanzhou, how could your room be decorated like this? It's almost like a girl's room. Gu Yuanzhou wrapped his arm around her slender waist, slowly moved towards the bedside, and said softly, originally, my room was a cold tone of black, white and gray, and I think this should be specially arranged by Mom for you. Really? Li Yanyan lightly sat on the bed. Aha! Mom is really good. Suddenly, the man in front of her on one knee, Li Yanyan instantly face-stunned, followed by seeing the man from his pocket solemnly pull out a delicate and gorgeous box. The moment the box was opened, a bright diamond ring came into view. Gu Yuanzhou gazed at her with a sincere and affectionate face and said softly, Yanyan, I love you so much, marry me, okay? Li Yanyan blinked her eyes. I have already married you, haven't I? We haven't formally proposed to you, so I want to make up for it. Wife, marry me, right? Li Yanyan gladly stretched out her hand. Good. Gu Yuanzhou's face was filled with a happy smile, carefully took out the ring and slowly put it on her ring finger, then got up, tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, and his thin lips gently covered her red lips. After a passionate kiss, she was weakly lying in his arms, looking at the ring on the ring finger, tilted her head and asked, "When did you buy it?" "The day after we got married. I had someone carefully design and build it, and it just so happened that Gu Qingxi flew to France, so I asked him to bring it back for me." Chapter 46 Cruise. After their nap, the two came to the living room together. Only to see Gu Qingxi playing chess with Gu Hanting. Lin Shangyun saw her daughter-in-law coming down and greeted her, crowding out Gu Yuanzhou. "Yan Yan, are you thirsty? Yan Yan, are you thirsty? Do you want something to eat? What would you like to drink?" "I'm a little thirsty and would like some sour plum soup." "Good, I'll have Wang Ma prepare it." Then she shouted towards the kitchen, "Wang Ma, prepare some sour plum soup, Yan Yan wants to drink it." Wang Ma replied loudly, "Okay. Come on, let's go sit over there and watch your dad play chess." Lin Shangyun pulled Li Yanyan to sit on Gu Qingxi's side. Li Yanyan looked at the anxious game of chess, and saw that Gu Qingxi's side was about to lose. Gu Hanting smiled with his eyebrows. "General. Ha ha ha, I've won again." Gu Qingxi sighed, "Losing 3 games in a row, I'm not playing with you anymore." "I'm not going to play with you. Just one more game, and you're not allowed to leave. You can't afford to lose, can you?" Gu Hanting wasn't finished and wanted to play again. Gu Qingxi got up and pulled Gu Yuanzhou over to him. "Brother, you go and play with Dad, I can't beat him, you go and kill Dad's prestige." Gu Hanting looked at the two of them. "Either one of you can do it," he said. So Gu Yuanzhou sat down, and the two of them began to set the plate. At this time, Wang Ma came over with the sour plum soup. "Madam, the sour plum soup is here." "Thank you." Li Yanyan finished a cup. Mrs. Li Yanyan finished a cup. "I will go and pour you another cup." "Thank you, Mrs. Wang, no need. Call me if you need me." Wang Ma turned around and went back to the kitchen. The chess game started. Li Yanyan watched the game. As soon as it came up, Yuanzhou ate Dad's cannon and rook, only to see Dad frowning and holding his forehead. Lin Shangyun inadvertently saw the diamond ring on her daughter-in-law's hand. Her eyes lit up, picked up her hand and asked in a low voice, "Yan Yan, this is a wedding ring?" Li Yanyan glanced at Gu Yuanzhou beside her and nodded slightly, sort of. "I remember that in the morning there was no." Lin Shangyun glanced at her own son, revealing a pleased smile. "Yes, when you get married, you should buy a ring for your daughter-in-law." Li Yanyan, on the other hand, slightly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. Lin Shangyun took her hand and asked her softly, "Yan Yan, do you know how to play chess?" "A little bit." Li Yanyan looked modest. In fact, she has been playing chess since junior high school. At that time, Tang Chunan didn't like to study, he liked to play chess with his classmates in the classroom, which led to a serious drop in grades. Auntie Tang said that she should help Tang Chunan and improve his grades, and she agreed. She watched Tang Chunan play a few games with his classmates, and studied for a day, and most likely learned and knew how to beat him. Then she made a bet with Tang Chunan. The two competed in chess. She won, let him study well. If she lost, promised him any one of the conditions. Tang Chunan agreed. At that time, he thought he would win, because he was already unbeatable in the whole class. But he lost. He never thought that Yan Yan, who never played chess, would win. He could only accept the bet and study hard. "Yan Yan, you're not being modest, are you? Are you good at chess?" Lin Shangyun's words drew her away from her memories. "Mom, I'm not modest, I really only know a little bit." Gu Hanting said, "Yan Yan, you know how to play. When I finish with Yuanzhou, we'll play a game together, okay?" Yan Yan hurriedly waved her hand. "Dad, I can't do it. I can't. I haven't even tried, how do I know I can't?" Without realizing it, Gu Hanting was generalized by Gu Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou raised his eyes. "Dad, you lost." Gu Qingxi laughed out loud. "Brother, your chess skills have risen greatly, good good good." Gu Hanting smiled helplessly. "Oops, I was negligent in this game." "Yan Yan, come, you play a game with me." "Dad, I'm afraid I can't play well." Li Yanyan was a little resistant. Lin Shangyun smiled and said, "Yan Yan, don't be nervous, just try to play a game with your father." Gu Yuanzhou encouraged her. "Yan Yan, think of it as a game with Dad, don't be afraid." Li Yanyan then nodded. "Okay, Dad, if I don't play well, don't laugh at me." Gu Hanting and Yan Yan rearranged the chessboard. At first, Li Yanyan was still a bit reluctant to let go of her hands and feet, and moved cautiously. But after a few rounds, she gradually got into the mood and her thoughts became clearer. Gu Hanting couldn't help but praise, Yan, it's not like you're only a little bit good at this. Li Yan smiled shyly, Dad, you flatter me. Then, Gu Hanting's horse ate her soldiers, and she used the car to eat his horse, and ate the cannon, and ate the car. At this point, Gu Hanting was a little flustered, Yan, you're pretty good Li Yan shook her head slightly, Dad just let me. Gu Yuanzhou quietly watched his wife play chess, his arm around her shoulder. Gu Hanting looked at the anxious game of chess, Yan, you are really good at chess. Li Yan laughed lightly, Dad, don't say that, it's far worse than you. The two continued to fight fiercely on the chessboard, and the situation became more and more tense. Gu Hanting's brows were locked, thinking about his next move. Li Yan, on the other hand, was focused and determined. Gu Hanting hesitated and made a dangerous move, which was skillfully resolved by Li Yan. Oops, Yan, I made a mistake, I have to play again. Gu Hanting picked up his pieces in remorse. Gu Qingxi pressed his hand, Dad, you can't cheat like this, there's no regrets when you make a move. Gu Hanting could only take back his hand and thought about his next move. In the end, Gu Hanting was victorious, and he felt the non-existent sweat on his head and let out a sigh of relief. Dad, you won. Li Yan said with a smile. The corner of Gu Hanting's lips curved, Yan, you really didn't give in to me? Li Yan looked puzzled, Dad, how could I possibly let you down, I was not as good as you in the first place. Humble. Gu Hanting could tell that Yan had let go of the game in the end. This daughter-in-law is quite good, playing chess so skillfully, and will also protect his face. Hanting laughed out loud, Yan, good job, this game is a pleasure to play. Let's play another game, this time you show your true strength, come on. Gu Yuanzhou waved his hand and took her hand, Dad, Mom, Yan, and I have to go beforehand. Didn't we say we'd stay here for the night? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Shangyun asked. I want to spend time with Yan. Then, looking down at her, he said, Yan, say goodbye to Mom and Dad. Li Yan was bewildered, why did Yuanzhou suddenly want to take her away? But she still waved goodbye towards her in-laws, Dad, Mom, then Yuanzhou, and I will leave first. Lin Shangyun smiled helplessly, okay, you two enjoy the world of two people, drive safely. Gu Hanting, Yan, next time you come back, you'll play a game with me. Yes, Dad. Li Yan responded obediently. Gu Qingxi waved at them with a smile. Gu Yuanzhou pulled Li Yan out of the house and got into the car. Li Yan asked, Yuanzhou, why are you leaving so suddenly? Gu Yuanzhou reached out to hold her hand and said as he drove, I don't want them to bother us, I want to spend time alone with you. I want to be alone with you. We've spent a lot of time alone together. Not enough. Yan, do you want to go on a cruise? I've never been on a cruise ship and I've never traveled by sea. So you want to go? Tomorrow the Siyue Princess departs from Shanghai, passes through the East China Sea, Taipei, the Dongsha Islands, and docks in Sanya. Rest for one night, then return afterward for a journey of 8 days and 7 nights. Chapter 47 Luxury Beyond Imagination. Why are you suddenly talking about going on a cruise? Li Yan was looking forward to it, and her mind had already begun to fantasize about it. We've been married for so long, and I haven't even taken you on a honeymoon trip, so I thought I'd take you out to have some fun. Li Yan rolled her eyes, a little worried, but I still have to work, you also have to work this 8 days and 7 nights is not too long, right? Work can be done every day, the honeymoon trip is only once, wife, let's go home and pack our bags. Really going? She asked with a smile on her face. Of course I'm going. The man looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Did you say you were going to be in the movie? Then you need to prepare a passport, right? Well, honey, don't you have a passport? Yes. Well, go home and bring your ID card and passport with you, then pack your bags. Good. Li Yan, face expectant, nodded. Then she took out her cell phone and searched for cruise ship tips. Gu Yuanzhou saw that the girl was looking forward to it, and he also smiled. Yuanzhou, have you ever been on a cruise ship before? The girl looked up at him and asked. Once. That was 6 years ago, when Xiao Anshu, Mo Yanchen dragged him there, and it was boring. This time, with his wife accompanying him, he was sure it would be a different feeling. How does it feel? Is the night view good? Can you see the stars at night? The girl's eyes glowed as she looked at him and asked. I went there once with Mo Yanchen and them 6 years ago. I can see the night view, it's very beautiful, and I can also see the scenery along the road, but I just feel bored. This time I have my wife to accompany me, it will be very interesting. Li Yanyan looked at the cruise guide in the video again to get a general idea. Finally arrived home, Li Yanyan cheerfully took out her suitcase to pack her luggage. Gu Yuanzhou booked the cruise tickets. Packed up the luggage. At this time, Jiang Qing called her. She pleasantly picked up. The voice from the other side said, "Yan Yan, what are you doing? Let's go out and play tomorrow." "I'm not going tomorrow. Yuanzhou is taking me on a cruise ship for a sea trip. Qingqing, do you want to go?" The CU princess departs from Shanghai. The whole trip lasts 8 days and 7 nights. "Shall we go together?" "I'd love to go, but I'd be disturbing your world, so I'd rather not." "Why don't you enjoy the cruise?" "It's okay. I'll ask Yuanzhou to buy you a ticket." With that, she looked at the man, and Gu Yuanzhou directly nodded and booked another ticket. It was good to have a friend to hang out with her and talk to. But to avoid Jiang Qing from pestering Yan Yan all the time, it was still necessary for him to think of a way. "That's right, tell Mo Yanchen to come along." He had always been attracted to Jiang Qing anyway. "The far continent ticket is done," Li Yanyan said with a smile. "How much is the ticket price?" "I'll transfer it to you later." Jiang Qing asked. "Qingqing, why are you so polite to me? Are you going to get angry with me? It's not appropriate to let your husband buy me a ticket, is it?" "It's okay, you're my best friend, and you're also our child's godmother, it's just a ticket." "Then thank your husband for me. Then I'll be happy to join you." "Well, bring your ID card and passport, and a few extra sets of clothes. Yuanzhou said he'll take a flight to Shanghai in the morning, and we'll pick you up from your house at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning and take you to the airport together." "Okay, I'll pack my bags." "I'll pack my bags then." After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuanzhou put his arm around her waist. Li Yanyan also grabbed his arm, full of smiles. "Our tickets have been bought, right?" I'm sorry. "Thank you, Yuanzhou." "What are you thanking your husband for?" "I just want you to be happy every day, so I'll let Jiang Qing go with you and talk to you." Li Yanyan looked at Gu Yuanzhou with touched eyes, her eyes slightly red. "Yuanzhou, you were so sweet." Gu Yuanzhou gently scraped her nose. "Little fool, this is what I should do, I am your husband." Suddenly, Li Yanyan wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Hubby, you're good to me, I like you so much." Gu Yuanzhou only felt a stiffness. Surprise looked at her. "Wife, what do you call me?" The girl smiled sweetly. "Husband." "This is the first time you call me husband. Wife, call a few more times, I like to hear." The husband's words just fell. Her red lips were covered by the man's thin lips forcefully, and excited kisses followed. She could feel the man's passion, reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, slowly responding to his kisses. Early the next morning, Li Yanyan was tenderly shouted to wake up. "Wife, get up, we are going to board the plane." Li Yanyan got up and rubbed her eyes, then went to wash, changed clothes, and followed the man to the car to the airport. In the back seat of the Maybach, the girl leaned on the man's shoulder, a little drowsy. The man wrapped her into his arms and told her to squint a little more. The driver in front glanced at the back seat, revealed a smile and continued to drive. Li Yanyan squinted for a while, slowly waking up and looking out the window. "Honey, squint a little more, there are still 20 minutes to the airport." The man said gently. "This road is not right, isn't it, to pick her up at Qingqing's house?" "She has someone to pick her up." The man gently stroked her head. "You arranged for someone?" "It was Mo Yanchen." "What about him? How did he want to come with us too?" "Well, he knew we were going on a cruise and he said he was going too." Li Yanyan guffawed. "It's not that he has to go if we want to go, right? It's Qingqing who's going and he's going, isn't it?" Wife is so smart. Soon, they arrived at the airport. The staff received them and took them to the VLP lounge. As soon as they entered the lounge, they saw Mo Yanchen and Jiang Qing sitting on the sofa, drinking coffee. Seeing Li Yanyan come, Jiang Qing stood up and walked towards her. "Yanyan, you are here?" "Yanyan, you're here? When did you get here?" "I've been here for about 10 minutes. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come over and let's have breakfast." "Okay." The waiter served a sumptuous breakfast, and after they ate, they boarded the plane. Several people booked first class, Li Yanyan and Jiang Qing in a row. The plane soon took off, and the two nested together to watch the flat-screen variety show. Gu Yuanzhou suddenly regretted letting Jiang Qing travel with him, or else he would have been the one holding Yan Yan in his arms. He had a sad face. Mo Yanchen sat next to him, raised his eyebrows at him, and thanked his brother. Gu Yuanzhou glanced at him and whispered, still not catching up? Mo Yanchen sighed, how can it be so easy to chase a girlfriend? This sea travel is your opportunity to perform. I specially booked adjacent rooms for you, take advantage of the opportunity. It's a must. Mo Yanchen looked at Jiang Qing and revealed a smile. Soon the plane landed. The general manager of the cruise ship specially drove to the airport to pick them up and drove directly to the beach. Several people first took the yacht, and when they got off the yacht, the huge cruise ship appeared in front of them. Li Yan and Jiang Qing shocked jaw-dropping. In the past in the television scene on the cruise ship but just 5 or 6 layers, but in front of this one, actually has 10 layers of high, really super huge and luxury incomparable. Jiang Qing held her hand, whispered in her ear, we cannot be too surprised, the surface must be calm and relaxed, lest they look down on us, laughing at us as not seen the world of the bumpkin. Aha! Li Yan nodded vigorously. The manager took them to the elevator and brought them to the 8th floor. The manager told them that they were staying on the 8th floor, which was the presidential suite, and introduced them to the fact that there were restaurants on every floor, and all the food was supplied for free, and that the 9th floor had a ballroom, a KTV, a recreation room and a gym, and that the 10th floor had an open-air swimming pool, a hot spring, and so on. Upon arriving at the room, Yan Yanli was still full of surprises, and the door was an extremely spacious living room, with a total area of about 200 square meters, and extremely luxurious decorations, with a slightly European style. The decoration is extremely luxurious, with a slightly European style. There are also 2 master bedrooms. The master bedroom is also very large, about 200 square meters. The master bedroom bed is about 2 meters wide. There is also a large balcony. Standing on the balcony to enjoy the beautiful scenery. The balcony also has 2 small tables. You can sit on the balcony to drink tea. From the back door of the room, there is also a private deck. The open space outside is estimated to be more than 500 square feet. There is a medium-sized swimming pool and a variety of fitness equipment. The manager said, each presidential suite is equipped with a manager and a waiter. What are the requirements? Directly tell them is. Then the manager left. Li Yan was still too surprised to speak. Standing on the deck, Li Yan looked at the endless sea. Her mind was filled with thoughts. The world of the rich is really unimaginable. If she didn't come today, she would have never known such a luxurious place in her life. Suddenly, the man from behind her tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist. Gentle doting said, Yan, like here? Chapter 48. Be my girlfriend, okay. I feel that everything is so unreal, just like a dream. I did not expect that this world actually has such a dreamlike place. Gu Yuanzhou lowered his head and kissed her cheeks. Yan, I will take you to explore more beautiful places in the future, Li Yan turned around and snuggled into his arms, and the man tightened his arms around her waist. What are you two doing? Jiang Chang and Mo Yanchen walked over. Li Yan came out of his arms, slightly red face. Qing you came, how is your room It's bigger than my house. Jiang Qing pulled her arm, go, take you to my room to see. In this way, Li Yan was taken away by Jiang Qing. 2 men followed behind. Gu Yuanzhou put his hand on Mo Yanchen's shoulder and glanced at him. Mo Yanchen walked slower. Yuanzhou, have something to say to me? Don't let Jiang Qing pester my wife all day. Mo Yanchen bristled, since you let Jiang Qing come, you should be prepared for her to pester your wife all the time, maybe even pester your wife to sleep with her at night. Gu Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at her figure. This was the second time he regretted letting Jiang Qing come along. When he arrived at Jiang Qing's room, Jiang Qing cheerfully introduced her. Yan, look at this bed, it's so big, I can even roll around on it. You see this sofa, there is a huge bathtub in the bathroom. Look at this balcony, I like it. When I'm bored, we can sit here, drink tea while looking at the beautiful scenery. Jiang Qing's room is slightly smaller than Li Yan's room, but it has all the amenities. At this time, Gu Yuanzhou and Mo Yanchen walked in. Gu Yuanzhou walked directly to Li Yan's side and took her hand. Yan, are you hungry? Why don't we go and eat? Li Yan nodded slightly, and was held by the man's hand and walked away. A group of people came to the restaurant. The waiter brought the menu. A few people ordered 2 dishes. The restaurant was very quiet, there were hardly any people. The manager said that this was a restaurant dedicated to the presidential room, so it was very quiet. In a short while, exquisite food filled the table. Jiang Qing ate almost enough, put down the chopsticks and said, Yan, in a while we will go shopping around. Okay. Li Yan nodded and continued to eat. Ever since she got pregnant, her appetite has slowly grown. She used to be able to eat half a bowl of rice, but now she has to eat a whole bowl. Yuanzhou said with dissatisfaction, Yan, after we eat, we will take a lunch break, and then go out to play when we get up from the lunch break. I'm not too tired, I want to go for a stroll. Li Yan looked at him with smiling eyes. Yuanzhou said with a smile. Yuanzhou said with a smile. Jiang Qing continued, Yan, we will go to the 8th and 9th floors later to take a look, first go to the KTV to sing, and then in the afternoon play a little billiards, badminton, golf, all kinds of projects, we do it again. Yuanzhou frowned, Yan is pregnant, it is best not to do high-intensity sports. Yes, I forgot that Yan is pregnant. Then we will go to the KTV to have fun. After dinner, the four of them went to the KTV, Jiang Qing sang a song, and then pulled Li Yan to sing a song Dimple, Have to Love. Singing all the fun, Jiang Qing and pulled Li Yan to go to the deck to walk, Yuanzhou and Mo Yanchen silently followed behind the two. On the deck, blowing the sea breeze, looking at the distant seascape, Li Yan is in a particularly relaxed mood. Yuanzhou took a look at his wristwatch and immediately went up to her and pulled her wrist, with a gentle face, Wife, you should take a nap, let's go to the room to rest. I'll go to my room and have a rest. Li Yan smiled and nodded. However, Jiang Qing said, Yan, go to my room to sleep. Yuanzhou slowly looked at Mo Yanchen, who immediately pulled on Jiang Qing's arm, Qing, do you want to visit my bedroom? What is there to visit in your room? Jiang Qing was disgusted. Can't you see that Yuanzhou's face is dark? Mo Yanchen had a helpless face. What does his black face have to do with me? You have been hogging his wife, he is angry, let's go, I will play with you. Mo Yanchen pulled her and left. Jiang Qing was pulled away by Mo Yanchen just like that. Only when the two were out of sight was Yuanzhou satisfied with wrapping his arm around her waist and heading back to the bedroom. Back in the bedroom, pulling the curtains, the room was dark, Li Yan turned on the small lamp on the bedside table. The man walked towards her and reached out to hold her in his arms. Smelling her fragrant scent, he softly said, Wife, I have some regrets about letting Jiang Qing join you. What's wrong? Li Yan also reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. She has been pestering you, I was left out. Li Yan had a smile on her face and kissed him on the cheek, Why are you still jealous of Qing? The man's eyes lit up, Wife, kiss here. The man pointed to his lips. I don't kiss, I'm going to take a shower and sleep for a while. Li Yan stood up. I'll take a shower with my wife? The man gets up with her and wraps his arms around her waist. No way. There are 2 bathrooms in this bedroom, you go over there and I'll wash here. Li Yan took out her pajamas from the closet and went into the bathroom. Yuanzhou also took out his pajamas and went into the other bathroom. When Li Yan came out, Yuanzhou was already lying on the bed, he patted the spot beside him and raised an eyebrow, Wife, come quickly. She walked over, just sat down and was pressed by the man on the bed. And in the opposite bedroom, Jiang Qing was sitting on the balcony, drinking delicious milk tea, and Mo Yanchen was also sitting across from her, looking at her with a smile on his face. Qing, in a while we go to play badminton, okay? Mo Yanchen said. I have to accompany Yan in a while, we also want to go to the first floor to look at the plywood. You keep pestering Yan, Yuanzhou is not happy. Why? The two of them are on their honeymoon, and they definitely want to spend more time together, but if you keep hogging her, how can her husband be happy? It makes sense, Jiang Qing nodded slightly. So let the two of them spend more time together, and the two of us spend more time together. Jiang Qing stared at the man across from her, what for? You want to chase me? Mo Yanchen was a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. You like me? Jiang Qing asked. Aha! Mo Yanchen continued to nod. What do you like about me? Jiang Qing put her hands on her cheeks and looked at the man across from her with interest. He is really quite handsome, his family is rich, and he has quite a good feeling about him. In fact, she can try to get along with him, anyway, she also wants to fall in love. Mo Yanchen's ear tips flushed red, Qing, you are very pretty, I like you very much. Your character is also good, everywhere, your every move attracts me, I want to be with you. Jiang Qing couldn't help but smile, his mouth was quite sweet. Mo Yanchen looked at her seriously, what I said is true, Qing, be my girlfriend, okay? Jiang Qing tilted her head, what are the benefits of being your girlfriend? Mo Yanchen thought for a moment, I will accompany you every day to do what you like, take you to eat all kinds of delicious food, coax you to be happy when you are sad, take you to all kinds of places to travel, and be by your side to help you and encourage you when you are in trouble. Jiang Cheng blinked her eyes. Sounds good. The man's eyes glowed. So promise me, okay? I will be very, very good to you. Have you ever had a girlfriend before? How many have you talked to? Jiang Cheng asked. Chapter 49 The World of Two. Mo Yanquan's eyes rolled. Talked about one. Jiang Cheng frowned. How long did you talk about it? When did you talk about it? Why did you break up? Mo Yanquan sighed. 3 years ago, talked for more than half a year, because of personality incompatibility, then separated. But that's all in the past. Since the breakup, I have never contacted her again, nor have I ever been interested in anyone. Ever since I met you, you are the only one in my heart. Jiang Cheng bristled. Incompatible personality? How? It's just not the same personality. I can't get along with her, then we always quarrel, so we broke up. That's all in the past, Ching. Now I just want to be with you. How long have you talked about it, and what step have you taken? Jiang Cheng looked at him and asked. Mo Yanquan was silent for a few seconds. We met both parents? I've met them. Have we discussed marriage? No, we haven't. Discussed the engagement, but before the engagement was broken up, after the breakup she went abroad. Are you living together? Jiang Cheng probed to ask. If he has lived together, she is absolutely unacceptable. Mo Yanquan shook his head. No. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows if what you say is true or not? Mo Yanquan said anxiously. Ching, every word I say is sincere. If I lie to you. Mo Yanquan glanced at the seawater and was excited. He was drowned by the seawater. Jiang Cheng hooked his lips and smiled. Oh, I know. Mo Yanquan's eyes glowed as he grabbed her hand and asked, then you be my girlfriend, okay? Jiang Cheng withdrew her hand. I'll think about it again. Then how long will you think about it? It could be a day, it could be a month, it could be a year. Mo Yanquan blinked. I can wait. In the afternoon, Jiang Cheng did not come back to Li Yanyan, so the couple lived a two-person world. The two of them ate a candlelight dinner, and then lay on the deck looking at the stars in the sky. Listening to the sound of the sea breeze on the face, this feeling is very beautiful. The next day, the ship docked in Zhoushan scenic area. The manager took them on a small boat, went ashore to play for a long time, and in the scenic area after lunch before returning to the cruise ship. The cruise ship continued on its way. Now Jiang Cheng came to find Li Yanyan to play, at most half an hour and left. After all, it is the couple's honeymoon trip, she still does not want to disturb too much. 3 days passed like this. On the fourth morning of the ship, Li Yanyan woke up at 5 o'clock. She woke up and found that she was the only one in the bed, slowly got up and went towards the deck. She woke up and found that she was alone in the bed, and slowly got up and went towards the deck. She saw that the man was holding a cell phone and talking on the phone, and she walked over and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. The man turned around and wrapped his arms around her and continued talking on the phone, saying a few more words before hanging up. Why are you awake so early? The man asked softly. Probably went to bed early yesterday. Are you busy with work? Or let's go home. No, why? Do you want to go home? Yeah, I'm homesick. I've had enough fun on the boat. When we dock in Sanya at noon, let's get off the boat and take a plane home. Li Yanyan looked up at him with sleepy eyes. Am I a spoilsport? How can you say that? It's obviously an 8-day, 7-night trip, but I want to get off the boat early. Why? It's quite boring to stay on the ship all the time, and we've been on the ship for 4 days and 3 nights, which is already a long time, and it's going to take so long to go back, so it's inevitable that we'll be suffocated. Li Yanyan face touched. Husband, you good. Oh, you do not blame me. Fool, how could I blame you? I can't even wait to feel sorry for you. Tell me if you are not feeling well, and I will put you first. Li Yanyan head buried in the man's arms, heart touched. The day gradually brightened, seagulls flew overhead, the breeze blew across her cheeks. Li Yanyan felt comfortable. When eating breakfast, Li Yanyan told Jiang Cheng to get off the boat in Sanya to take the plane back, asked her if she wanted to come together. Mo Yanquan answered for her, no, Ching Cheng and I do not get off the boat. Jiang Cheng slapped Mo Yanquan. Why answer for me? Mo Yanquan giggled. I will not go back with you, I'd better wait for the boat back to Shanghai. Jiang Cheng said. Oh. Li Yanyan looked at Jiang Cheng and Mo Yanquan. Gu Yuanzhou heart can be happy, this lightbulb finally does not pester his wife. After breakfast, Li Yanyan pulled Jiang Cheng in front of the walk, see no one behind with, immediately asked her in a low voice, you and Mo Yanquan together? No, Jiang Cheng shook her head with a red face. Is it? You cannot lie to me. These days our relationship is indeed a little ambiguous, but I haven't agreed to be with him yet. Then when do you plan to be with him? Let's wait and see after a while, see how he behaves. These days with Mo Yanchen is quite happy together. The two of them watch movies, play games, watch variety shows, play billiards, and drink together. Especially last night, the two drank a little too much, the atmosphere was a little ambiguous, and he almost kissed her. Fortunately, she reacted too quickly, and pushed him down. If he kissed her, wouldn't she have agreed to be his girlfriend? The two people know too short a time, she still want to investigate more investigation, if so easy to do his girlfriend, he will not cherish. Afterward, Li Yanyan and Gu Yuanzhou went back to their room and started packing their bags. After the ship docked, the manager and the waiter came to help them with their luggage and sent them off the ship. The manager's service was especially thoughtful, driving them directly to the airport. At 4 in the afternoon, they arrived in the capital. Just after leaving the airport, the driver Lao Zhang drove to pick them up. Old Zhang helped put the luggage into the trunk, and Gu Yuanzhou and Li Yanyan sat in the car. Li Yanyan leaned on Gu Yuanzhou's shoulder, finally back. Gu Yuanzhou gently hugged her. Well, did you have fun this time? Of course I did. Where do you want to go next time? Li Yanyan touched her flat belly, but we'll talk about it next time. When the kids are born, we'll travel abroad. Yes, take the kids with you. Leave the kids to mom and dad, and we'll spend the rest of our lives together. Li Yanyan smiled. The babies will be angry. The babies will be angry. As long as my wife doesn't get angry, I'm fine. The car sped along the highway, and the scenery outside the window kept receding. In a short while, it arrived at Nanshan Villa. Walking into the door of the house, back to the bedroom, Li Yanyan immediately collapsed on the sofa, or home comfortable. Gu Yuanzhou smiled and said, You first rest for a while, I will go to pour you a cup of water. After handing the cup to the girl, Gu Yuanzhou began to organize her luggage. Li Yanyan, who had drunk water, also came to help. Gu Yuanzhou pressed her on the bed. Wife, you rest for a while, I'll clean it up. Gu Yuanzhou pressed her down on the bed. Li Yanyan looked at her handsome husband busy. She put her hands on her cheeks and looked at him. Gu Yuanzhou's cell phone rang. Li Yanyan unplugged the charger and handed him the phone. The man smiled at her and picked up the phone, pressing the speakerphone. Yuanzhou, I heard you went back to the capital? Xiao Anshu sat on the other side. Yes, there is something? Of course there is something. When do you have time? When do you have time to come out for a drink? If you have something to say, just say it. I have to stay with my wife tonight. I can't talk on the phone. I'll hang up if you don't. Gu Yuanzhou wants to hang up. Don't hang up. Xiao Anshu immediately said, I want to ask you, did you bully my sister? Xiao Shiyu? When did I bully her? Li Yanyan also pricked up her ears to listen. A few days ago at the old mansion, Xiao Shiyu was there. Then she left without even eating lunch, and her mother-in-law said she had to go back beforehand, so she didn't put it on her mind. Chapter 50. I like him for 8 years. After she came back from your house, she shut herself in her room, did not eat or drink and did not come out, and then only opened the door of the room after a lot of talk, asked her what was wrong, and she did not say anything, just hugged my mom and cried. Gu Yuanzhou frowned. What does this have to do with me? She was like this after she came back from your house. How does it have nothing to do with you? Xiao Anshu, she's an adult. What does it have to do with me if she has emotions? Gu Yuanzhou raised his voice and said. Xiao Anshu was silent for a few seconds, but she was fine before she went to your house. Something must have happened in between. What happened? Ask her yourself. Then could it be that you said something to her? Or did your family say something to her? Xiao Anshu asked. Gu Yuanzhou looked impatient. What can I say? What can I say? I haven't said a few words to her in total. Well, let's wait until she's stabilized and then we'll ask her what's going on. Yuanzhou, I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuanzhou looked helpless. Looking at the girl beside him, his eyes instantly became gentle. I probably know why Xiao Shiyu is sad. Li Yanyan suddenly spoke. HM? How do you know? Gu Yuanzhou took her hand and sat on the sofa. Li Yanyan slowly spoke. Didn't I say before that I felt that Xiao Shiyu liked you? It's about because you got married, so, she's sad. I guess she has liked you for a long time. Gu Yuanzhou shook his head. This is just your guess. I don't feel that she has any different feelings for me. I don't see her much. She went to the United States to study after graduating from high school, half a year, 3 months before coming back once. Yuanzhou, think carefully, is she really nothing special to you? Yuanzhou pulled the girl into his arms and said gently, even if there is, so what? I've never thought of her, I only think of her as a good brother's sister, mom's goddaughter, my heart and eyes are full of you now. So, you have already thought of her to you, is not it? You also feel that she likes you, don't you? Yuanzhou gently caressed her forehead and kissed her on the cheek. A year ago, when mom urged me to get married, she did come to me and said that she wanted me to pretend to be a couple with her. I sternly refused at that time, but I didn't think about it that much. I have always treated her as mom's goddaughter, and I was quite surprised that she would make that kind of joke, and told her not to say anything in the future as well. Li Yan sighed, in fact, that is not a joke, she is just using a joke to say the truth. So when I learned that you got married, it was very difficult in my heart, and on the day I went to the old mansion, she sized me up and was somewhat directed at me. The first time I saw her I thought she was so pretty, and if she hadn't taken it personally, she would have had a better impression of her. Don't take her to heart, she's just an insignificant person to us. I know, I never took it to heart. Well, the most important thing now is for us to be together well, and for the babies to be born safely. Yuanzhou's gaze was soft, and his large palm covered her belly. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Thinking of the babies, Li Yan also revealed a happy smile. Xiao family villa. After Xiao Anshu hung up the phone, he walked into Xiao Shiyu's room, where her mother Yuya was urging her to eat more. Shiyu, eat more, you've been starving and skinny for the past few days. Yuya was heartbroken. Xiao Shiyu was emaciated and ate her meal in small bites. Xiao Anshu said directly, I just called Yuanzhou. Xiao Shiyu panicked, what did Shiyu say to him? Why did you call him? Xiao Anshu looked at his sister helplessly. I asked him if he was the reason you became like this after you came back from his house. Xiao Shiyu put down her chopsticks and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, you shouldn't have made this call, it has nothing to do with him. What could it have to do with him? It is my own reason. Yuya said anxiously, what is going on here? I don't know what's going on, Yuya said anxiously. Xiao Shiyu bit her lip and remained silent. Xiao Anshu sighed, no matter what, you have to cheer up, cannot always be so depressed. Look at you, just a few days the whole person has become so disheveled. This is still in the past, that the beautiful, playful, and lovely, smart and dashing Shiyu? Xiao Shiyu lowered her head and sobbed softly. Yuya was heartbroken and hugged her tightly. My Shiyu, who in the world made you so aggrieved? Tell mom will definitely not let him off. After a while, she slowly spoke, Mom, brother, it's not about anyone, it's me actually, I've always liked Yuanzhou. Xiao Anshu's eyes widened, what? You like Yuanzhou? He was indeed shocked, his own sister likes her good brother, how come he never knew? How could you like him? He is taciturn, his temper stinks to high heaven, he has a face like ice all day long, how could you like him? Xiao Shiyu sobbed in anger and disliked him, you are not allowed to talk about Yuanzhou like that. He is very good, tall and handsome, good figure, outstanding ability, successful career, he is good in every way, he is much better than you. Xiao Anshu. You are really my sister. How can you speak for an outsider? He is better than you. Yuya glanced at Xiao Anshu and said, so is Yuanzhou bullying you? No. Xiao Shiyu choked, it's him who got married, I'm sad, I'm so sad, Mom, do you know how it feels? The heart was clenched tightly, unable to breathe. It's like you're drowning. You can't breathe. And it's like a ghost pressurizing the bed, how can't move? Yuya embraced her daughter and gently touched her head, you like Yuanzhou very much? I really like him, I was so sad to learn that he got married, I cried all night, and the next day I decided to go back to China, I want to see what the woman he likes looks like, and where I am not as good as her. Why does Yuanzhou not like me? Yuya sighed regretfully, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I would have gone to your godmother, and you might still have had a chance. But now that Yuanzhou is married, you should learn to let go. Xiao Shiyu wiped away the tears on her face, her eyes full of pain and unwillingness. Mom, I'm really so unwilling, I've loved him for 8 years, how can I easily say give up and give up? Xiao Anshu frowned at the side, you actually liked him for so long? Then why don't you confess? I intentionally or unintentionally said to him, Yuanzhou has never taken it seriously. He is the kind of emotionally very light kind of people, before the woman has not been interested, I have always suspected that he gay to come. I've always suspected him of being gay, said Xiao Anshu. Xiao Shiyu retorted, is not it, that day in the godmother's house, far continent to his wife good, always smiling at her, always hold her hand, that moment, I am so jealous. Yuya gently pulled her hand. Gentle, Shiyu, do not be jealous, it only means that his fate is not in your here. You like him for so long, he does not know, you are destined to have no end. You are so excellent and beautiful, why feel sorry for him? Xiao Shiyu inhaled her nose, her voice still with a sobbing tone. Mom, I understand all the reasoning, but it's still hard in my heart. I know you've liked him for so long that it's hard to forget him, but you must forget him because he's already married. Xiao Anshu patted his sister's shoulder. Yes, Mom is right, my sister is so beautiful, high education, the family has endless money, the people chasing you from the capital lined up to Heilongjiang, there is really no need to feel sorry for him. Some other day my brother will give you an introduction to a boyfriend who was even better than Yuanzhou. Chapter 51. Are plums sour? Hubby taste. Xiao Shiyu wiped away her tears, crying and laughing. How many other people in this world are more handsome than Yuanzhou? Brother will definitely find one for you. Okay brother, I know you are comforting me, go out first and leave me alone. Yuya glared at Xiao and Su. You go out first, I'll accompany your sister for a chat. Xiao and Su touched his sister's head, then walked out and closed the door again. Mom, you go out too, I'll be alone. Yuya sighed heavily. Shiyu, think about it, although Yuanzhou is very good, he is already married, so don't think about him. Mom, I know. Why don't I take you out for a trip to take a break? Mom, I'm fine. You go out. I'll be alone. Don't think about it. I'm going out first. Aha! Yuya also opened the door and walked out. Xiao Anshu walked to the living room on the first floor, sat on the sofa and thought about it, but took out his cell phone and called Gu Yuanzhou. When that side picked up, he immediately said, Yuanzhou you. Gu Yuanzhou frowned. What? What? Is sister-in-law by your side? Gu Yuanzhou glanced at the bathroom and returned, something wrong? Do you know that my sister has liked you for a long time? Does she know how sad she was when you got married? I don't know. Gu Yuanzhou's tone was cold. How can you not know? Xiao Anshu's voice was tinged with anger. Shiyu, she's so simple, she's been hiding this feeling in her heart, and you didn't notice it at all? Gu Yuanzhou was silent for a moment and said, Anshu, before I met my wife, the matter of feelings never crossed my mind, so I don't know your sister's thoughts either. Even if I knew, I wouldn't have any thoughts about her. In my heart, she is your sister, my mother's goddaughter. Do you know that she is very upset right now? Xiao and Su was dissatisfied. Then you and your mother comfort her well is. Yu Chao Anshu sighed. I know it's not your fault, but my heart aches for my sister. Then you should be nice to her. What do you need to say? Ansu. A nice female voice came over. He lifted his head to see that it was Yuxan coming. Hang up. Xiao and Su immediately hung up the phone and put the phone in his pocket. Then he got up with a smile on his face and walked towards the girl. Yuxan, you're here. Well, didn't you call me and say that Shiyu was in a bad mood and asked me to come and keep her company? The girl smiled like a flower, especially the two dimples on her face, very cute. Yes, my mom and I just comforted her, she's much better now. Then I'll go up to accompany her? Guxin pointed to the second floor. Wait, my mom is still there, why don't you sit down and we'll have a chat? Guxin nodded slightly, also good. After sitting on the sofa, Ji Yusin asked him, do you know why Shiyu is in a bad mood? Xiao Anshu nodded, well, she said because of Yuanzhou. She told you guys? You know about it too? Of course I know, I'm Shiyu's best friend, she tells me everything. When she knew about Gu Yuanzhou's marriage when she was abroad, she cried the whole night. I was heartbroken. Xiao Anshu frowned, heartbroken, this sister of mine, is just too infatuated. Ji Yusin sighed softly, no one can control emotional matters, I just hope that Shiyu can come out quickly. Xiao Anshu looked at Ji Yusin and said seriously, Yusin, this period of time will have to trouble you more to accompany her. Ji Yusin nodded, don't worry, I will. The two fell into a brief silence, and Xiao Anshu suddenly opened his mouth. Yuxan, in fact, I've always wanted to talk to you. The words were not yet finished, but I heard footsteps coming from upstairs, and it turned out to be Yuya who came down. Yuya saw Ji Yusin, smiled and greeted. Yusin came. Auntie good. Ji Yusin responded obediently. Yuya said, are you going to see her? If Shiyu knew you were here, she would be very happy. Ji Yusin stood up, then I'll go look for Shiyu. Yuya smiled, you go. Ji Yusin walks 2 steps and then looks back at Xiao Anshu, blinking her big eyes at him. Anshu, did you have something to say to me just now? Xiao Anshu was a little unnatural, you'd better go find Shiyu first. Ji Yusin drummed her mouth, okay then. With that, he turned around and went up to the second floor. Ji Yusin knocked on the door. Shiyu, I'm coming in. Pushing open the door of the room, see Xiao Shiyu was sitting on the bed, see her pull out a smile. Xin, why are you here? I came to see you. Your brother called me and said you were in a bad mood and asked me to come and keep you company. Guxin walked over and gave her a big hug. I'm fine. You don't need to be brave in front of me. I know that Gu Yuanzhou's matter makes you very sad. Listening to my brother, he said that Gu Yuanzhou's wife is especially beautiful and gentle, and that Gu Yuanzhou is especially good to her. Xiao Shiyu pursed her lips. I've seen his wife, she does look very pretty, and standing together with Yuanzhou, it's a good match. Then you decided to give up? Aha! Xiao Shiyu was silent for a few seconds and said, you know what? The first time I saw Yuanzhou's wife, I actually compared her to her, and when I learned that her family's condition was average, I even satirized her and showed my superiority in front of her. How could I be so bad? Ji Yusin held Xiao Shiyu's hand. Shiyu, it was just an impulse to compare yourself with Gu Yuanzhou because you like her too much. Don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Shiyu shook her head. No, that's not the reason. My behavior at that time was too childish and too much. Thinking about it now, I'm really ashamed. Then the next time you see her, just apologize to her. Well, the next time I see her, I'll sincerely apologize to her. Looks like you've decided to let go completely. Guxin had a relieved look on her face. Xiao Shiyu took a deep breath. Keep holding on to it will only make yourself more miserable. These days I actually figured it out. He just doesn't like me. Even if I confess to him, he won't like me. Our Shiyu is so beautiful. Not being with you is that he is not blessed. Xiao Shiyu revealed a hint of a smile. All along, it was just her unrequited love. Giving up this relationship might not be that sad. In the evening, Ji Yusin was ready to go home after having dinner at Xiao's house. She got up and said, Auntie and Sue, I'll go home first then. Shiyu, tomorrow we'll go out to play. Xiao Shiyu nodded. Yeah, tomorrow we'll go to the playground. I want to ride the jumper. No problem, I'll accompany you. Then I'll go. Xiao Anshu gets up. Xin, I'll drive you home. Then thank you, Anshu. In the car, Ji Yusin looked at Xiao Anshu in the driver's seat and asked, Anshu, did you have something to say to me this afternoon? Xiao Anshu glanced at the girl. What? Guxin blinked her eyes. Well, it's still early, why don't we go see a movie? Ji Yusin froze for a second. Yeah. Xiao Anshu looked at the girl and revealed a smile. He also hooked his lips and smiled. He likes Guxin, he knows that he likes this kind of thing should let the other person know as soon as possible, otherwise, like his sister, there is no result with Yuanzhou, but I don't know what she thinks. After she says it, can the two of them still be this close? Spending more time alone with her is also happiness. After dinner, Li Yan read a book while eating the sour plums that Mrs. Wang prepared for her. Gu Yuanzhou walks over and gently picks up his wife and sits her on his lap. The book fell to the ground and Li Yan pouted. What are you doing? Holding his wife. The man's deep eyes gazed at her. Seeing her rosy lips are eating plums, he could not hold back, pressed the back of her head, lips covered up. Li Yan was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden kiss, and the plum in her mouth was not ready to be swallowed. The sour juice filled between their lips and teeth. Gu Yuanzhou frowned slightly and slowly left her lips. The plum was a bit sour. Gu Yuanzhou pinched her little face. It's not sour, I think it's delicious. Li Yan smiled. I don't think it's sour. I'll try it again. Saying this, the man kissed her again, savoring her beauty. Li Yan gently pounded his chest. Stop it. The man ignored her protests and continued to embrace her tightly, kissing her more and more. Li Yan knew that resistance was useless, so she reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. After a long time, Gu Yuanzhou finally let go of her, and their gazes met, full of affection. This time really sour to me. Gu Yuanzhou said with a smile. Chapter 52, Are you the daughter of a movie queen? Li Yan red-faced, that's not what you asked for. Gu Yuanzhou's large palm gently touched her belly and said softly, Sour children, spicy women, wife so likes to eat sour, the belly is not two boys, right? What's wrong with two boys? Don't you like it? As long as the wife is born, I like. But it's better to have two girls. Li Yan's face blossomed into a happy smile, put her hand over his hand. If it is a son and a daughter, that would be the best. Well, what my wife said is right. Gu Yuanzhou wrapped his arms around her waist and said gently, Wife, the children will be 11 weeks old soon, so we should also prepare something for the children. It's still early, I'm not even pregnant yet. The due date is in March next year, the children will grow up fast. What should we prepare? Make the guest room next door into a nursery for the kids. We have a big bedroom, so the kids can share it with us. You can't do that. You don't have to worry about the kids when they're born. The nannies will take care of them. When Li Yanyan heard this, her smile went straight to the bottom of her eyes. There is no such thing as a father. Yuanzhou gently kissed her on the corner of her lips. This is not my heartache, I am afraid that you are tired. I'm afraid you'll be tired. You'll be very weak after the birth, so you should get your body in good shape first, and then you can take care of them as much as you want after you've gotten better. Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Well, you're right. Of course, everything is for you. Yuanzhou, you are so nice and gentle to me, how could I be so lucky to meet you? Li Yanyan buried her head in the man's arms, her face filled with happiness. Yuanzhou tightly embraced Li Yanyan and said fondly, Yanyan, the really lucky person is me. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I'd still be going to work, getting off work, and repeating every day's life without any purpose. In retrospect, what kind of life did he live before he met Yanyan? The daily routine, no waves, no plans and no tomorrow, the heart seems to be covered with a layer of gray, the future does not have the slightest expectation. Yanyan's appearance was like a light shining into his gray world, making his heart begin to beat. That night, her smile, he should remember it for the rest of his life, forever. Now, with her and the child that was about to be born, his life began to take on color. Yanyan, every day from now on, I will be by your side and the child's side, and everything will be done with you in mind. Yuanzhou caressed Yanyan's hair and said gently. Li Yanyan raised her head, looked into his eyes, and softly hummed. You've been exhausted on the ship these past few days, right? It's not early, let's rest early. As soon as the words fell, the man picked up his wife in his arms. Li Yanyan subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at him with a smile. Walking to the bedside, he gently placed her on the bed, and then he himself got on the bed, lying beside her, stretching out his hand to put his arm around her, and pulling the thin quilt over to cover the two of them. Li Yanyan raised her head to look at him. Yuanzhou, the child's name, have you thought about it? I haven't thought about it yet, Yanyan, what do you have in mind? I haven't thought about it either, or let mom and dad think of the baby's names. That's fine, let them worry about it. Let them choose a few more, and we'll pick again. 4 days later, Jiang Qing came back. She didn't even put her luggage down, she came to Bai Guiyuan to look for Yanyan. As soon as she saw her, she gave her a warm hug. Yanyan, it's a shame you didn't take the boat back, do you know who I met later on the boat? Jiang Qing pulled Li Yanyan, sat on the sofa and said excitedly. Who is it? She didn't know. He Meng Bing, the queen of the movie. He Meng Bing is 39 years old this year, debut 20 years, not only is the person looks super beautiful, but also with the director husband especially love, is recognized in the entertainment circle of the loving couple. Early released 2 albums, but also won a few music awards, and then turned into a TV series, the achievement of many classic roles, but also won the queen of the audience. Afterwards, they entered the film and television, but also the box office bear, but also won the queen of the movie. It is simply the hexagonal warrior of the entertainment industry. Now 39 years old, well-maintained, looks like 27, 28 years old. Last year, a TV series was released, and she played a high school student from the age of 16, and there was nothing wrong with it. She is a recognized beauty in the entertainment industry. Really? You actually managed to run into her. Li Yanyan also got excited. Jiang Qing continued, yes, I couldn't believe my eyes at that time, she is even prettier in person than on TV, her temperament is especially good. Did you take a picture with her or ask for an autograph? Li Yanyan asked curiously. Too, and she also took a picture with me, we also drink coffee together I think she is particularly friendly. Jiang Qing took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and handed it to Li Yanyan. Li Yanyan looked at the photo, revealing a smile. I really envy you, I also like her. You don't want to get off the boat early, she lives on the same floor as us, it's strange, we haven't seen her in the first 4 days. Li Yanyan is full of regret. Yanyan, in fact, I have a feeling that you and her look a bit like Jiang Qing said. Li Yanyan bared her teeth and laughed, how can I look like her? She is a big star. Maybe because you are both beautiful women. Li Yanyan took her arm, you are also a beautiful woman. Yanyan is not joking, look at this photo, don't you and her eyes look alike? Jiang Qing enlarged the photo of He Mengbing. Look at Yanyan and then look at the photo. Yanyan, it's really quite similar. Jiang Qing is certain. Li Yanyan looks at it for a few seconds, okay. Jiang Cheng blinked. Yan Yan, I have a bold guess, you can't be his daughter. How could that be? Li Yan Yan immediately retorted. What's impossible? I also watched He Mengbing's early interviews. She said that she gave birth to a daughter 20 years ago, and then she didn't know who carried her away. He family Qin family until now, still looking for are not found. You are exactly 20 years old this year, why is it impossible to be her daughter? Li Yan Yan shook her head heavily. How can it be? My mom is He Mengbing, the sky is falling, she cannot be my mom. Think about my dad, can he chase after He Mengbing? Maybe your dad isn't real? Jiang Qing puts forward the hypothesis that because you are not your dad's biological child, your dad treats you badly and you have never met your mom. Li Yan Yan raised her eyebrows. My dad is indeed my biological, I secretly did a paternity test, didn't I tell you before? Anyway, I just think you guys look alike. Why don't you go home and ask your dad about your mom? Li Yan Yan lowered her eyes. She remembered from the beginning, has not seen her mother. Grandmother told her, she was born in the field, so she has not seen her real mother. Li Jianhua had said that her mother had died, and that was why she had carried her back to her grandmother to raise her. Chapter 53 Blind Date. I'm not going to ask him. I have nothing to do with him now. Jiang Cheng held her hand tightly. Maybe your mom is still alive? Your dad said your mom passed away, just his side of the story. Maybe your mom is alive and still looking for you? She bit her lip, but, after so many years, even if she is still alive, what can she do? Jiang Cheng hurriedly said, if I can find her, at least I can let you know what really happened back then, why your dad did this to you. But I don't know anything, I don't know where I was born, I don't know what my mom looks like, what's her name? About my mom, Li Jianhua didn't say anything. My grandma never saw my mom before she was born, where can I go to look for? I can only ask your father. He didn't say it before, and he won't say it now. Sometimes I think, he hates me that much, is it because of my mom's relationship? Maybe my mom is really gone. Jiang Qing sighed, why don't you ask your dad to have a good talk? What if your mom is still alive? Even if she is gone, at least know the truth. Forget it, I don't want to see him. Li Yan Yan turned the tables. Talk about you, these days and Mo Yanchen have fun? Not bad. Jiang Qing remembered that in the past few days, apart from sleeping and going to the toilet, the two were basically inseparable. When the boat docked, the two would go down to play and see a lot of scenery that they hadn't seen before, and they also dived together to see the creatures under the ocean, the rocky caverns. Li Yan Yan laughed. Look at this expression of yours, you know that it is more than just okay, quickly tell me about it carefully. Jiang Qing's cheeks are slightly red. Oops, really just having fun together. When we were diving together, we saw those beautiful fish of various colors swimming past, and strange corals. That feeling was really too wonderful, the underwater creatures were really beautiful. Yan Yan, I also suggest you go diving in the future, the bottom of the sea is really beautiful. Yes, after I give birth to my baby. Li Yan Yan touched her stomach. Don't change the topic, keep talking. Jiang Chang went on to say, after going ashore, we also went to the local night market, ate a lot of special snacks. The Dusty is very careful, will also take care of me. Li Yan Yan snickered. Yo, this development is good. Or called him Dust. Li Yan Yan said jokingly, yo, this is a good development, you call him Dust, so are you interested in him? Jiang Chang lowered her head a bit shyly. I can't say for sure, but when I'm with him, I feel quite at ease. Then you should try to go out with him. Li Yan Yan patted her shoulder. I have to think about it again. Jiang Qing had a haughty face. At this time, Jiang Qing's cell phone rang. She took it out to see that it was Mo Yanchen who called. Her face instantly overflowed with a happy smile, picked up the phone and walked to the balcony. Yan Yan looked at her back, the corner of her lips curved, genuinely happy for her. Xingxing, where are you? It's only been an hour since we parted, I miss you again. Mo Yanchen's voice came over. I am at Yan Yan's house. Do you want to miss me? No. So hard, Xingxing actually do not want me. Don't be pretentious, something is wrong? Jiang Qing said seriously. Yes, let's go out for dinner tonight. I don't have time tonight. I have to go home. My dad wants to see me. I'll pick you up after dinner, and I'll take you home. Let's talk about it then. Okay, I'm hanging up. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, put it in his pocket, and came towards Li Yan Yan again. Mo Yanchen phone number? She asked. What's the matter with him? He said he wants to go out to dinner tonight. We've just been apart, and he misses you again? Yan Yan, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Qing pulled Li Yan Yan to talk for a long time, until Gu Yuanzhou came back. She left. After Gu Yuanzhou closed the door, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fiercely. After a few minutes, he held her in his arms and softly said, "Tomorrow, Xiaoanshu said he would invite us to dinner." Li Yanyan was in a state of confusion, her face was flushed. Why did he suddenly invite us to dinner? He said that his sister and Ji Yulin's sister, are going to the United States, so before they go they want to invite us to have a meal together. They are your friends, you go, I won't go. Li Yanyan always remembered what Xiao Shiyu said that day at the old mansion. You're willing to let your husband go alone? Gu Yuanzhou pinched her little face. What's there not to be happy about? You go, you are friends anyway. Xiaoanshu specifically said that you must go, the meal was invited just for you. Li Yanyan looked puzzled, for me? Why? He said that his sister had offended you verbally at the old mansion that day, and wanted to apologize to you, so he specially organized this dinner party. Apologize to me? I've already apologized that day, and I'm not angry or blaming her. You don't want to go? Then I'll cancel the party. Gu Yuanzhou took out his cell phone. Li Yanyan thought for a while, there is nothing to do tomorrow anyway, so let's go. She wanted to see what Xiao Shiyu was going to say to her. It's okay if my wife doesn't want to go, I'll just push her. No need to push. Zhang Cheng looked at her faintly. Auntie, where is my dad? Your dad is in the study, he will be down soon, you sit for a while, Auntie, and you talk. After the two sat down, stepmother Cheng Chunyu opened her mouth and said, Xing, was the cruise fun? It was okay. Zhang Qing absently played with her cell phone. A cruise should be expensive, right? How much did you spend this time? Zhang Qing frowned at her, the corner of her mouth rose, about more than $500,000. Cheng Chunyu's eyes widened, what, more than $500,000? Cheng Chunyu's face became a little hard to see. Cheng Chunyu's face became a bit ugly, and her voice also raised, so how can you afford to spend so much money? Your father earns a lot of money, cannot you save a little to spend more than 500,000? Just a few days to spend all. Zhang Qing's slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. You also know that my father is not easy to earn money. Then you give your family so much money every month is how it is? Your brother and your nephew, who is at home all day with nothing to do, your family is relying on my dad to support them, you need to get it right. You Cheng Chun you can't refute for a moment. What are you arguing about? As soon as you come back, you are arguing. Kang Sung-hoon walked down from the second floor. Cheng Chunyu immediately changed to a smile, Xing, and I did not quarrel, so I asked her how much she spent on this trip, and she said that she spent 500,000 yuan, and I felt that there was just some shock. Jiang Chengsun frowned, it is indeed a bit expensive, Xing, money can be spent, but save a little. Jiang Cheng stood up and said expressionlessly, if I was asked to come back just to educate me, then I'm leaving. Xing, I have something serious to say to you. Jiang Sung-hoon said. Speak. Kong Qing looked at him. While eating, she said. In a short while, the table was filled with Jiang Qing's favorite dishes. Cheng Chunyu gave Jiang Cheng some food, Xing, eat more. Jiang Qing didn't eat and looked at Jiang Cheng-sun, Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Qingshuan gave Cheng Chunyu a look, she nodded slightly and said with a smile on her face, Xing, do you have a boyfriend? What for? Jiang Qing looked at her warily. It is like this, your father said he wanted to introduce you to an object, the other person's character is very good, in the army is a soldier is a company commander, looks tall and handsome, you see what you think, do you want to see a side? Chapter 54 The Temptation of 500,000. Jiang Qingshuan also said, the other father had been my comrade in arms, recently met, discussed the two children, you two happen to be of similar age, my comrade in arms proposed that the two of you should not meet one side, to recognize the acquaintance. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes, I don't feel good. It is nothing to just meet and get to know each other. Cheng Chunyu said with a smile. Jiang Qing refused without hesitation, I don't see. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. You are my daughter, how can I not worry about you? You see you are slowly getting older, do nothing all day like what? It's time to find a date. Jiang Qingshuan said with dissatisfaction. Jiang Qing snorted coldly. You can't see that I'm doing well? Shang Chunyu continued to persuade, Xing, how do we not want you to live well, your father is for your own good, hope that there is someone to take care of you, is not it? Don't be so quick to reject it, meet first, maybe it's a good match. What do you mean? I'm not going to see him anyway. I'm not in charge of my own business. Kong Sung-hoon is frowning. What's the point of meeting him? The boy has a family history, height, looks, and a bright future as a company commander at a young age, and I'm doing this for your sake. Jiang Cheng stared at them and said, for my good? I think you have another purpose, so anxious to marry me off ah? I have not reached the point where no one wants me. Cheng Chenyu hurriedly said, Xingqing, you say this is hard to hear, we can have what purpose, just hope you can find a good home. Jiang Cheng stood up and said firmly, I'll find my own home, no need for you to interfere. After saying this, she got up, turned around and walked towards the door, leaving Jiang Qingshuan and Cheng Chenyu staring at each other. Jiang Chengsun shouted behind her, you come back with me. Jiang Qing only paused for a moment and continued to walk out of the living room. Cheng Chenyu hurriedly rounded up the situation, hubby, don't be angry, it's normal for Qingqing to not be able to accept it, the young people have their own ideas. I really spoiled her. Since Qingqing doesn't want to meet, forget it, you went back to your comrade in arms. I promised my comrade I'd let the two kids meet. It's no use for you to force her to meet if she doesn't want to. Forget it. I'll think of a way to make sure she meets. Kang Sung-hoon rolled his eyes and then hooked his lips. Jiang Qing drove back home, depressed. She didn't think her dad would let her go on a blind date? It was hard to block her heart. Buzzing was at this time, her cell phone rang, picking it up, it was Mo Yanchen. Picking it up, the other end said, Xingqing, where are you? I am at home. Jiang Qing said breathlessly. Didn't you say you went to your father's house? Well, come back. Okay, I'll come to your house right away. Don't come, I'm tired, I need to rest. Jiang Qing hung up the phone. After sitting in the living room for a few minutes, she went back to the bedroom, filled the bathtub with water, and laid down in it to take a bath. Just a few minutes after closing her eyes to enjoy herself, the doorbell rang. Jiang Qing frowned in dissatisfaction and ignored it. But the doorbell kept ringing, she was annoyed by the noise and simply got up, wearing a bathrobe to open the door. Opening the door, it was Mo Yanchen. He had a smile on his face and was still a little aggravated. Xingqing, why are you opening the door now? Seeing her in her bathrobe, revealing her slender legs, her little face was also red, so cute. His throat tightened, his whole body gradually heated up, and his heartbeat accelerated. I'm taking a bath, didn't I tell you not to come? Jiang Qing didn't have the good sense to say. I heard that you sounded a little off, so I had to come to see you, are you okay? Mo Yanchen entered the door and familiarly changed into slippers and followed the girl. Jiang Qing sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, what can I do? Mo Yanchen looked at her long legs and froze for a moment. Xingqing, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Mo Yanchen could obviously feel that the girl's mood was not quite right. I said I am fine, you go, I want to rest. Mo Yanchen some aggrieved, Xingqing, before we are not good? How is it that now I feel that you don't want to care about me, and you keep driving me away? You are annoying. Jiang Cheng annoyed looked at him, you go back first today, 8 or 9 days on the cruise ship, I am very tired, and I want to take a good rest tonight. There is something that we will talk about tomorrow. Mo Yanchen did not know where the problem was, obviously when they parted at noon, she was still good, she would still affectionately call him Dust, and now she actually disliked him for being annoyed. Mo Yanchen came close to her side, pulling her hand, with a face of sorrow, Xingqing, is it true that I did something bad, letting you produce boredom? I will change it, okay? Jiang Qing's fine eyebrows slightly frowned, I am not saying that you are annoying, but I am too tired, I want to rest, tomorrow you come back to me, okay? I really didn't do anything wrong to make you angry? No, it's getting late, you should go back soon. Then you have a good rest tonight, I'll come back for you tomorrow. Although Mo Yanchen wanted to stay with her for a while longer, but she said she was tired, then he let her have a good rest and come back to her tomorrow. Well, go home and drive safely. Jiang Qing sends the man to the door. Mo Yanchen nodded his head and reluctantly left. Xingqing, good night. After Mo Yanchen left, Jiang Qing went back to her room and was about to continue to soak in the bath when she realized that her period had come. Jiang Qing let out a sigh, and her mood became even more irritable. After using the restroom, she laid down on the bed and was trying to fall asleep, when suddenly her phone rang. Alipay arrives with 50 yuan. Her eyes immediately widened, and the haze in her heart was swept away, and she opened Alipay to find out that it was her father who had transferred 500,000 yuan to her. Immediately, then received a 30-second WeChat voice he sent, clicked on the voice, only to hear the father said, Xingqing, you went to play is not spent 500,000? Dad reimbursed you. What Dad did tonight was really wrong, you young people have your own ideas, I shouldn't impose our ideas on you. But then, if you go to see my comrade's son, I'll transfer another 500,000 to you as your pocket money. If you don't want to see it, then forget it. Jiang Qing's eyes immediately lit up. She could get $500,000 just for meeting him. Of course she would go. It's not like she has a grudge against money. She immediately returned the voice. Dad, 500,000 transferred, I can go see tomorrow, but said that just see one side. A few seconds later, Jiang Chengshuan's voice sent back, good, just meet one side, 500,000 a minute later to the account. A minute later, PayPal arrived at 500,000 yen. After hearing this voice and looking at the balance, she was satisfied, but the corners of her mouth never came down. Noon on the second day. Piu Xiang full building. Gu Yuanzhou brought Li Yan to the restaurant, and instantly a waiter led them into the private room. As soon as the door to the private room opened, the people on the chairs rose to greet them. There were a total of 4 people in the private room, namely Xiao Anshu and Xiao Shiyu, Ji Yulin and Ji Yusen. Yuanzhou, sister-in-law, you guys are here, please have a seat. Xiao Anshu said. Ji Yulin followed suit, yes, Yuanzhou, sister-in-law, please have a seat. Ji Yusen took Xiao Shiyu's hand, looked at Li Yan and marveled repeatedly, whispered in her ear, gosh, Gu Yuanzhou's wife is so beautiful. Xiao Shiyu pushed her away, gathered enough courage to walk towards Li Yan, came to her side, a face of sincerity. Sister-in-law, that day in the old mansion, I'm sorry, I had some mouths to feed, I hope you don't mind. Chapter 55, is the blind date with him? Li Yan was a little surprised. How come she took the initiative to come and apologize? Then, she smiled slightly. Which incident are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Xiao Shiyu pursed her lips lightly. Sister-in-law, are you not willing to forgive me? I really don't know what you are asking me to forgive you for. It was that day at the old mansion. Li Yan waved her hand. I thought it was a big deal, I didn't even think about it. Sister-in-law, it is your generosity that you don't blame me, but I still have to apologize to you for my inappropriate words and actions. Xiao Shiyu had a sincere face. Xiao Anshu was also relieved and nodded slightly. For a sister to be able to let go is a kind of growth. At this time, Ji Yulin opened his mouth and said, well, let bygones be bygones, just get along in the future, everyone sit down, get ready to eat. Xiao Anshu agreed, yes, we are all good friends, there is something to say, open up. Everyone has been seated. Xiao Anshu greeted the waiter to start serving food. An exquisite dish was brought to the table, the aroma was overflowing. Xiao Anshu raised his glass and said, come on, let's drink a toast together. Everyone raised their glasses and drank with a smile. Gu Yuanzhou carefully gave Li Yan her favorite dishes and peeled a few shrimps for her. Ji Yusen's eyes widened as she watched. She didn't expect the always expressionless Gu Yuanzhou to have such a sweet side, and that he had a doting smile for his wife at all times. She was about to share it with Shiyu, but thought better of it. Shiyu must be having a hard time in her heart right now watching the two of them being intimate. Xiao Anshu said, Xin, Shiyu, you two eat a little more, tomorrow we'll go to the United States, hey really miss you too. Ji Yulin also sighed, yes, this is only back a few days, and then have to go. Ji Yuxan has a smile on her face, brother, don't look so sad, you still put your mind on serious things. What? Ji Yulin looked at her in disbelief. It's about finding a date. You see, your good brother Gu Yuanzhou is married, you should also consider it. Ji Yulin glared at her. It's not enough that her parents are pushing her at home, now even her sister is pushing her. Finding a girlfriend isn't like buying groceries, it's not that easy. Take care of yourself first, you don't need to worry about your brother's business. Ji Yulin dislikes him. After eating for a while, Li Yan got up and said she wanted to go to the restroom. Ji Yusen also got up and said she wanted to go. Xiao Shiyu also said she wanted to go, so the three of them went to the restroom together. Ji Yulin spits out, why do you guys think girls like to go to the restroom in pairs? A few men looked at each other for a few moments. Gu Yuanzhou gets up, walks towards the bathroom door, and waits for Yan. Women's restroom, sink. Ji Yuxin keeps looking at Li Yan, blinks and continues to look at her. Li Yan smiles, why do you keep looking at me? You're so pretty. Ji Yuxin's eyes were glowing and she said excitedly. Thank you, you are pretty too. Li Yan responded politely and gently. Xiao Shiyu on the side said, sister-in-law, thank you did not blame me, that day I said anything, indeed a little against you, because I did not expect you to be so generous and kind, I am ashamed to be inferior. Li Yan smiled and responded, don't say that, let the past of that day be the past, I have never put it on my mind. Xiao Shiyu nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of gratitude, sister-in-law, you're so nice. Yes, you are beautiful and kind, Shiyu, and I should learn from you. Ji Yusen said. I'm not that good, you guys are the ones who are excellent. Li Yan responded. Guxin suddenly grabbed her hand. Can I call you Yan? Can we be friends? I really like you. Li Yan's smile went straight to the bottom of her eyes. Of course you can. Then let's add each other's WeChat, chat more in the future, and get together more after returning to China. Ji Yusin took out her cell phone. Ji Yusin and Xiao Shiyu both added her to WeChat. Great, from now on the three of us will be friends. Ji Yusin also took Xiao Shiyu's hand, and all three of them held their hands together. Yuanzhou was a little surprised to see Ji Yusin holding Yan out. Ji Yusin directly ignored him, still holding Yan's arm, but also said, Yan, you are only 20 years old, how can you get married? Li Yan smiled helplessly. She continued, why don't you play 2 more years? Married so quickly pregnant, when I was 20 years old, I don't know anything. And Yuanzhou is so much older than you. Harmony after dinner, Yuanzhou took Li Yan to the mall. The mall cafe. Jiang Qing was sitting on the window seat, playing with her cell phone. She was waiting for the person she was going on a blind date with. Dad gave her 500,000 for a blind date, of course she agreed, just said to meet, and did not say that she had to marry him, then see that he is not satisfied, directly turn around and go, anyway, people also met, the money cannot be returned. Hello. A man's low voice rang out. Jiang Qing slowly looked up. The moment she saw the man her eyes widened, she slowly got up, a face of surprise. Why are you here? It was Uncle Jiang who told me to come. Louie stood straight and said with an expressionless face. My dad? Could it be that the person he asked me to meet is you? Well, my dad and Uncle Jiang have been close friends for many years. What a coincidence. Your dad and my dad are good friends? Then why haven't we met before? Jiang Qing was surprised. They had lost touch for more than 10 years and only recently got in touch. I see. Jiang Qing smiled. Sit down, what do you want to drink? I'm not thirsty. Louie sat, also very straight. My dad said, you are in the army? Jiang Qing asked. Aha. The man responded softly. Then how did you become a traffic cop? I was helping a friend on duty. Oh, so you're quite busy in the army, right? I'm on vacation. I'll be back in 3 days. Where are you in the army? Dongcheng District. It's not far from the capital. It's only an hour or 2 by car. Aha. Louie looked at the girl with a twinkle in his eye. Jiang Qing felt a little boring, she was the only one who was asking him questions, and before sending him a microblogging, he always loved to ignore, she felt no interest in not taking the initiative to send. Now he came out and matched with her again, so he must be very disappointed. Jiang Qing let out a sigh. Since I have met with you, I will go first. Walk where to go? Louie asked. I'm going home. Do not eat a meal together? Louie is a bit flustered. Why did she have to leave before he could even say a few words? Did he say something wrong? Or is she not interested in him? Jiang Qing blinked. Are you going to treat me to dinner? Is that okay? Louie looked at her with an expectant face. You don't have a crush on me, why are you inviting me to dinner? Bye, I'm going home. Jiang Qing left a smile, took her bag and got up to leave. Chapter 56. You have a blind date, does Mo Yanchen know about it? Louie was flustered and stood up hurriedly. Wait, can't we even have a meal together? Jiang Qing turned around and looked up at him. Why do you want to invite me to dinner? After all, your father and my father are friends, and it is only right to invite you to dinner. Just because of this? Jiang Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. Louie was a little nervous, his eyes firm. Of course, but not exactly, I think you are very special. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Special? Special what? Riding a bike without a helmet 3 or 4 times and being caught by you? Then do you still wear a helmet when you ride a bike now? Occasionally. Louie frowned. As long as the bike should wear a helmet, you have to remember, once the accident, the helmet can save life. Jiang Qing bristled. Don't educate me, I don't want to listen. Louie sighed helplessly. I'm not educating you, I am worried about you. You look at those who ride a bike wearing a helmet video, many accidents are helmets to save a life, no helmet, once you hit the head, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Qing drummed his mouth. Oh, I know. Then I go. Louie quickly said, don't go, I just said I want to invite you to dinner. Jiang Qing stopped and looked at his deep eyes and asked, why do you have to invite me to dinner? The corners of Louie's lips smiled slightly. In fact, I think you are very good, and I want to get to know you better. Jiang Cheng hummed lightly. Oh? You want to understand me? Then a while ago, I sent you a tweet every day. Why did you ignore it? I didn't ignore it, I responded every time. Louie hurriedly explained. Your response was oh, good, right? Then how should I respond? Anyway, you shouldn't be so perfunctory, right? I know, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Please have a meal and we'll talk again, okay? Jiang Qing hesitated. Okay then. Getting the girl's agreement, he revealed a smile. The two of them walked into a nearby Hui cuisine restaurant and found a seat by the window. Louie handed the menu to Jiang Qing. You order first, whatever you like. Jiang Qing was not polite and ordered a few dishes. After ordering the dishes, Louie got up and poured tea for her. Drink some tea. Louie whispered. Thank you. Jiang Qing picked up and drank 2 mouthfuls. Louie sat upright, his eyes looking at her from time to time. Can I call you Qing Qing? Louie suddenly spoke. Of course you can. Qing Qing, I heard your father say that you graduated from Qing University? Yes, I did. Why don't you work after graduation? I don't like to work. Who likes to work? Ask those who work. If it wasn't for the money, would they work? But I think not working makes you lazy. And you're idle all day, aren't you bored? What kind of laziness? If you like it, get more jobs. I don't need money. Why should I work? I just want to lie down. What's wrong with that? Jiang Qing is a bit dissatisfied. I'm sorry, my words may have made you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to work, maybe you can go to graduate school and take the public examination. The future is still long, can't keep lying down. Jiang Qing thought about their own savings, more than 3 million, there is a house in the capital, there is a car, rent every month tens of thousands of dollars. She thought that as long as she does not spend money, this life can be carefree. I'm not interested in studying for the exam, I think I'm living a good life now. Louie nodded slightly. Everyone has their own way of life, Qing like this, also quite good. Soon, a dish was served. While eating, Louie carefully looked for a topic. Qing, what do you usually like to do? Jiang Qing ate a mouthful of food and replied, watching movies, shopping, buying clothes, doing nails, doing spa, traveling, watching concerts. Well, then your life should be quite interesting. Why don't we go to the movies together later after dinner? Jiang Qing glanced at him. It seems that there are not many good movies lately. Then we will go shopping together. It's okay. Halfway through the meal, suddenly, Jiang Qing's cell phone rang. She opened it to see that it was Mo Yanchen calling. She glanced at the man, then connected the phone. The voice came from there. Qing, what are you doing? Why don't you reply when I send you a message? I didn't go on WeChat. Why, something is wrong? Where are you? Let's eat together at noon. I'm eating, hang up first, I'll contact you later. Jiang Qing hung up the phone. The man looked at her and smiled. The two continued to eat again. After eating, Louie went to settle the bill and walked into the mall together. The two walked side by side. Suddenly, a small child ran over and accidentally bumped into Jiang Qing. She couldn't dodge, almost fell. Louie's quick eyes and hands quickly reached out to pull her, Jiang Qing not to fall. Louie immediately asked with concern, is everything okay? Jiang Qing looked at him and shook her head. I'm fine. The little kid hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, sister. Jiang Qing looked at the child who bumped into her with a smile on her face. It's okay, I'm fine. After the child left, Jiang Qing looked at the man. Just thank you. I'm sorry, I'm fine. Louie looked at her smile. Buzz Louie's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone to see, walked a few steps toward the side, instantly picked up the phone. After saying a few words, he walked towards Jiang Qing with a heavy face and said to her, Qing, sorry, I have something to go first. If you have something to do, go and get busy. Jiang Qing waved her hand. I'm sorry, I can't take you home, I'll leave first. Jiang Qing nodded. Louie reluctantly turned around and immediately ran, a few steps to the elevator and 3 steps down. Jiang Qing blinked and looked at his Mercedes figure. It seemed like he was really in a hurry. Jiang Qing sighed and turned around to see Yan and Gu Yuanzhou across the street. She immediately waved and shouted, Yan. Li Yan looked towards her and waved her hand as well, Qing. Both of them walked towards each other, and when they arrived in front of her, Jiang Qing grabbed her hand. Why are you here? I'm eating, why are you here too? I'm also eating in this neighborhood. Zhang Chang held Li Yanyan's arm and walked forward. Yuanzhou was ignored again. He was dissatisfied and frowned. He frowned in dissatisfaction. I just came on a blind date. I never thought that the other side is actually Louie, that very handsome brother of the traffic police. He is not the traffic police, he is in the army. Zhang Qing put things with Li Yanyan said again. After listening, Li Yanyan asked, you came out on a blind date, that Mo Yanchen know it? He does not know, what do you mention him? Chapter 57 Forced Kiss. Isn't he confessing to you? You're thinking about going out with him. If Mo Yanchen finds out about your blind date, he'll be unhappy, won't he? My dad said he'd give me $500,000 just to meet him. What's wrong with that? Yan, let me ask you, if you were asked to meet someone and given $500,000, would you do it? Li Yan blinked, of course I. Thinking of her husband behind her, she shook her head against her will. Zhang Chang also glanced at Gu Yuanzhou and asked her in a low voice, will you do it? Li Yan also whispered back, I will. Zhang Chang smiled with satisfaction. Right? You can do it too, right? It's not like you have a grudge against money. Why don't you come out, and it's just a meeting, and it doesn't say you want to go out with him. Yan. Gu Yuanzhou stepped forward and took her hand, inadvertently pulling her from Zhang Chang. What's going on? What's wrong? Li Yan looked up at him. The man wrapped his arm around her waist and softly said, it's time to go home, it's going to rain later. It's going to rain later. Li Yan looked out the window, and it was really dark outside. Well, let's go home. Okay. Then she looked at Zhang Qing, Chang, come with us, we will send you home. No need, I drove here. Then why don't we go to the parking lot together? I want to buy a cup of milk tea, Yan, do you want it? I'll buy one for you. Li Yan also kind of wanted to drink it, so she nodded. 10 minutes later, the two of them took a cup of milk tea each and headed to the parking lot. Gu Yuanzhou and Li Yan had just arrived home when it started raining heavily. Li Yan immediately sent a message to Zhang Qing, asking her if she had arrived home and if she had gotten wet. She said she didn't get caught in the rain and had arrived home 5 minutes ago. Only then did Li Yan put her heart down. Suddenly, the cell phone was withdrawn from the man's hand. The man's hand wrapped around her waist, lowered his head and said gently, Yan, we go upstairs to take a nap. I am not too sleepy. Then lie with me. Suddenly, Li Yan was picked up horizontally. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck, pouting, what are you doing? You scared me. Carry your wife to rest. Zhang Qing sat on the balcony, drinking milk tea and watching the variety show in the flat panel, leisurely. Suddenly, her cell phone WeChat rang. She opened it and saw that it was a friend verification. Louie requests to add you as a friend. Yes, some time ago she deleted Louie, because when she looked for him to chat, he always answered her perfunctorily, and she deleted him because she found it boring. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to add her again. Tap through, and there was an immediate message from there, you deleted me? Zhang Cheng back, well. Louie, why? Zhang Qing, I chat with you always love to ignore, I thought you smacked me annoying, so I deleted you. Louie, not really, I just. Louie, sorry, before is my wrong, I will seriously reply to your content in the future, if I were to do not good, you tell me. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Zhang Chang put down the phone, go to open the door, from the cats I saw the Mo Yanchen outside the door. Immediately opened the door, the man was soaked to the skin, his hair was also messed up by the rain, his body kept dripping water, he looked at her with an aggrieved face. Why are you all wet? Zhang Qing pulled him in. Got caught in the rain. Don't you know to hide from the rain? Where is your umbrella? It's raining too much. Qing, I miss you so much. The man reached out and held her in his arms. Zhang Qing immediately pushed him away. What are you doing? You're already soaked, you're making me wet too. I'm sorry Qing Chang, what did I do wrong? Why did you come back from the trip and treat me so coldly? No, I'll go get you a towel and wipe you off. Zhang Qing walked towards the balcony, took a bath towel and handed it to him, quickly wipe. Mo Yanchen was touched, Qing still cares about him, he took the towel and gently wiped his hair and put it around his body again. Buzzing cell phone is vibrating on the table. Zhang Qing went to the balcony table, took the cell phone, connected to press the speakerphone. The opposite voice came over. Qing, how is the blind date today? Louie said, you have long known, and also want to continue to get along with you it. Behind the face of Mo Yanchen unbelievable, eyes become bigger, staring straight at the girl's back. She actually went on a blind date? Jiang Cheng inadvertently glanced at the man and returned, "Dad, don't talk nonsense, we just met once." Jiang Qingshuan continued, "Then what do you think of Xiaoyi? Is he tall and handsome? What are your thoughts on him?" I. Suddenly, the cell phone in my hand was taken away. Jiang Qing turned around and saw Mo Yanqian's eyes filled with disappointment and aggression. "What are you doing? Give me back my cell phone." Jiang Qing glared at him. Mo Yanqian raised the phone so high that Jiang Qing couldn't reach it even if she stood on her tiptoes. "You actually went on a blind date?" Mo Yanqian's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his voice trembled a little. "Yes, so what?" Jiang Qing was so angry that she puffed up her mouth. "You went on a blind date? Why do you care about you? You are not my boyfriend, give me back my cell phone." Jiang Qing glared angrily. Mo Yanqian's face instantly turned pale, and his hands trembled slightly. "Jiang Qing, in your heart, I have so little weight? You actually went on a blind date." Jiang Qing looked at the man who seemed to be having a hard time. She bit her lip and was silent. Mo Yanqian took a deep breath and forced the pain in his heart. "Well, in that case, I wish you good luck on your blind date, I will never pester you again." After saying this, he threw his cell phone hard on the ground. The cell phone was instantly in pieces, just like his broken heart at this moment. He turned around and left without looking back. Jiang Qing looked at his determined back and was depressed. Mo Yanqian walked to the door, paused for a few seconds, then suddenly turned back, walked straight towards her, pulled her into his arms, and fiercely aimed a kiss at her red lips. Before Jiang Qing could react, she was surprised by his sudden kiss, and after reacting, she immediately struggled, pushing Mo Yanqian's chest with both hands. But Mo Yanqian, as if he had lost his mind, tightened his grip on her and kissed her more and more fiercely. Jiang Qing slapped his chest as hard as she could, but the man continued to kiss deeply and pressed her to the side of the sofa. Gradually, Jiang Qing's resistance became powerless, her body trembled slightly, and the aggression in her heart was transformed into complex emotions at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but Mo Yanqian finally let go of Jiang Qing. His eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness, and his lips gently kissed her neck. She could feel his breath spewing out, and at this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Jiang Qing didn't move a muscle, staring expressionlessly at the ceiling. A low voice slowly sounded, "Qing Chang, why did you go on a blind date?" Chapter 58. He's jealous. Outside the window, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the rain was majestic. Inside the house, Mo Yanqian's head was buried into the nape of her neck, his voice carrying a tremor. "Why did you go on a blind date? Do you dislike me that much?" Jiang Qing remained silent, remembering the passionate kiss just now. Her cheeks slowly reddened. Mo Yanqian saw that the girl did not answer, pounded the sofa a few times. "Qing, where exactly am I bad?" Jiang Qing saw the man's eyes reddened. She inexplicably felt some heartache. "Slowly explain, it is not what you think." "Then how is it?" "Your father has called you. I said why you were so cold to me in the past 2 days. It turns out that you went on a blind date." "It was not my father who said that he would let me go to meet someone, and he gave me 500,000 yuan of pocket money before I went." Jiang Qing explained. "You went on a blind date just for $500,000? Mo Yanqian was incredulous. 500,000 is a lot for me, okay? You were born with a golden spoon in your mouth, you grew up with a lot of money, 500,000 is just a meal for you, but for me it's a lot. My dad gave me $500,000 to meet someone. Why wouldn't I meet him? Why would I not take the money? It doesn't say that we must be together after meeting." Mo Yanqian slowly got up from her and pursed his lips. Jiang Qing immediately got up and straightened her messy hair, and the clothes on her body were also wet by him. "I am sorry, I was too impulsive just now." Mo Yanqian looked at her and apologized. Jiang Qing turned her head and stopped looking at him. Mo Yanqian continued, "Then you and he really nothing? What can there be? It's not just a meeting and a meal. So when I called you, you were having dinner with him?" "Yes, what's wrong with having a meal?" Mo Yanqian frowned slightly. "Qing, I know it's nothing, but when I found out that you went to see another man, I felt bad." Mo Yanqian went forward to pull her hand. "It's my fault, Qing, don't be angry with me, just now I was too impulsive." Jiang Qing shook off his hand. "Don't touch me." "I am sorry, what will it take for you to forgive me?" Jiang Qing glanced at the phone in pieces on the ground. "My phone was broken by you, are you violent?" "I am sorry Qing, I just got angry, I will compensate you for a new one, I am sorry, please forgive me." Jiang Qing got up, Mo Yanqian also got up and pulled her hand. "Qing, where to go? Where are you going?" to change clothes. I'm soaking wet from you. I'm sorry I kissed you forcibly, I couldn't control myself. Jiang Qing's face instantly reddened, then walked into the room. After closing the door, her back was tightly pressed against the wall, and her mind couldn't help but recall the lingering kiss just now. Thinking back at this moment, it was still evocative. She quickly changed into a set of loungewear, then went to the guest room to get a set of men's loungewear, then walked towards the living room. Mo Yanquan's face was filled with anticipation when he saw the girl walking with the clothes. Qing Cheng, is this for me? Well, this is my dad's clothes, take it and change it. What clothes are not comfortable to wear on your body? Mo Yanquan hooked his lips and took the clothes. Thank you, Qing Cheng. Mo Yanquan went into the guest room and changed his clothes. The clothes were shorter on him, but they were barely wearable. He slowly walked out of the guest room and came to the living room, only to see the girl changing the sofa cover. He hurriedly walked over to help. Jiang Qing pushed him away. Don't you help. His tall figure stood there frozen, watching her change the sofa cover. Then the girl took the mop and mopped up the water damage in the house. After finishing her work, Jiang Cheng went back to her room and closed the door. Mo Yanquan then knocked on her door while shouting, Qing Qing, can I come in? No. Qing Qing, I am sorry, just now it was me who was too impulsive, I liked you too much to. Jiang Qing interrupted him, when the rain stops you can leave. I'm sorry. Mo Yanquan's voice carried deep remorse and helplessness. In the room, Jiang Qing leaned against the back of the door with a complicated mood. She is actually not really angry with Mo Yanquan, just that it all came too suddenly, so that she was a little overwhelmed. Just now that was her first kiss. Mo Yanquan indiscriminately forced a kiss on her. Mo Yanquan still stood outside the door. Qing Qing, I know I misunderstood you, but I am really angry that you went to see another man. I really don't want to lose you. There was no response in the room. Mo Yanquan sighed and looked forlorn. After a while, Jiang Qing opened the door to the room and saw Mo Yanquan's lost look. His heart softened. You. Jiang Qing wanted to say something. Mo Yanquan's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Qing Qing, I am sorry, I should not lose control, forgive me, okay? Jiang Qing, do not head, forgive you can also, first of all, my cell phone compensation to me. Mo Yanquan nodded repeatedly. Good, when the rain stops, I will take you to buy a cell phone. What else do you want? I'll buy you anything, or I'll transfer $5 million to you. What do you want to buy? You go buy it yourself. Jiang Qing gave him a blank look. Why do I need your $5 million? Your dad gave you $500,000 and you want it, why don't you want the $5 million I gave you? It's only right that my dad gives me $10 million because he's my dad and you're not my anything. Mo Yanquan held her hand with a sincere face. Then, Qing Qing, do you want to be my girlfriend? I am willing to give you all my money. Jiang Qing's heart was slightly moved, but still shook her head. Just because of a misunderstanding, you dropped my cell phone. With such a big temper, I wouldn't dare to be your girlfriend. In case you domestically abuse me in the future, what then? I absolutely will not, never hit a woman, let alone his girlfriend. But I see you just that posture, powerful, vary it. I was angry, I was jealous, I promise you that I will never lose my temper with you again, I promise. Mo Yanquan had a sincere face. Jiang Qing pushed him away. I'll reconsider. You also manage your emotions, or else you'll drop your cell phone when you're angry. It's too much of a bad thing. Yes, it's all my fault. I will definitely manage my emotions in the future. Mo Yanquan nodded heavily. Mo Yanquan reached out and grabbed her hand, softly saying, Qing Qing, be my girlfriend, okay? Everything bad I am willing to change. Jiang Qing pushed him away. I said, reconsider. Mo Yanquan had a lost face. Well, I am going to rest. If you want to rest, go to the guest room. When the rain stops you go. Jiang Qing said, and closed the door to the room. Mo Yanquan had to go back to the living room and sat on the sofa, looking out the window at the raging storm. He hoped that this rain would fall longer and longer so that he could stay at Qing Qing's house for a while longer. 2 hours later the rain finally stopped and the sky cleared up. Jiang Qing came out of the bedroom and the man immediately greeted him. It's time for you to leave. Jiang Qing said expressionlessly. Mo Yanquan had a smile on his face. The rain has stopped and the sun has come out. I should accompany you to buy a cell phone. Not having a cell phone really doesn't work. Jiang Qing nodded and followed the man out to buy a cell phone. After buying a cell phone, it was also dinner time. The two had another meal together, took a walk in the riverside park, and only then did Mo Yanquan send Jiang Qing home. The two made up as before. Chapter 59 Maternity. A few days later. Lai Yanyan arrived at the day of the maternity check, 12 weeks pregnant maternity check more items, the morning also have an empty stomach, in order to do the examination. It's already 8 o'clock, and Li Yanyan hasn't gotten up yet. Yuanzhou is already fully dressed and is tying his tie in front of the mirror. Hearing a rustling sound, Li Yanyan slowly opened her eyes and saw her husband standing in front of the mirror wearing a tie. With his back to her, she can see the broad shoulders and straight spine of Yuanzhou. The slim shirt fits his body perfectly, emphasizing his firm chest and perfect waistline, full of male charm. Those two long and powerful legs, wrapped in suit pants, were even straighter and more upright, exuding an irresistible attraction. Her husband is really handsome. Li Yanyan cannot help but voice out, "Husband." Yuanzhou turned around, walked to the bedside and sat down, tenderly touched her head. "Wife, awake?" Hearing his low voice, her heart swelled even more, and she got up and wrapped her hands around his waist, drilling into his arms. "What's wrong today?" the man asked gently. Li Yanyan, head buried in his chest, whispered, "Just want to hold you." The man doted on a smile, touching the girl's hair in his arms. "Today why so sticky ni?" "I am flattered." The girl raised her head and blinked. "I think you are especially handsome today." Yuanzhou smiled. "Just today handsome?" Li Yanyan quickly shook her head. "No, you look good every day, just today is particularly charming." Yuanzhou looked at her face, gently kissed her on the lips, reached out to take care of the broken hair in front of her forehead, and softly said, "Wife, it's time to get up, we have to go to the hospital for the maternity test today." Li Yanyan but not let go, "And then let me hold a moment, okay?" "Good, then let's hold it for a while." "You can hold it all the time, and the maternity checkup can be done tomorrow." His wife seldom pampered him, this pampering, his bones are crispy. Now, no matter what his wife asked him to agree, even if it is the stars in the sky, he will find a way to pick them, to his life. After a while, Li Yanyan finally let go, but the man is still holding her tightly. "Let go of me, I want to get up." Li Yanyan looked into his eyes and said. Yuanzhou kissed her on the forehead, and only then slowly let go of her hand. Li Yanyan first went to the bathroom to wash up, so he prepared the clothes she was going to wear today, folded them and put them on the bed. A few minutes later, Li Yanyan came out of the restroom. The man was preparing the pregnancy test booklet. She saw that the man's back was to her, so she took off her pajamas and started to put on her clothes. Just after putting on her underwear, the man came over and put his hands around her waist. "What are you doing?" "I'm getting dressed." Li Yanyan all blushed with shame. Yuanzhou gently stroked her stomach and said in surprise, "Wife, your stomach seems to have gotten a bit bigger, is it starting to show?" Yuanzhou walked to the front, looked at her body, reached out and put his hand on her waist, and her breasts seemed to have gotten a little bigger as well. Li Yanyan blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes. "Isn't it normal for twins to show their pregnancy in 3 months? Will the underwear be tight? After the maternity check, we will go and buy a bigger one." Yuanzhou looked at her place, the heart of the fire around. "It's okay, it's not too tight." Li Yanyan took his hand. Let's go to the hospital." "I'm going to the hospital." Yuanzhou took the pregnancy test booklet, put one arm around her waist, and went to the first-floor living room. Sister-in-law Wang saw them coming down and immediately said with a smile, "Mr. and Mrs. Gu, you're up, dinner is ready." Yuanzhou, sister-in-law, don't bother, Yan is having a fasting checkup today, so she won't be eating breakfast. "Good, then I wish you a smooth checkup," Mrs. Wang said with a smile. Li Yanyan returned a smile and thanked Mrs. Wang for her blessing. Yuanzhou drove and set off to the hospital. On the way, Li Yanyan searched on the internet, how big is a 3-month-old baby? It turns out that 3-month-old babies already have a human shape, but only a dozen grams, that's so small. Yuanzhou asked her, "Wife, what are you looking at? It's so happy, and share with my husband to share." "I'm looking at how big a 3-month-old baby is, and the internet says that a 3-month-old baby is only a dozen grams, but then, it already has a human shape." "Well, there are still more than 6 months before the babies will be born." Yuanzhou was looking forward to it. Li Yanyan touched her stomach, and her heart was incomparably happy. After arriving at the hospital, Yuanzhou took Yan to the VIP room. Since Yan became pregnant, he has become a shareholder of this hospital. As long as you tell the director, you can come to the maternity check at any time. The first checkup was the ultrasound, and the two went into the ultrasound room together. The director told her to lie on the cot, and Yuanzhou held her hand tightly. When they saw the two tiny images on the screen, the doctor introduced them and said that the babies were all normal when they could already see their tiny hands and feet and were very healthy. Yuanzhou had a pleased smile on his face, and Li Yanyan also let go of her heart. The next step is to draw blood. Li Yanyan has always been afraid of needles and blood draws since she was a child, and when the nurse said that her arm would be drawn, she was even more afraid. Gu Yuanzhou hugged her tightly, not letting her look at the needle. Gu Yuanzhou's heart ached as he watched the needle pierce into Li Yanyan's arm. After drawing blood, the nurse asked her to use a cotton swab to press her arm for 2 minutes. Gu Yuanzhou helped her press it, with a heartbroken face. "Does it hurt, wife?" "Ouch." Li Yanyan looked at her with a pair of big eyes. "Does it hurt?" Gu Yuanzhou only felt that his heart was going to break. If he could, he would be willing to bear the pain of childbirth, but unfortunately, modern scientific men can't get pregnant and have children. "It's okay, it's just a blood draw, I can tolerate it. Having a baby a few months from now will be 100 times more painful than this." Li Yanyan smiled helplessly. Gu Yuanzhou hugged her tightly. "Not born, after the birth of this fetus, absolutely not born, he cannot stand." His wife said that pain. Woman giving birth to a child is in the ghost gate to walk through. He can't stand it when his wife says that it hurts and that a woman who gives birth to a child is walking through a ghostly place. Gu Yuanzhou's eyes were full of reluctance. "Good, let's just have one child." Li Yanyan thought that if it didn't hurt this time, she could have another baby, but if it hurt, she wouldn't have one. After the blood was drawn, she went to measure her height and weight. Then came the routine urine test. After a series of tests, Gu Yuanzhou brought Li Yanyan to the doctor's office. Dr. Chen carefully checked the results of the various checks and said, "Everything is normal, the children are also very healthy, very good." 12 weeks, into the middle of the pregnancy, the next should also pay attention to rest, take more walks, eat more fish and shrimp, replenishment of nutrients. Most importantly, the mood of the pregnant woman, you must maintain a happy mood. Gu Yuanzhou listened carefully, nodding his head and memorizing one by one. Director Chen looked at the two men again. "Both are young people, especially Mr. Gu's blood," she said. "Mid-pregnancy, it is possible to have a moderate sex life, but you have to restrain awe." Li Yanyan's face instantly red. Gu Yuanzhou held her hand and tightened it. Chapter 60, Taking Twin Names. The two walked out of the hospital, with Gu Yuanzhou always holding her in his arms. At the entrance of the hospital, Li Yanyan smelled the fragrance and looked up at him. "I'm hungry." "Then what does the wife want to eat?" "When I just entered the hospital, I saw that there were pancake nuts for sale at the entrance. I want to eat." "Good, then we will go and buy them." The two came to the hospital entrance, looked up, only to see the door on both sides of the list of all kinds of breakfast. There are small dumplings, congee, wontons, rice, buns, steamed bread. Variety of breakfast is dizzying. Gu Yuanzhou had never seen such a scene in front of a hospital before and couldn't help but be shocked a little. "Boss, give me a pancake fruit, add egg, put cilantro, put green onion." Li Yanyan said to the boss. "Okay, 2 minutes." The boss started to make the pancake fruit with nimble hands and feet. Li Yanyan looked up and asked the man, "Do you want to eat? Is this good?" Gu Yuanzhou asked doubtfully. He had never purchased roadside stalls, or since he and Yanyan had been married for over a month, she had brought him to taste a few night market snacks and milk tea, which tasted quite good. "Of course it tastes good, why don't you have one too?" "I'll do it." Li Yanyan then said to the boss, "Boss, another pancake fruit." 3 minutes later, the two of them each took a steaming pancake fruit and started to eat. Gu Yuanzhou frowned and took a bite. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up. The flavor is actually really good." Li Yanyan watched his expression change and couldn't help but smile. "I told you it was delicious." "Well, you can try more of this food in the future," Gu Yuanzhou said with a smile. Li Yanyan nodded her head. "Yes, there are a lot of delicious things to eat." "Good, then my wife will take me to see the world more often in the future." Li Yanyan looked at him and smiled. "Where are we going after dinner?" "Let's go back to the old house. Mom said she prepared some things for the babies, so let's go back and take a look." "Yes, okay." Li Yanyan nodded. In September, the temperature is not as hot as it was a while ago, but it's still a little cool in the morning and evening, so you need to wear a small jacket. After dinner, Gu Yuanzhou took his wife and drove back to the old house. After arriving at the old mansion, Lin Shangyun enthusiastically held Li Yanyan's hand and took her to see the baby room on the second floor. As soon as she pushed open the door, the warm and lovely atmosphere came to her, and Li Yanyan's eyes instantly widened in surprise. The entire room was dominated by light blue and pink colors, foreshadowing that she was carrying what appeared to be a dragon and phoenix child. 2 exquisite baby cribs were placed side by side, with exquisite cartoon patterns on the bed surrounds, and the soft mattresses were very comfortable to touch. On the small cabinet beside the bed, there were stacks of soft towels and blankets neatly arranged. Against the wall of the closet, hung with a variety of sizes of baby clothes, from cute onesies to small coats, everything. Each piece was carefully selected by Lin Shangyun. The material was soft and comfortable, the style was fashionable and cute. In the corner of the room, there were 2 chic strollers, convenient for taking the baby out for a walk at any time. Next to the window, placed a comfortable rocking chair. After the baby was born, you can gently rock the baby to sleep here. On the table next to it, there were all kinds of baby toys piled up, including plush toys, brightly colored blocks, and bells that would make pleasant sounds. Lin Shangyun smiled and said to Li Yanyan, "Yanyan, this is all carefully prepared by your father and I. We hope that my 2 little grandchildren can grow up healthily and happily in this cozy room." Li Yanyan was touched. "Thank you, Mom. I should be thanking you, you are the one who worked the hardest to carry 2 babies for our family." Li Yanyan touched her belly and said, "Mom, why did you prepare 2 copies of everything, one in pink and one in blue? Do you think I am pregnant with a dragon and phoenix child? I'm not sure if you're having twins or a phoenix and phoenix baby, but I just want to prepare a room for a phoenix and phoenix baby." Of course, a phoenix and phoenix baby is the best, a boy and a girl, it's so beautiful, isn't it? Yes, I also want to have a boy and a girl. Li Yanyan nodded slightly. Yuanzhou said, "I like having 2 daughters. Boys are always naughty, but daughters are more obedient and well-behaved." Lin Shangyun glared at him, who said boys are always naughty, you were very good when you were little. But I also especially like girls, but it is a pity that I do not have a daughter's life. Lin Shangyun held Li Yanyan's hand tightly. "Yanyan, no matter whether it is 2 boys or 2 girls or a boy and a girl, I like it, all are our family's baby. I love them all, they're all babies in our family." Li Yanyan nodded her head and then said, "Mom, today we took ultrasound photos of the babies, do you want to see them? We can see the baby's hands and feet." Lin Shangyun was excited. "Of course I want to see, where is it?" "Where is it?" "It's at Yuanzhou's place." Yuanzhou looked at the car. "Then go get it." Yuanzhou had no choice but to turn around and go downstairs to get the ultrasound photos from the car. When Yuanzhou returned with the photos, everyone was already in the living room. Lin Shangyun was so excited that she got up and grabbed it from Yuanzhou's hand. When she saw the 2 small children on the photo, she was so excited that she burst into tears. Lin Shangyun excitedly shared with Gu Hanting, "Hubby, look, this is our little grandson." Gu Hanting deliberately brought his presbyopia glasses and kept staring at the photo, nodding his head in satisfaction. After looking at the photo for 2 minutes, Lin Shangyun took the photo and asked her daughter-in-law, "Yanyan, can we have this photo?" "Mom, you want it? Of course you can, we have 2 more over there." "Then give it to us." Lin Shangyun carefully put it into Gu Hanting's wallet. Then she held her hand and looked at her abdomen and said, "Yanyan, are you getting pregnant? Why do I feel that your belly is slightly bigger than last time?" Li Yanyan touched her belly. "Yes, there is a little bit. It's been 3 months since the twins were born. I remember when I was pregnant, it seemed to me that the twins started to show at 4 months, and at 4.5 months, they started to move." Lin Shangyun began to talk about her own experiences when she was pregnant. Yuanzhou sat beside Gu Hanting and asked, "Dad, I asked you and Mom to name the babies last time." Gu Hanting put down the newspaper in his hands and was about to speak, when Lin Shangyun's voice spoke first. "I've done it, I've gone through the dictionary with your dad, I've gone through the poetry and song dynasty, and I've got more than a dozen names. I'm going to go get my book, I'll put them all down in the book." Lin Shangyun went back to the room and fetched a book. Then sat on the sofa, and a few people leaned over. Lin Shangyun said, "Boys' names, Gu Hao, Gu Jingxian, Gu Ruyuan, Gu Ziming, Gu Chenwei, Gu Junyi, Gu Zikai, Gu Yuqing, Gu Qihan, Gu Jiahao. Girls' names, Gu Yanhua, Gu Yanqing, Gu Yue, Gu Yuelin, Gu Zilin, Gu Jiaying, Gu Mingqi, Gu Xiao, Gu Sichuan, Gu Mengwan. What do you think? Your father and I worked hard for 3 days and nights to come up with these names.